I didn't mean to do that. Mean I do that. Good job, man. Y'all coming on in. Hit them likes and shares real quick so I can get on this For You page real quick. If y'all know how to share, y'all can just hold y'all finger on my page and you'll see a list of friends you can share it to. Bring this thing to the side of the moon, Earth, terrified, the side of the moon. But like a lot of these questions can be answered beautifully by a therapist. Yeah, most definitely. Let me see. I have a couple therapists pop up in here. You feel me? I did not mean to do that. Let's see. All right. I want to get these lights up real quick so get this going. Three, because it shows he actually is cared, fascinated about. Oh, that's the only way they can see that. If a man cry with or without him, or for them or with them. Mm. So how far can it go till he's considered being soft or something like that? I know it got to be like a balance. And then why aren't? 'Cause I thought, and it's weird though, cause I don't know. Maybe it's this new day and age of women. I don't know. I know that I used to thought that women like when men knew how to control their tears or hold themselves. But it might be the new day and age though. I think be able to take a, you know, mm, I used to thought women used to get turned off though about men crying, but I don't know. Is that more of a insecurity in women because that's the only way they can see that a man can care is just through tears. That's what I wonder. That's what it kind of sounds like though, because there's so many ways you can show care other than through crying. It's always been that way. The no tear thing is only taught by the man. Hmm. Oh, I don't know. Mhm. So you think men and women should cry together? I don't know. Thought that's what make us different. I'm trying to get this. Oh wow. Ooh, multitask. Yeah, that. Go to bed. Dang. I, I meant to do this. I want to keep the thing up for a little bit. There you go. Yo,
Hey, how you doing?
what's up, man?
So, legally, I have to disclose that I am a registered sex offender for the safety of everyone. I am indeed the full-time plumber for Jepstein Island.
Oh, that's interesting. Wow. Should have known it's about that time. Thought these kids was in school. Uh, Also, action crying is far more trustworthy than words. You can only be a safe base for someone you trust, most definitely. I had this conversation this afternoon. Okay. Yeah, we about. I'm trying to get somewhere with this though, man, because it's just it'd be weird though. It's like, and I can see why it'd be so confusing. I wish women knew how I was dealing with women sometimes. Well, some of them do, but it just be like they will ask for one thing, and then they change their mind based off their feelings and want something else. It's very confusing though, because it's like one minute if you express yourself, you're soft. The next minute it's like, why you not expressing yourself? You must be a stone wall or something. Like, dang. So it's like, I don't know. It's confusing though. It'd be very confusing. Then. Mm.
Hello, how you
What's
doing?
up? What's up?
So I actually just had this conversation with a male friend of mine this afternoon. We was talking about this, like, um, from the female side of it. I always hear people say like, why you can't be feminine and why are women acting so masculine and such
Hmm.
like that. Okay,
Yeah.
and from the other side of it, I hear people saying that men are acting like bitches and doing this and that and doing feminine things. So men are and like I feel like things kind of got flipped around, but it's a
Hmm.
balance. It's a balance. So for me personally, um my former partners and my sons are all Afro Latino or
Hmm.
black. Okay. So for me personally, I look at it like this. When my partner walks out there, you already fighting. You fighting the fact that you're a black man in America. You're a
Hmm.
young black man. You're an intelligent black man. You're an attractive black man. You already got mad strikes against you. You got to suit up every day just to go outside and tolerate your and be in the world. So you should have a safe space where you can take off your armor
Hmm.
and have peace as opposed to chaos. But the problem comes when when from my I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak from my own experience. So I'm gonna try to use I say when I have in the past provided peace, they bringing me chaos and they saying that I'm acting some type of way, but they were out there um exchanging energy with other people, let's say, and bringing that home to me. So I'm giving you peace, I'm breathing life into you, and you're bringing me home chaos and lies and deception.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a matter of making sure that you have the right partner, and that goes for both sides. You,
Exactly.
I have also seen men, because like I said, I have sons. I've raised 4 sons. I have seen my sons pour into the wrong woman. Just like, you know what I'm saying? You have to find somebody who's on your level. You
Mm-hmm.
ever play like
What
an
up, Eddie?
old school video game where like
Yeah.
you playing 2 players, and in order for you to go to the next level, y'all both got to be on the right side of the screen?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm over here on the right side of the screen, and you over there playing games trying to get extra coins, and I'm getting my ass kicked over here. You know what I mean? So I'm giving up all my HP points for you, and you don't care because you over there getting your levels up.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to make sure that whoever you do, you're doing it in a way that um you're with somebody who's capable of it. You know what I'm saying? Not everyone has that capacity. So it's about making that choice, because like if you, I am okay with having a partner that wants to leave, but where are we going? Where are you leading me to? So you have to make those observations and make that decision intelligently. And if you're not getting your needs met, you shouldn't be with that person.
All right.
I shouldn't have to tell you more than once that something bothers me if you really care about me.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that I deal with that's really in my inner circle, like this person I deal with, I've known him for years. I don't have to say nothing. There's a vibe, there's an energy. We're good friends like that. We're close like that. My father had recently passed away, and he came with me to pack up his things. My father is was living in like a halfway house place where like we not in touch, whatever. Long story short, he was living in a place where there was a lot of predators, if you will, and like people that would not be safe for a woman who's only 5'3" to walk into by
Mm-hmm.
herself. When we walked into the space, I had to go to the bathroom because it was an hour and a half drive. And I was nervous. He was like, nah, hold on, shorty. And he put me to the side. And the way he handled other men around me, you know what I'm saying? He provided me a safe space. And he stood outside that bathroom door like a bouncer at the club. You feel me? With arms
Mm-hmm.
crossed. And he stood there, you know what I mean? Like he stood there in a certain space. You know what I'm saying? So if you out here being my soldier, my warrior, you damn right I'm gonna fucking rub your feet and be there for you and listen to you talk about what an asshole your boss is and be that space for you to sit there, open up and be vulnerable. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But it's about reciprocity. I mean, I don't feel like I don't feel like I know myself, my older children, I've actually apologized to my sons for not like taking up more, and like because their father taught them that whole like be a man, be a man, be a man. My ex-husband is like old school. I'm not saying he a bad person, but that's what he knew. So he taught them that old school mentality of suck it up, buttercup. You know what I'm saying? Walk it off. You got this. Are you hurt or are you injured? Which is it? You know what I mean? Like he had that old school mentality. But if he's being that leader, and I see him being that leader, and then being that person, that protector and that provider, then of course I should be that support. Like women need a place to feel soft and vulnerable, but men also need a place to have peace. So it has to balance out though. Why am I going to keep pouring into you and speaking life into you and being supportive of you and giving you peace when all you bringing me is chaos and deception? You get what you put into it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's just my personal opinion. But like, if me personally, and I've told myself, like, if that woman is bringing you nothing but chaos and whatever, leave her ass. Don't stay.
Facts.
Don't stay there. If she's not making you happy, if she's not helping you, and she's not helping you in any type of, what is she bringing to the table besides laying on her back or getting on her knees? What does she bring to
Mm.
you? What does she
Don't
give
say
you?
that. Don't say that. That's how you shake the room up. We
Huh?
don't like that word. What are you bringing to the table?
No, but I'm saying, what is she giving you? Because I hear women say that to my sons all the time. Well, what do you bring to the table? So you want a protector, you want a provider, as she should. You want someone who's going to lead you and be there for you. And now I'm not talking about money either. I'm not talking about cash. Because people, oh, what do you bring to the table besides money? Women want a space where they feel safe. And I'm not talking about just safe as far as physically safe. I've been in physically abusive relationships, and I've been in emotionally abusive relationships. I'd rather get slapped or punched in the
Mm.
face than be emotionally abused. It beats you down even further. It
Mm-hmm.
goes both ways. It has to go both ways.
Yeah.
And then what it say, like, if you really care about somebody, and you should be on a level with your partner where you're in tune to the fact, like, when me and my husband was on our game and we were doing well, because I was in a 16-year marriage. I would say out of that 16 years, 13 of it we was on point. You know what I mean? People grow up, people change. But during that time period when we was really on our energy and we was really vibing like that, he didn't have to say nothing. He walk in the door, I could see the look on his face, get the kids ready for bed and everything. We sit down to watch TV together and everything. I'm like, what's wrong? Is everything all right? And then it's not a matter of, like, sometimes too, like, as like, I don't always know how to help. So, like, what do you need? Like, it's a matter of being able to have that communication of, what can I do? How can I help? Like, you need me to listen? You need me to just sit here and shut the fuck up? You need me to just, what do you need me to do? How can I help? What's up? Talk to me. So what happened? Something happened at work? You good? You need to bounce. You need a sounding board. You need to bounce an idea off of me. What do you need? You know what I'm saying? And it goes both ways. And
Mm-hmm.
both of us should be in that same space. But you can't you can't expect her to be there for you and allow you to be vulnerable when you sitting there bringing her lies and deception. Because it goes both ways.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Okay. I like that. I like that. I'm gonna get back to you on these questions. Then what? Let me get bougie. I guess. What's the deal? Walk them up. Walk them up. I see you had a lot of questions and stuff down there. What you was
Hey, how are y'all?
I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. I hope all is well on your end.
All is well. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just waking up and I jumped on. Yeah, but I feel like men can be the leader of their households and things like that, but we need men to lead the collective.
Like what?
Um, as a collective, black people aren't doing well. We
Mm,
need men in actual leadership positions willing to stand up and have people follow them.
right.
We need to be able to grow our own food. We need our own water supply.
Yeah.
We need our own shelter. We need to separate ourselves from the government. We need to pull our children out of these people's systems.
What's the
We've been
plan?
indoctrinated and turned against each other.
Mm-hmm. So what's the plan? You got a plan?
Um, that's part of the plan. We need
It's
men to
just
step
voicing it
into
or saying we
position.
need it?
We need men to wake up and step into position because the ops, the enemy, they're buying up the land, they control the food, and they control the water supply.
Mm.
Where are the warriors? Are they a sleeping giant?
Mm. So don't we gotta have like baby stuff? 'Cause we can't go into things without a plan. I think
Um,
first off we need to get our families together before we even try to get
it's a
a
little
community
late.
together. So do
It's
we
a
even got
little
our
late.
families together first?
It's a little late.
Yeah, right.
We have to start where we're at.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we can make a lot of things happen if we start off with the family first, but we gotta even get that. That's a hard thing.
Men need to start marrying these women.
I think that is happening though, but then women is divorcing, so because they're not
Marrying the
happy.
wrong women won't help y'all.
Yeah. So that's what the counter is at. So yeah, we gotta. I guess we gotta start from the inside first, right? Yeah, 'cause we can't just jump to something. What the
We
freak?
need to start outside. America
What?
is a nation. We're able to create our own corporations and separate ourselves from America. We need to buy land in Africa along with natural resources before it's all gone.
Mm. Did you start yet?
I'm working on it and I'm working with like minded people.
Okay.
You don't want to, they'll make up different types of excuses as to why, because they don't want to be pushed into that leadership role.
Mm-hmm. You gotta get someone that's willing to get on board, though. That's what it is. So,
See, that's why I
I
say
know
about finding that matching energy. If their energy is not matching your energy, that goes for a partnership as well as the people that you choose to surround yourself with. If they
exactly.
can't match your energy, if they don't have the same heart as you, if they don't have the same goals as you, then those are not your people. You have to find the people who are genuinely your people. Because
Mm-hmm.
if you're not for us, you're against us. Like if you're not for me and mine, you're against us. You know, that's where it comes into finding that matching energy and not allowing outside interference to bother that to continue to basically maintain your focus.
Mm-hmm. Gotta avoid the distractions. We go through and talk about freaking how uh Usher and all this other stuff that don't mean nothing, and everybody else's business, but what personally is affecting us not. We looking at everything but what need to be looked at, but then we talking about getting together. First off, we don't even be accountable for our own actions. As this room is the accountability room, right? I think a lot of people run from that situation though, but
But you
a
have to
lot of
have
us
love
feel
and
that way.
respect. You have to have love and respect for yourself before you can
Got
love
to.
and respect somebody else. You know, you can't sit there like me personally. I had another conversation last night where I was saying how I don't condone when I hear people say that when I hear a person of color say that they don't date women of color, that's a red flag. Because just because I'm white presenting doesn't mean that the majority of my family isn't much darker than me. And so you have some kind of self-loathing with the way you say it. And they want to say, "Oh, it's the preferences." No, I sat there and I let you dig that hole, and I listened to you talk down about them, about everybody, and I let you dig the hole, and now you're trying to like climb your way out. No, you already did it. You already said what you said. That means that you're the type of person that you have some kind of a self-loathing for yourself. And I'm not feeding into that propaganda. So it's about the energy that you surround yourself with and the people you choose to surround yourself with. If you're trying to learn how to be a mechanic, why are you gonna go to beauty school? You will surround
Right.
yourself with people who know how to fix cars, right? That's your goal. You want to learn how to fix a car, you're not gonna go hang out at the beauty school. So if you're striving to be this type of a person, why wouldn't you look for other people who have already accomplished that goal and look for mentorship within that community? Why would you look for
Mm-hmm.
it in a different community than you know what I'm saying? Like if you have a specific goal, the same thing goes for like that's taking it higher up, but the same thing goes for starting at the very bottom at the baby steps. You got to crawl before you walk. So if you can't even have unity and communication and goals set within your own personal relationships, how can you ever accomplish anything more?
Mm. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like we got to connect with the ones, just like you said, overall. So
This
that's why
has
it's
more
no
to do
point to
with
talk about the people that ain't trying to get on board. What's the point?
this has more to do with social engineering. Be aware what you're intaking from social media, TV, and all that other stuff. I don't watch TV.
Mm-hmm.
Know who your enemy is.
Who's your enemy?
Media. The people, the powers that be.
Is it
That's
certain
the
media
enemy.
or just media overall?
They're all owned by the same people.
I think you have to pay attention. Like I personally like I pay attention just enough to know what's going on, to be aware of what's going on, just so that I'm aware to be able to protect myself, my family, my loved ones, and everything else. But not so much so that I get caught up in it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. on media and all that stuff. So my thing is, since you say you got rid of all these things, right? Women rights hurt us. Come on up, y'all. Y'all ain't gotta be shy of the box. Y'all can come on up. Come on up, Bree. Um, so even that, right? You say you got rid of media because it's the ops, or you said it's the enemy. You got rid of all these things, though.
I
But like, what's the plan and the goal? I know you said the goal is you said of how much stuff that we need to do, but what are you doing to make it happen, or you just mentioned it?
working on purchasing 100 acres of land.
You said you're doing it.
Yep.
Okay. So who have you got in with you, like what on part of the plan, or is it solo?
Um, I'm working on. It's hard leaders and find reasons why they can't do this or that. So if I'm looking for a revolutionary warrior type men, not men that are afraid.
Hmm. Any luck?
I have a few
Okay, so you making it happen.
in between.
Making it happen, man. You might have to put out some posters, or not even posters, but put out some invitations and grab some numbers so they can have people that's on the same page or ready to make that movement with you, so you can expand on it. Okay, all right. So
If somebody said women's rights hurt us, do
it's
you?
what? Say it again.
Someone said women's rights hurt us. Do you believe that?
I gotta see what angle they coming from with it. I wanted them to come up, but they probably can expand on it down there. I don't like to make judgment before they give full explanation of what they might meant by it. Depending on what rights.
Yeah, you hear that a lot. I've heard it a lot. Like, oh, you want this, you want that. I think extremists of anything is hurtful. Any kind of extremist attitude is hurtful. But you know,
Yeah, I feel like pro anything is hurtful. I had a topic. I just have to put that down though. Being pro something, pro women, pro woman, pro man, pro black, pro white, pro anything. I think because I think it's like a loyalty thing, right? But we do loyalty nowadays without honesty behind it. That's the reason why we can't kind of progress. I think we do have that they say ride or die. I don't know, some stuff, whatever. But it's like you got to realize what are we writing for, and is it helping us progress and stuff. Um, then also we look at it that if something don't align, I guess the same way that's automatic. So the thing is, humans, everybody gonna think different. There's no way everybody's gonna agree on the same thing, but we just never found a way to work with one another because we disagree or something like that. Some people take disagreements as disrespect.
that's why I say the deception. Like for example, if you come to the table and you want, okay, you said to say like we're in a monogamous relationship, right? But in reality, you're not done being out there in the street, so you might want to do something else. Like, why don't you just find your people? Because there are people out
Right.
there who are okay with poly relationships, who are okay with, for me, like that's one of those things where like you can't sit there and be mad. Like I said, you can't be sitting there saying, "Oh, she's not my peace. She's acting crazy." when you're bringing her chaos. She's pouring life into you, and you pouring it into some other girl at your job.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like, you can't be doing that. If that's what you wanted, no. So we over here in a relationship, and I'm the only one that's being monogamous. How is that fair? How is that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't even give me the choice. So the lie is what it is. It's not necessarily the cheating or the the activity itself, the physical activity. Is the deception that went into it. Like, you had to make a conscious choice to do that, right? So you consciously made that choice. So
Mm-hmm.
you took away my right to decide if I was okay with this relationship.
Yep.
This is not the relationship that I approved of. You know what I'm saying? That I stepped into. So I think that's the problem that people are having, where um the women that I know anyway are getting fed up because they're pouring into and pouring into and pouring into, and they're being the support, and they're being the heart, and they're being the peace, and they're doing all of that, and then he's over there messing with Becky at his job. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Like, and Becky's dad has a Confederate flag in the back of his truck, and so then you come back with that negative demonic energy, and you wonder why your relationship isn't okay, or why your wife is acting crazy. You know what I mean. You can't have it both ways. Whereas you could have just come straight forward and said, I don't want to have just one woman in my life, or you know what I'm saying, whatever. And there's something for everybody. There are women out there that would be okay with that. So
Mm-hmm.
find you one of those, and then you don't have to worry about that. You know what I'm saying?
Had to
Like,
be too much like Ray, huh?
that exactly. Like, just find you something, find you what works for you. Like, there's so many different people are just so worried about judgment and what other people think about their relationships and stuff like that. I'm not worried about it. I don't care. I know. I've told the men I've been with, don't let me have to find out what you're doing from somebody else. I should never have to find out nothing from somebody else. They should always come from you. And everybody has their boundaries and their restrictions and whatever like that. My thing is, if you wouldn't do it in front of my face, don't do it behind my back. And that goes for
Mm-hmm.
that. That's just my personal opinion. That goes for anybody. Whatever you wouldn't do right there in my face, don't do it behind my back. And then we don't
I
have a
feel like if you have
problem.
to tell somebody that, that's already a problem. They should already
Exactly.
know stuff like that.
Exactly. That's why I say, like, the problem. Like, a lot of times you sitting there and you fall in love with potential, as opposed to what they showing you right there up front, how they are. Like, you already know. I've done it. I put myself through the ring of doing it. You know what I'm saying? I've done it. I've been there. And you just don't want to give up, or you don't want to, like, feel like you had a failure. You don't want people to look at it as you failed and whatever like that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the
That's
end of
what
the
it
day,
is.
you should be searching for your people. And I'm at the point in my life right now, if you're not making me happy or making me money, you're not relevant.
Right.
You either we either gonna build together and be honest with each other, and that goes for anybody in my situation, friends, family, partner, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to talk about this, like, and get this all out the way. But if the energy's not there, and I feel like there's something just off, why bother? There's no need. There's how many billion people in this world? Find your people that's really for you.
Yeah, it is though. That's why we gotta learn how to, learn from our past and move forward, man. Not reminisce on the past, right? And keep on talking about it and how bad this situation is. Just realize that most of the time we just pick wrong. That's all it really is. We must have failed at some type of vetting thing. Am I able to be able to be more prepared for the next situation I get in, so I know what signs I might have missed out on, or something like that. Because I believe a lot of times we just we rush into things because we think we're ready, and we go based off the little knowledge we got. And I think if anybody get out of a relationship and ain't learned nothing out of it, and they just feel like that, the other person was the problem. Why was that the problem, and what did you miss out on to that they became the problem out of nowhere? Was they mature enough at that time? Or was both of us immature, and I grew on them, and we got to think about how y'all even got with one another. Most of the time, people getting with each other off of just sex, and think that's just want to make the basis of everything. And that's what the problem is. That's why we'll recommend people to wait. People ain't doing it nowadays, but wait till you can really understand the character. But people get blinded and put up with a lot of stuff because they think they in love. That's why love and lust is so dang on tied to one another because they thinking it's like almost the same thing. You would think.
Yeah, they
Then we get
mistake
their
it.
back blew off so dang on good. They think they doing they. Ooh man, that's the person in my dreams. So I mean, and that's what the problem is at.
Mistake attention for affection. Like you mistaken. You're mistaken. You. There. Sometimes people just be lonely, or you just getting into it because you're lonely, or because the person's attracted to you, or based on like you said lust or whatever like that. But like think about the energy though. Like I can't speak for men, but as a woman, I know in the first few minutes of talking to somebody if I would lay down with them or not. First of all, not just saying like right then and there. I'm saying if they would make a decent potential physical partner, right? But then you go into certain things, and if you really pay attention, and I'm not talking about, because I'm talking about like how does he talk to his mother? How's his relationship if he got kids? How's his relationship with the mother of his children? How's how does he speak on his exes? How does he conduct himself at work? There's so many other different things that go into finding out the character, but which I know now in hindsight, because hindsight is 2020, right? But like we make these excuses because we assume like certain people will assume that other people have the same heart as them. Like you think that they operating with the same motives that you're operating with. And some people are really just out there, they're just predators. They enjoy just like having as many women as they can, or they enjoy the conquest. You got to know, like, is this person just one that likes, he likes the conquest, and once the shiny new car smell is worn off, he don't want you now, he wants to the next conquest. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll sit there, I've literally sit there and had men beg me to give them a chance just to turn around and act a fool. Like you begged me, I actually lowered my, you sat there and begged me essentially to give you a chance for what, a chance to what, to have me looking stupid.
You was about to say something. You said lower your what? You was about to say something. You took
I
it back.
lowered my standards.
And I knew you was about to say that too, though.
I did. I lowered my standards because you're not even the type of person I would normally be attracted to. So
Yeah.
now I'm over here getting played by an ugly dude on top of it.
Mm.
Now I'm not trying to be stank, but like that's that. It's like
So wouldn't that be on self then again? Because you thought because
exactly.
he's ugly that he wasn't gonna treat you any better. I
Like I
don't
said,
know. You
because you
probably
know
was
what?
thinking
Because
about that.
I was like, I'm not really that attract. Because you know why? Because people get caught up on like I have that kind of energy where like physical matters a lot to me. I was in a 16-year marriage, and
Oh shoot,
the physical compatibility was there. You know what I'm saying? We had that part down. We was together since
that's
we
what it is.
okay, so we had that part down. But my husband is a good man. I'm not gonna say he's not. We met very young, and if you don't change in 16 years, you're doing something wrong with your life. After a certain period of time, our feelings like just we just outgrew each other. You know what I'm saying? I still got love for him. He's one of my best friends. I wouldn't even say that. He my family. Still. I don't like him like that.
What up, Amir?
But he my family, you know what I'm saying? But like so I sat there and I was like, well, I don't know. He's really nice. He's funny. He's nice, but I'm not really that physically attracted to him. And my homegirl was like, but he seems nice. Just give it a chance. I said, see, now I gave the kind of eye looking through the chance, and now I'm out here getting played by a dude with ashy kneecaps. Like, what the hell? I was so mad. I was like, I lowered. Yeah, I did. I, I shouldn't say I lowered my standards, but I went against my. I tried to do that whole like, don't go with the whole physical thing. You know what I'm saying? The physical attraction. But when you find somebody, that just when you meet them, like people say, oh, they give me butterflies, and you get all that excitement. Like I seen somewhere that's your body telling you to be careful. That excitement that you feel, that's your body telling you to be careful, right? When you finally meet up with somebody, like I always say this too, like finding someone you could talk to is great, but finding someone you could sit in silence with is amazing. Like just find
Hmm.
someone you can have peace with, be at peace with, and just be
What
peaceful
up,
with.
Mister Cookie?
That's a different level. You know,
Yeah,
that's a different type of level of, you know what I'm saying, attraction. Like you could just chill with, because at the end of the day, like if you're really looking for a long term, if you're dating with a purpose, right? You're looking for a long term partner. You're looking for a lifetime partner. If that's what you're looking for, all that physical shit wears down after a while. The body breaks down. You're not gonna be able to do all that extra stuff. Y'all not gonna be able to. You're not gonna. He ain't gonna be able to blow your back out every night. You're not gonna be able to sit there and put your leg up in the air like how you used to like. And y'all gonna have to wonder, do you like the person who's sitting next to you on the couch watching TV with you?
Right.
Do you vibe with that person? So if you're not, you know what I'm saying? And everybody's not a forever person.
Nope. Everything it comes to an end eventually.
She said
That's how
sometimes
I look
people
at
grow on you and you learn to like them. I, she's telling
that
women how
too.
to change their feelings easily. What you mean? Wait, what you mean telling how to change their feelings easily?
She telling-
Tony down there, Tony best down there talking smack in the comments. Can you explain that to me? Like, what do you mean change your feelings easily? I'm curious. It's not easy to change your feelings. Because me personally, I like I said, I like this person as a friend in a friendly way. It was a friendly way and everything like that. And I thought it would be one of these situations. And I did end up, I loved him. I loved him, but then he ended up changing up on me. His whole, like the mask fell off, you know what I'm saying? And I
And how long it took for that to happen?
probably after the first year together. But see, here's the thing: they're not stupid. All right, like anytime that that's happened to me in the past, like it's happened to me twice. All right, my first time that it happened to me, was after me and my husband had split up. I got back together with a high school sweetheart, and I thought he was the same person that he was when we was kids. And when I was 7 months pregnant, all of a sudden he started acting different because he must have thought just because I was pregnant, I wouldn't leave him for talking to me any type of a way. And then the second one was like a year in. Again, we ended up. I ended up moving in with him because of COVID, and it was just hard for us to get back and forth and do what we needed to do and stuff like that. So he's like, "You might as well just come stay with me." So he must have thought because I was living with him and had gave up my other place and moved in with him, he must have thought that he had it locked in and he could just act any type of way. So once they feel like they got you on lock, and I'm not saying this is just men. I'm not. Let me be very clear. I've seen women do the same thing. Once they feel like they got you locked in, then they start really showing their true colors. So that's
Mm.
different. But it was definitely something that I needed to go through because it was a lesson for me to trust my intuition. My intuition had already told me off rip to tread cautiously. So it's a lesson for me to trust my instincts, my original instincts about a person. And now I feel blessed because I've been able, because I went through that experience. Um, I've started to find
What
people
did you
that
learn out of it though?
um that I don't. First of all, I feel like sometimes people come in and they feel like when a woman's been through certain things, they need to save you. You can put your captain save a whole cape away. I don't need you to save me, but it'd be nice if you chill with me while I work on me. You know what I'm saying? Secondly of all, I learned that it's not like just like because this person had a issue with, I'm trying to be TikTok friendly, a substance issue. So I had ended up when we ended up ending things. I said, you know what? And I have PTSD and anxiety issues. So I said to him, you know what? My mental health is not your responsibility, and your sobriety is not my responsibility. And I don't think that this is gonna work. Understanding of a woman, are you serious? You can have understanding. You dealing with the wrong women. Y'all could be so quick to say infidel. Y'all be so quick to say it's not all men, but you sit there and generalize women, sir. You can't generalize all women because I'm standing up here saying that we should be providing a safe space. We should be giving our man a place of peace in chaos. So it's not all women. Because I'm a whole woman and I'm sitting here saying that I do agree with that because I'm a mother to 4 sons and I'm not going to watch my sons be treated badly by a woman. So that's not true, sir.
So I'm gonna say the angle I was coming up with this topic. Then I guess we can get it started. Um, with the safe space, right? I know a lot of women say that, and or until they get it right. But I do feel like we in a world where a lot of women, right? I ain't saying everyone, but a lot of them believe their feelings are more important than everybody else type situation. Even men, even their family, right? So if they not feeling right, they whoever they in around is not going to be right either. So I'm wondering like, do a lot of women believe their feelings is top priority, right? And also the reason why I'm saying that is because it can be like I even see these incidents. It's like even when say if a man was trying to was mad at a woman, right? She will always find a way to reverse him being mad at her to be mad at him because he's mad at her. And I'm trying to understand like when is the time a man be able to express himself without a woman having to counter it every last time so he can be that's what I mean about safe space. Because a lot of women claim they want a man to open up and express himself, but it's always countered with either an excuse or it's either with, what about me type
Like that's what
mentality.
like they feel. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna be here up here, and I'm about to make women. Women, like I got checked the other day, and I called my sister. I'm like, sis. She's like, what's wrong? I'm like, bro, I gotta apologize. She said, why? And I told her, I'm like, yo, he called me out on some shit, and he was dead ass right, and I gotta apologize. I was like, damn, he was so right, and I just had to apologize. You know what I'm saying? Because he called me out on something. He said, basically that I was treating him like he was everybody else that ever hurt me in the past, right? And after we had the conversation, because it was kind of rushed, we was getting ready to go somewhere else. I sat there afterwards thinking about it. I was like, I owe this man a whole apology because he's not wrong. So here's the thing: if you find a woman that's doing things like that, and you bring it to her attention in that way, and then they continue to do it, they are not
I
healed.
think there's a lot of women that do that. Even our mothers, some of our mothers might do it, aunties. I think women do it and don't understand it though. A lot of them do it though.
I have called my adult son. I called my adult son a few years back and apologized to him for some of the things that I did raising him because I was a young mother who didn't know shit. And now I have a child that I had later on in life, and I know certain things that I didn't know back then, and I had a lot of regrets and resentment. But if the woman is not holding herself accountable, like I literally called, I texted this man and I said, I owe you a thank you and an apology. First of all, thank you for speaking to me so respectfully and pointing out and calling me out on my shit. And secondly of all, I'm sorry that I made you feel that way because you really didn't deserve that, and you're absolutely right. And
Secondly of all,
so the thing of it is, there's more the men to women ratio, especially among people of color. My thing of it is this: just like I would tell a woman, I'm gonna tell y'all just like I would tell a woman, if someone is not fulfilling your needs, you've expressed a need, and they are not willing to sit there and listen and hear you out and change that behavior, stop dealing with that person. It's that simple. You can't make so that's a woman who's not healed because a lot of times as women, we are made to be we have I have been made to feel small. My feelings were made. When I was a child, I was in a day I could have not. Children was to be seen and not heard. I literally couldn't speak. The whole 7 years my mother was with my stepfather, I wasn't allowed to speak. Period, unless spoken to. Right. So we've been made to just shut up and do what you're told. I can't speak for anyone, me personally. So when I felt that my feelings were so important, I felt like I had to get my point across. It was because I had been repressed for so long and I wasn't healed. Right. So if you're with somebody who feels like their feelings are more important and they don't feel like treating you on that equal level and giving you that same what you're giving them, they're not healed. You point it out and they continue to do it, you shouldn't tolerate it. That's the behavior you shouldn't tolerate.
Hmm.
It's three of us for every one of y'all. Find you another one. Keep looking until you find somebody that's healed. And then you can let them know, like, listen, it seems like you got some work to do. And you know what I'm saying? You could get it's okay. Like you can't you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like if that's not making you comfortable, if you're not happy, I'll tell anybody, if you're not happy in your situation and you don't like what they're doing that much, bring it up. I'm not gonna tell somebody more than once at this point in my life because I'm getting old. I'm not about to tell somebody more than once. Bring it up. If y'all can't find a compromise or a way to do it, or if it continues to be an issue, say it again. Like, see, bring it up again. or even if you bring up text later because they talking over you or whatever, text them later.
Mm-hmm.
What happened this afternoon is exactly the stuff that I've been trying to talk to you about. We need to figure out how you gonna stop doing that because I'm not okay with it. Period. Don't stand on business. If you really want to be in a healthy relationship, be a relationship, point it out. If they're not willing to work on it, if they're not like, you know what I'm saying, if when you catch them out there, if they're not trying to work on it, you don't see any effort being put into it, because at the end of the day, if someone wanted to, they would. If they wanted to, they would. If I love you and I see you hurting, I want to know how I can help. I'm a hurt until I figure out how to help you. So if they really wanted to, they would. So then that's just not your person.
Uh, First off, what's going
What's
on, Kev? How you doing,
What's up, man?
Master
I don't even know what your name is, but it's just
Uh,
you
do,
got the
do,
slickest name on TikTok right now, though. But I don't know what it is. But well, go ahead,
say
my
Cherokee
brother.
Bill. Cherokee
Okay,
Bill is the name.
okay.
Mr. Jersey,
What's
I
up,
just
man?
want to add on. I agree with that 100% because I even learned that with my ex. Like my whole thing is like this. Like I'm gonna keep it a bill with you. I'm a man, right? Like at the end of the day, I'm a man. I'm gonna keep it a bill. I don't care about your size or nothing, right? But at the same time, it's like I would had a partner and I was telling him like, hey, it's not about your size, it's about your health choices. Because at the end of the day, my whole thing is like this. If anything is to happen to you health wise, I will be stuck with a family. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm,
you know what I'm saying? Like you see the health problems that's going on with your mom. Why would you want to put your future kids through that? You know, and it got to the point where it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? There's a difference between, because like I said, I love plus size women. But at the same time, I had to be honest with her. I'm like, hey, you gaining more weight, you stress eating. But like, she always try to sometimes they will try to guilt trip you. This is the same thing, even men do this too. They'll try to guilt tripping you to them, you trying to concern. And I'm just throwing this out here for an example. Sometimes they'll try to make you feel like you the bad guy for you calling them out, or hey, you need
mm-hmm.
to work, or you need to pull out another extra thing. Then when you telling them that, you know what they go try to reverse? Oh, you're not supporting me. Why are you
Mm,
saying it this way? Why you always nagging me? Or why are you telling me I need to get another job? I'm trying, but we're young. Like I've been telling people this as long time moves so fast, and I'm letting my younger brother know this right now because he's 18.
yep.
And I literally told my friend, like I said, bro, 30 is right around the corner for me. And they was like, no, it's not. I said, right now at 24, I am as far as I am away at the age of 24. I am as far as away from 18 as I am away from 30. That just shows you how fast time goes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to tell these people that's young out here, don't waste your time on certain people because some people they're too far gone,
Yep.
and you gotta
I
look
feel you on
elsewhere.
that too. Everybody ain't meant to be on the same boat.
Some people like it's something that it's a saying, an old saying, right? Trees started off in the grass, but you notice they're no longer with the grass anymore. Even though they started off small with the grass, they're no longer with the grass. They were other trees. Sometimes as we're growing, sometimes we have to be with other trees and not grass. And you
Right.
also got to understand there's some trees that grow higher. That's all I
Mm.
wanted to say. I wanted 22 BC to come up.
What you
She
got
wanted,
for
I
us?
think she
22.
wanted to say something. 2022 BC came up. I want that person to be able to speak.
Yep.
Oh,
Good.
you are so
Uh,
sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hi, y'all.
what's up, man? Welcome.
I like what you were saying, Cherokee. That's really good. I like the examples you were giving. Um, okay, so host, I don't know how to do this. Do we just answer the questions? Is this a
You
dialogue?
could do. We could split one apiece on each person though. So we do it just to stretch it out a little bit.
Okay,
So
cool.
yeah, you
Um,
could do like the topic question and then do the first prompt. So tell me how you feel about the topic one, and
awesome.
then yep,
Okay, so why can't women, the majority of women, right, be a safe
yep.
space for men, the majority of men? Well, you know what? I think that as a society, as a nation, we're moving in the wrong direction. There is a
Mm-hmm.
group, there's a few, okay? I can say a handful, and I don't think I'm even joking when I say that, okay? But a handful that are literally on the path of healing. We want to see y'all men heal, okay? There is something about it because, yes, men tend to keep all of the emotions in. Now, I would love to create a safe space for both men and women, obviously, um, to express themselves. And, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But the
Hmm.
majority of the time, I've been seeing how men are already on the level of they want to heal. They want to open up. Y'all want to open up and y'all want to start talking about what y'all have gone through, what is going on, things that have happened in your childhood. That now people are walking with broken and foggy lenses. I'm not saying everyone, but that's how we usually walk around when drama and trauma happen when we're young. So it sucks that the majority of the women are going a different direction because it's all about independence. It's all about what is it called? What is that called again?
Feminism.
Feminism.
Oh,
Yeah,
feminism.
yeah, like modern feminism and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And so we're going in a whole different direction that I do not like. But when it comes to the healing, I think that all men and women should have their healing, not only as women group, men group individually, and then coming together as
Hmm.
one to say, hey, look, you and I are not that different. First of all, let me say this. We were made different, okay? You are a man, I am a woman. But after all of that, there are similar emotions that we have. And we also need to respect each other, which is a really big part because most men, right? The majority of men, what they seek is respect. So it's a fascinating dynamic. And so for me, I just hope that because you are asking, you shall receive, and you get more women on your panel and stuff that you can see the frequencies rising and saying, oh, there is a lot more men and women that want to heal. There is a lot more men and women that want to give safe space to speak about whatever it is that they're going through. So I appreciate you for this. Number one, what are the signs that a man is opening up? Wait, what are signs that a man is opening up to a woman? What do you mean? Besides talking, like, what do you mean?
So basically, I mean, like, just showing emotions or feelings or um, being vulnerable. I guess is about that. Then.
Okay. Um, I think that's it. Opening up is to a woman is being vulnerable. That's exactly it. I mean, you don't always have to cry, but crying is a cleansing thing. So if you feel like you're in a safe space, this woman is giving you the safe space to cleanse yourself from that, okay? Remove all of this negative energy from you, then I think that that is a beautiful thing. Um like I said, opening up can you are vulnerable when you open up. You are being you when you open up. You're allowing someone to come in into the deepest parts of you when you open up to anybody. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But to a
Hmm.
woman, it means so much more because we are emotional creatures. So when we see a man cry, we know that it's not just the man crying. There is something a lot deeper that's going on. Okay. There's something a lot more. So that's all I have to say with that one. If anybody wants to go.
Can I
Okay.
to that? It was like, what are signs that a man is opening up to a woman? I mean, like me, I can't speak for everybody, and I have also had to address this for myself. I have I was in the wrong relationship with somebody, and when I showed myself being emotionally available and when I was going through something, long story short, it was like any regular degular emotional thing. So one, at the time I was going through grief because um two of my friends committed suicide, and then I had a friend got shot and killed. So, and I was like,
You gotta say
damn.
unalive.
Oh yeah, ooh, you got a point.
Pew
Thank you.
pew. You good,
Said it
bro?
now again. So I had a lot of things going on because man, like this is terrible. And then on top of that, like at my job, and I was working like extra hours at my job because nobody was trying to come in for COVID. COVID reasons. Nobody was trying to, come in. So I'm like, all right, cool. Like I'm working extra hours, and my friend had tried to call me before he did the thing. He tried to call me, but I was too busy working to answer the phone. You know what I'm saying? So I had a lot of guilt, and I still have a lot of guilt because it's like, man, he would still be walking around right now if I had picked up that phone call, and vice versa from my other friend. They tried to call me, and the reason I didn't even like pick up the phone from my homegirl at the time is because I was in a whole 2 year engagement. So I'm trying to respect my woman. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, me and my girl had like we was already going through a lot of stuff already because she kept accusing me of cheating because she didn't like my coworker. It's a long story, right? But let me get to
Hmm.
the point. She thought seeing me less as a man as I was showing emotions and going through trauma, and she wasn't there emotionally to support me, right? So even after we broke up and when we got to the point and she did what she did and she was getting ready to go her separate ways and what I'm saying, I found out she was cheating X, Y, and Z. She was like, well, it was because I didn't see you as a man because you were crying and emotional. So even though this is going on 3 years ago now, yeah, 3 years, it's been 3 years. I still to this day do not show my emotions. And I know it's toxic, but any other time, I'm going through something emotional with my female partner, I just tell them, hey, I just figure it out on my own. I go listen to the music. I go talk to Yah, I go talk to God, and I will
Hmm.
figure it out that way. And it's toxic because there were other women that came into my life like, hey, tell me what's wrong, and now I don't do it at all. So sometimes a lot of us men, I'm not saying all, it is, and I understand it is very selfish for not sharing that, right? So it's like, sometimes it's like, as a man, sometimes we got a lot of past trauma that we don't deal with from our past relationships. And that's another reason we don't know how to communicate or share.
Can I respond really quick to Cherokee before anything? I just want to say something really quick, my dear. My dear Cherokee, let me just tell you like this. I understand where you're coming from and everything, but I just want to share this with you, what I have learned in my own little career and what I have seen personally, okay? When you, and I'm speaking to everybody, men and women, okay? When y'all hold negative energy for yourselves, that energy does not get destroyed, nor can it be deleted, nor can it be any of those things, right? It just gets transferred, moved along. So if you store that within your body, you are creating your own illnesses and diseases. Eventually,
Hmm.
energy has to come out and it will come out somehow. Now, I'm not saying you have to go to everybody and just start bawling your eyes out and just expressing it. Absolutely not. But please do not hold what you're holding in because then it just becomes something else. Not only are you going to be attacked physically, like as in illnesses and diseases, but this is also going to mess up your mental. It's going to mess up the lenses that you're walking with on this earth. They're going to be fogged up and messed up, and the relationships that are for you, you yourself are going to be destroying it because you are not healing these parts of you and letting this go so you can receive something new, if that makes any sense. I don't know if it makes sense to you. But anyways, don't store any of that stuff, even if it's not just if even if it's not a woman, even if it's not whatever. Find someone that you can speak to and get rid of all of the stuff that are weighing you down. And just like you said, I love what you said. Talk to God, give it to him. 1 Peter 5:7, give it to him, for he cares for you. Also Jeremiah 29:11. I don't want to be a Bible thumper, but I love it because why? God isn't here to hurt you or harm you, my dear. He's here to give you hope in the future. And that goes for everybody.
Hmm.
What does that look like for you in your life personally? Okay. So don't forget, you're not alone in this. And you, because of this, you are connected. I can hear it in your voice. I can hear it out of the heart, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, right? So just by me being here just a little while and hearing what you have, there's a lot in you. And there's a lot that you also want to express. So just remember, you want to be here as long as you possibly can on earth. I know things can happen, 1,000 ways to die, right? But if you can, try to heal so that way you can live a little bit longer, you can see a little bit more things, because if not, depression and stress is a silent killer, and so you don't want to go through that, and then when you get to a certain age you find that you have the life that you've always dreamed of, but you didn't take care of yourself in a way where now it's having an effect on you. So let
Hmm.
this just be a reminder. I'm not trying to say nothing, I'm not trying to step on your toes or anything, But please, this is what we're talking about, and I guess this is for you.
Mm,
I just,
nice.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to say too on top of what she said, like I'm really sorry that that happened to you. And I just feel like for anybody, um, when you saying that's the dealing with that, anybody suffering a loss and grieving is going to have emotional response. Like any human being is going to have an emotional response. And I see a lot of people in the comments was saying stuff about weak. Emotion is not weakness. Crying is not weakness. I
You
don't
gotta
care who you
realize
are.
there's trolls in there though, but
I know, I
yeah,
just put that
you
out
can
there
still
just
address it
because,
though. I got you.
yeah, I just wanted to say that part. But I think the other thing I wanted to say too is for something men opening up, and this is something that I'm just now realizing. Again, when you start to get healthy, you start to attract healthy people, right? So my my male friend, somebody just explained to me. He said, "I don't show things the way that you show things, but it don't mean I'm not feeling it." So I think that sometimes as women, we feel like if they don't sit there and open up to us and talk to us and tell us everything, then they're not opening up, right? Or they're not being vulnerable with us, okay? But for him in this instance, he was having some issues going on and everything, and I looked at him and he said, "I'm like, is everything okay?" He said, "Can you just come here?" And he just wrapped me up because I'm a 5'3", he's 6 foot something. He wrapped me up. We had put something on the TV, and he just was sitting there playing in my hair. And that was for him. And then thanked me, thank you for hanging out with me all night. You know what I'm saying? Like, so for him, that was me being there for him. That was him being vulnerable with me. That was him, you know what I'm saying, taking comfort. And that was, you know what I'm saying, that was how I was be there for
So
for a
you
woman.
almost you answered the question
Yeah.
then in a way.
And
Yeah, that was him being
and
vulnerable.
That's a
That was him.
sign. That's why I asked, what is a sign of a? Okay, so
That was
you
him.
got one. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that was his vulnerability. That was him, like letting me know. And but the thing is, when he hugged me when I first got there, when he hugged me, I felt it in the hug. He hugged me so tight. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know what I mean? Like that's why I said the
it's
energy helped, right?
it's
So for
beautiful.
him, it brought him comfort
And
just to have somebody just sit there. Because a lot of times people, like, okay, as women, you want to nurture. We do things differently, and I tend to be in
yeah,
a lot of my masculine energy because I was up around a lot of men. I was hustling with the boys in the streets when I was younger, and I wasn't acting like a girl, but I tend to like do that some of that stuff. So a lot of times I will tell somebody, I don't want you to save me. Like you see somebody in the dark, and your natural instinct is to go and drag them out of the dark and bring them to the light. I don't need you to bring me to the light. Can we just sit in the dark and hold hands? Can you just sit in the dark with me? And a lot of times I think that as
mm,
women, we instinctively we want to fix it. We want to make it better. We want to hurry up and fix it. But a lot of times they just want to know that you're there. He didn't need me to say nothing. He didn't need to talk about nothing. He just needed
just
to know I
grab
was
you
there.
up and
He just scooped me up, yes, and that was
yeah,
everything. So
and
I
that's
think that people
beautiful.
have to express
That's not
that.
him being vulnerable though. That's not.
I mean, we talked about it later when he was able to talk about
Now
it, but
you
he
can talk
couldn't
about it later, but
express it.
him scooping you up and holding you, that's not him being vulnerable. I've done it, and it's a beautiful thing. I love it. I love that that's a thing that he did, but that's not him being vulnerable. That's him taking the masculine approach. That's him grabbing you up and saying, "I need this right now. Come here. I'm gonna take this. I need you to hold. Like I need you to let me hold you." That's not him being vulnerable. What vulnerability is that in a man? A man can't be vulnerable. A man
But
can't give himself to you like that. I think that's a beautiful thing. I think it's absolutely wonderful whenever that happens. I've done it. I think it's great that he did it. That's not vulnerability. That's not the same thing.
But
Being affectionate is not the same as being vulnerable. In fact,
what's the
men are so
difference?
reluctant to be vulnerable because a woman, especially in her masculine energy, like you said, a woman in her masculine energy is not going to appreciate and accept a man being vulnerable. That's why so many of us avoid it. We avoid being vulnerable. I'll scoop you up. I'll hold you. I'll grab you, and I will love you and kiss you and caress you and dominate you the way that you want it. But it's not gonna be the same as if I need to break down and cry and weep and be vulnerable to you. That's not the same thing at all. Not even close. Grabbing you up and scooping you up and holding you is not the same thing as being vulnerable and breaking down and crying in front of you. You don't want the same thing as much as it's not even
Ethan,
comparable.
are you done talking? Ethan, I'm not trying to be rude.
No, sir. You go ahead.
Well, one thing too is that like each man we express it differently. I know
Yes,
this
sir.
just for a scientific fact when it comes to males, like when it comes to women and men, when it comes to
Hmm.
things when men, in most cases, bro, man, we like affection, and women are more like they seek attention.
Yeah,
If that make any sense. So like it's him getting
absolutely. It
affection
does.
from
It does make sense.
her. Yeah, him getting that affection from her was probably all he need because every man, you know what I'm saying, they
Yeah,
express themselves and show themselves vulnerable differently. Cause like if I'm not in the mood, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna give my woman a big old bear hug. I ain't gonna lie to you. Or like I'm
yeah,
aggravated,
absolutely,
I'm gonna go lay up
absolutely.
with her. But like so far, I get what you're saying. Like as a man, like should you break down, start crying like Kim Kardashian on live TV?
You're right.
Um,
Yeah,
you know,
all I'm
I think
saying, and
That's
by the
different
way, it's
though.
still okay.
but
It's still
everybody
okay to do
is
that.
different.
I'm just saying
Yeah,
that's
I'm
not being
saying.
vulnerable. That's not like
It
if I
is.
scoop
It
you up
is.
and I grab you up,
Yeah,
that's not
but
being vulnerable.
I just feel like
That's me
everybody got
grabbing
their
you up.
own
That's me being the man
perspective.
and saying, I'm gonna scoop you because I need that right now. I'm gonna grab you up,
You still
and
showing some
I need
type of
love then.
emotion though.
100%. That's showing
You
emotion, but it's
showing
not
some
being
type of care
vulnerable.
though. So I don't.
Absolutely.
Vulnerable is not a scary word. I don't know what make it seem like that you're less of a man if you say you're vulnerable. Like every
Right. It
human get
doesn't. It
vulnerable
doesn't.
around certain
But
people.
it's
You be
not the
vulnerable
same
around
thing.
your own friends sometimes. You know, you open
100%.
up, tell them you want you when you vent. That's being vulnerable. Even though I'm not trying to
Yeah.
tell. I'm not trying to. Dang. I'm not trying to
No,
tell everybody. I
you're
was trying to
absolutely
get
right.
everybody else to say it.
No,
But
you're
you were saying
absolutely
so
right.
much about men not being vulnerable. Men can be vulnerable. We do that
It can be.
unintentionally sometimes.
But
Huh?
whenever the point that she was making was like he grabbed me up and he was, he just needed to hold me for a minute. Okay, that's great and that
Yeah.
is beautiful and I think that's a great thing for men to do, and I've done it myself. But that's not me being
Mhm.
vulnerable when I did that. That was me taking charge and me taking assertiveness. Hey, I need you to come here. I need to love you real quick. I'm gonna grab you up. That's not me being vulnerable. That's me taking the affection that I need, and I love that. It's beautiful, caring act right
But
there. That's
I guess that's a cute way you can
that's
put
not
it
the
though. If
that's
you
not
want
the
to
same
say,
way
if
of
you don't want to say vulnerable, you can say that then.
so,
I don't know, but I say potato, potato.
yeah, no. So being vulnerable is being able to break down and cry
It don't have to be crying all the
and
time. It's
blame
just you can
and
be vulnerable with the way you feel about a person.
The
Like I
situation
said,
sure,
situation might not warrant crying. It might not be something to boohoo cry about. It might be
right?
something that he just needs a little support about. That was his way
sure,
of getting support. He needed some support.
That right,
He needed
exactly.
comfort. He
That's
needed
all it
comfort.
is.
Seeking comfort is being vulnerable. I'm not going to seek comfort in my
Yeah, it is.
coworker. Seeking
Facts.
comfort is vulnerability.
yeah.
That's facts.
Seeking comfort and demanding it or requesting it are two different things, though. Right? I can demand it or I can
He
request it.
demanded it. I said I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Could just come here." And he wrapped me up because
Just
I'm
come
five
here. Just
three.
come here.
Just come here.
And I'm gonna
Just come
grab you
here.
up real quick.
And
Right?
yeah,
That was a man being a man and
he
not
didn't just like
requesting it. He
snatch me.
demanded
I'm
it.
just saying he didn't just snatch me. I asked him. No, he didn't demand it. I asked him what he wanted, and
Uh,
he told me. He communicated
okay.
it to me. I
I feel
asked him
like
how
it's
he
been
wants.
taken a negative way.
No, I'm just saying
Okay.
no
If you
because I
ask
feel like you think
what's
that
wrong
it
and
doesn't
he
have to.
says,
He doesn't
honey,
have to boo hoo
I
cry.
can I hold you real quick? Can you come here real quick?
Just come here.
I really need you to just let me hold you. Can
That's
you
a
come
sign
here?
of vulnerability,
That's
though.
the
That's a sign.
difference. That's the vulnerability. That's the vulnerability.
Bro,
100%.
if you take your woman and hold her for however long, right? Let a tear shed or whatever, just to get something
Mm-hmm.
off. That's you being vulnerable, my brother.
100%.
Right? I don't know why we
But
keep arguing about this.
no, nobody's arguing. I just think it's important that
I feel you just
we
saying the
distinguish.
way of it. You feel like it's more of a masculine way of it or a feminine way of it. I guess you're saying though. But he's showing his vulnerability in a different way, but it's still vulnerable
I
no
feel
matter
like
what.
Well, if I
I feel
grab
like
you
a
up
lot of
versus if
women
I
are not
ask
going
you,
to
can I hold
respect.
you? It's a different
Yeah,
thing. There are two
Okay, but
different things happening here,
the
and
reason
it's
why I said
both of
it.
them are fine. But to say that one is like I'm only
No,
being vulnerable if I express to you, I'm
I mean
broken right
sometimes
now.
our girls
I
grab
am
us, might
hurting
end up
right now,
grabbing us up, and
the reason why I
maybe I
said
need
and
this or something like that. Ain't
men
asking,
are
just come up to
terrified to
you. You
do
know,
it.
what
And men
Huh?
should be terrified to do it because we, more often than not, we get slapped in the face for it. But
Oh,
it
that
is a
sounds like
beautiful thing.
a traumatized situation right there. I don't know about
See,
that one.
the only reason I brought it
You
up
don't
and
know about
said
that?
the only reason I brought it up and said something is because I think that
But slap a
there's a divide. There's a divide as women where women
Yes, ma'am.
expect men to they feel like they're not showing emotions, they're not showing
Yes, ma'am.
affection if they're not doing it the same way that we do it.
Yes,
Whereas
ma'am.
me, I would have came
Absolutely.
home and said, I had a shitty day at work, and I would have just ran off and talked to him for like 20 minutes about how shitty my day was, how much I hate my coworkers. His way of
I appreciate you.
you says there's a divide. There's a divide where women are feeling like,
Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
you don't never open up to me. You don't never show me this. No, that was him showing me his
Yeah.
softer side. That was him being
Yes,
softer
ma'am.
because
Absolutely. God bless you. Absolutely.
it wasn't a sexual experience. He wasn't trying to get no booty. He wasn't trying to whatever. He literally just sat
Right.
there and held me through a 3 hour movie. You know what I'm saying? And
Yes,
that was
ma'am.
his that you know what I'm saying. So I just was trying to express to the women
Whew.
out there. Don't think that these men aren't showing you something. They're trying to. And if I was to sit there and press him and push
God,
him,
you're an angel. You are a
then he would have
blessing.
sat there and looked at me like, why can't you just let me show you the way I need it? Now, I'm not meeting his needs if I'm going to sit there and push him, right? So we need
Mm-hmm.
to push him. Now that I did that for him, now when he does need someone to cry to, he's going to come cry to me because he knows that I'm a safe space. That's
I
providing
hope
a
so.
safe
Yep.
space. That's the beginning
Mm-hmm.
steps. That's all I'm
Yes,
saying.
ma'am. Oh, God bless you. Oh, my goodness. You're a good woman. I hope somebody's wifing you up. You are a good woman.
Honestly,
Really.
never
That's a
used
good
that
woman
against
right there.
me.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm raising
Um,
4 sons. I'm trying to, so I had to
oh,
learn. I had to learn. I raised 4 sons. My sons are all grown men right now. The oldest is 32 and the youngest is 26. So
that's a
I'm
good
grown.
woman. That's a good woman. Those good sons, I'm sure you raised too. That's a blessing.
I just don't want to see other women go through the shit that
You
I went through when we can avoid some steps because you think that
and
he don't care about you, sis. That's him showing you that he trusts you.
you speak like you actually understand the stigma that men encounter, and that you understand how difficult it is for men to be vulnerable, for men to actually encounter these situations. And I appreciate that more than I can express, more than I can actually thank you for. It's it's a beautiful thing. It's difficult. Young men especially, they're not getting that kind of love from most
Yeah.
women, and you are giving that kind of love to your young sons, to men out there, and you are a blessing. And I hope to God that you are getting what you deserve for it. Thank you so much.
I'm taking it slow, but we working on it. But I'm taking it slow this time around. I already
Hey,
did 16.
it's
I
one
did a
day at a
16-year
time.
bid. I did a 16-year bid, and we're still very good friends. But I had to heal myself. It took a long time for me to heal myself to be able to even open up and accept that. But also too, it's very scary out there in these worlds because like you can't
Scary, scary as hell.
a
You're
girl can't
right.
listen.
Yes,
Like
man.
I said, I'm 5'3". I tried. A girl can't even go for drinks without almost getting snatched off the streets. So
Yep.
I mean, it's a scary world out there for us women too, and y'all have to. And I think
It.
that a good man understands that. A good man understands
Yes, ma'am.
how hard it
Exactly.
is and what we have to deal with every day. That's what I'm saying. If you're being that leader and you're being that protector, and you're showing me
Mm-hmm.
you're not just a soldier, you're that general. You go sit there and lead our army. Then of course I'm gonna
Yes,
sit there and
ma'am.
be your support and your soft space. Whew.
And I also just
Yes,
say this
ma'am.
though, Ethan, I don't know what your political stance is. I'm a guess since the cowboy hat, she gonna be more of on the conservative side. But one thing that I do want to say from me traveling the world, I'm currently stationed in Korea right now, is that America is like it's really just America that has lost a lot of its ways. Because when I was in Korea walking around downtown, like there's
It's
literally
America
kids that
that
are
what? I'm
walking
sorry.
it's America that's like lost its way when it comes to safety because like in Korea the kids just
Okay.
be running down the street with each other going to the stores by themselves. Of course they be in
Yeah.
groups and everything, but I'm saying these kids are like 6, 7, 5 years old in groups sticking together and like they
Yeah.
of course they got a parent across the street somewhere, but like we can't do that in America anymore. I'm not trying to derail the conversation, but like we can't do that in America because like there's just sex offenders everywhere. So one thing that I really like, a question that a topic that we should have, not today, I'm not trying to dwell the conflict, is that we really need to figure out what's going on with the safety in America and how come there's just so many sex offenders here. I'm not saying that they're not in other countries, but like how come what can make our streets more safe, if that makes any more sense.
Well, I'm not sure what my cowboy hat or my political affiliations matter to any of that point. Thank you for mentioning it, though. But there in South Korea, I can guarantee you that a beautiful thing that I love about South Korea, being there many times in my life and being there for 13, 14 months that I was there, a beautiful thing that I do appreciate in that world is that they appreciate men and they respect men that are strong and are able to uphold and defend their families. Again, I spent 14 months there in South Korea, and they put a higher value on men being men than we do here in America. You're absolutely right. I agree with that point. But again, I don't have any idea what you meant to acknowledge with my cowboy hat or my political affiliations from that point.
Taking
So
those.
thanks, but I do
I was
agree.
taking those.
Yeah, in the rest of the world, there is a higher value on men being men than there is here in America, and I'm perfectly willing to acknowledge that.
And see, I'm happy you picked up because that was my second point. Do you feel as though that America is less is less safely, is because we demonize masculinity?
Absolutely, I do. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
When
America is less safe because we demonize masculinity.
when was America ever safe?
When was it ever safe?
Yeah.
That's that.
Never the world been
Okay.
safe. What the heck?
I mean, like
When
for
do
the Black
what do you want me
Americans,
to
for
acknowledge?
Native
Like what?
Americans, it was always killing. It was always racism. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to figure out when it was ever safe
Where is it less
for
racist than
minorities.
America? Where
I
what country is
Everywhere
less
in the
racist than
world.
America?
Everywhere in the world. It's built in
Where?
racism. It's found in
Where is it?
racism.
Nicaragua, Nigeria, Sweden. Is it
Yeah.
less racist anywhere else
I'm
than
African.
America?
Yeah,
Yes, I'm
I
African.
don't think the
One of
world
my
ever
What
been
parents.
safe
African
though, but
country has a less
hold up
racist
real quick.
population than America?
Don't bring Nigeria up because I'm
Hold up
African.
real
I don't
quick,
want
y'all.
to pick on my continent. But
Why are you offended
America
by
is
Nigeria?
racist. You
who's
said
trying to
that
Okay.
speak?
Nigeria.
America is the least racist country
All
that
right, hold up
ever
real quick.
existed.
'Cause, yeah, right. I'm not trying to drop everybody because they act like they can't hear me. Um,
Yes, sir.
Overall, anyways, with that question, I even know y'all went all the way far left. The world's never been safe, so I don't know where that came from. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. But
Yeah.
I don't know who we left off with though, because we still ain't do the first two questions. I know MC, you did it already. My brother, what's his name?
Well,
I still can't say his name again. King Love. So y'all the two new ones, right? So why can't women majority be a safe space for men? What you got for me, Ethan?
yes,
I
sir.
don't think so.
I think that unfortunately, in Western society here in America, um, most women don't want men being vulnerable. Um, the more men open up, the more men are able to be vulnerable, be crippled. They're less likely to be received well by American women, and that's a detriment to the fact that, and it's only a side effect of such a privileged society that we are able to push away these men. Because if you have a man that's so vulnerable, a man that's willing to open up himself so much, well, I can swipe left and be happier with the man that's not expressing that. I can swipe left and be happy with the man that's not giving me all that anguish and all that pain and all that. Like it's such a privilege for women here to not expect anything from a man that's not doing anything but providing. And there's good credence to that too. Like it's not like women should be at fault for that. Men should be focused on providing and being strong and being uncompromising and being strong leaders. It's definitely a thing that biologically women should expect. But
Okay.
men are definitely under the gun and definitely not always infallible. Where we go through these multitudes of struggles that no woman or anybody that respects us should ever expect or acknowledge. And once a man starts breaking down, once a man starts acknowledging and bringing up, the troubles and trifles that they're experiencing, women grow disinterested. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to deal with it. And that's what you and I and every man experiences.
Okay.
Y'all don't want to hear about our troubles. You don't want to hear about me complaining. You don't want to hear me crying to you about how hard my day and my life is, my week was, and all that. No, you just want to see me getting through it. You just want to see me powering through and making it happen for you. That's all you want. And that's fine. You're not wrong for wanting that. But
Yeah,
to
she
pretend like
is.
it's going to be okay if I do open up and break down for it, nope. Women will dismiss you for it. And
Man, she wrong as hell for wanting that. Cause that's like saying
no,
we not
she's
human,
not
bro.
wrong. No, we're human. We're just men.
That sounds like his experience, so let him rock with that, I guess. So
Yeah.
then you gonna do number one, and then I'm gonna get to my boy King next. What are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman? So what are the signs you gave a woman that you wanted her to recognize that you was being vulnerable with her? Ethan.
Oh, me? I'm sorry.
Yes, you, brother. You just have to do the first two. That's all. The topic question. So, what is the
Yeah.
signs that you
What
gave
signs
your
that a
woman
man's
that's
opening
for
up
her
to
to
a
see?
woman?
Yep.
Hey, well, the biggest one, the easiest one, I'm tired. I'm tired.
Mm,
Um, and I mean, like, that's the exact words that I used. I'm tired. Tired. I'm exhausted. Shit has beaten me down. When a man tells you he's tired, he's not talking to you about being tired for the day. He's not talking to you about being tired from working out. When I say I'm tired, exhausted, I'm beaten down from it. I think that's the most clear sign, and that's the most thing that's the biggest thing that men want to be able to express to their partner, their woman. And it's the most difficult thing to try to express or emulate that, yo, we're tired. We get tired, man. That's the biggest sign.
okay. I got you. All right. King, love you next, my brother. Why can't women majority be safe space for men majority?
So it's just like how they value like money and respect when they talk about men too. Unfortunately, if you make more money than your man, you would lose respect for him. And if your man comes, not saying crying, but just coming to you with his problems, you'll feel, I don't know why, but they like to use that shit in uh, arguments, petty arguments,
Mm,
at the wrong times, which every time is the wrong time. You should never use somebody told against them.
Mm.
Um, it's crazy, bruh. It happens way more than people would like to tell the truth about. But if this shit was flipped around and men was really telling girls business how they do us, they'd really look at us as all men are evil. That's just like my answer for the first one.
Okay. And then with the first one, what is the sign? What are signs that men open up? So what are signs that you have given your woman that might have went past and she didn't see you as being vulnerable?
Well, I'm gonna say the clearest sign is y'all actually sitting down and he telling you about his day. He talking to you about
Okay.
his life, especially in the past.
Mm.
I don't even think people realize, but a lot of people do not talk about their past. I'm gonna say a lot of men. I've been around a lot of older men. I have never really seen them talk about their past. I've seen older women talk about their past, but for a dude to really talk to you about what hurt he's been through and let it not just be somebody cheated on him or somebody tried to trick him, yeah, that's him being very vulnerable to you. Uh, like the lady said,
You got to
I think
see
it's
it.
Too Crazy. Her dude just said, "Come here," and held her. That's being vulnerable. I did that with my lady a few times. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even realize how much that actually helps. The first time I did it, bro, I started to cry, and I didn't even realize I was going to do that. Um, that's very vulnerable. What else? I don't know, man. It, it's just simple stuff that a lot of people don't get to experience out of a casual relationship. Like
Mm.
even as men, when you friends with another dude, it's some things. How can I say this? It's some things you'll tell your friend, and then there's some things that you'll tell your lady. And
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
majority of the time, what you telling your lady, you will never tell your friend.
Nope.
And that's just because she's supposed to be your safe space. But once you like had that experience of, okay, I was vulnerable with this girl, and you really like her, like it ain't just, oh, you want her for her body, none of that, and she used that shit against you, bruh, you gonna feel all alone again.
Hmm. I
That's
had
just
that happen
that.
to me one time. I know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna land my plane on that one though.
Okay. Okay. So we got three more new people in here. What's up, Deadpool? Welcome back. I remember you, my brother. What's up, Pretty Face? Welcome to the live and Little. Real quick before I get everybody started, I wanted to do a little commercial break. Y'all could tap the screen, even if y'all in the box, y'all can tap. Try to give me the 20K. It's like 70 something of y'all, and I see how active the thing is. So it's enough of y'all that can do it. Y'all can, instead of doing all them notes down there, y'all can go ahead and tap the screen, give me the 20K real quick. Maybe a few hashtag FYPs, and then also you can share for me real quick. You can hold your finger where my box is at. I hate saying it, but that's I guess the only way I can explain it. And it's gonna be a list of friends that come up, and you just share their list of friends. They might be up. They might come up in here, man. And we might get some answers, few answers, man, just from both ends. We want to see why, basically, build understanding between men and women and stuff. So then we gonna get through these things though. But okay, I see a few shares. All right, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Okay, and then we got 10K, so we got another 10 to go. Um, all right, so Little, I think he was up here first. Little Bean. Little Bean. Okay, I get it. You there?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear
What's
me?
up? Yeah, I hear you. There you go. Um,
Hello.
so the question is, why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority?
So, first, I want to say I'm coming up here with no malice. Um, I might speak very passionately, and I want to warn everybody here. I get nervous speaking in front of crowds, so I'm not.
Oh, you was roofing down in them comments. I remember you. don't get nervous now. You had your whole
So,
chest out down there. I seen the chest emoji down there. He was going.
if there was one.
Hey,
um, so, honestly, in the majority sense, women cannot majority be a safe space for men until men can majority be a promised safe space for women in society.
so
Until
that's
your
mm,
sisters, your mothers, your best friends, your girlfriends, your wives can even your situationships can go to the grocery store without looking over their shoulders or get gas after dark without feeling like they gotta hop into their car and lock it before they even start it or put their seatbelt on. You
well,
know,
men do that too.
and I'm not saying that they don't, but in the majority sense, and this is coming from a very heartfelt place. It's a very, very dangerous world out there for women.
True,
And so when it comes to the majority sense, right? A lot of women feel very, very unsafe in a
true.
man's world. So if you're asking yourself that question, are you a man that facilitates safe space for women while also expecting that safe space for yourself?
Okay. So the reason why is that women is not capable of being safe until they're safe.
Yeah, it's a mutual
Okay, that's interesting. That sounds
it's a
not
mutual.
genuine though, but I'll take that though. I'll take it. I guess it makes sense a little bit. I guess a little bit.
I like the
So,
object.
I
Um,
mean, we gonna do that right after. We gonna get it right after though. I just want everybody to get it out, but I feel you though.
and
You
I
be
also
next to. I know y'all all trying to eat. I see y'all want to eat so bad, but yeah.
and
So okay. So basically,
and
that's what I
and
got
I
out of it. So
do.
what is a sign? Because I'm pretty sure that you have a boyfriend or something like that, or you got a man now.
Mhm.
Okay, okay, cool. So he making it safe for you. Now you ready to make it safe for him?
Yes, and I do.
Okay, cool. So there's a man out here. So okay, cool. So you
I
ain't scared
have.
of that man, huh? Um,
I'm not, and but
that's cool.
I do have to recognize that there wasn't men before him. I was not interested
Cool.
in seeking a permanent relationship with a man, and so
Hmm.
it took a lot of misses and a lot of really traumatic experiences to feel safe with a man.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying or discrediting any unsafe experiences that men
Hmm.
have had with women either.
Did you have a father?
Do I have a father?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
Do you?
Okay.
My
So
my my
what's up?
but
Huh?
but
I hate that question. That's so
I also want
Yeah. You can.
to I also want
Can
to
you mute real quick too?
oh fuck off.
I also want to recognize that in
Mad
this
ass.
conversation we're talking about the majority of women, right? And I have been hearing a lot like, oh, I don't have a safe space with women. I don't have a safe space with women. Do you have mothers? And that's a genuine question. Like, can you not lean on your sisters? Can you not lean on your cousins, your mothers, your friends?
Hmm.
Do you not have
Hmm.
girlfriends that you can trust and find safe spaces in? Does it always have to be a
Hmm.
woman that you're sharing your
No,
bed with?
I don't think man actually look for that though. The only reason why I asked that question though, if I was that other girl that kind of threw the whole thing off, I asked it because you had said so much about man not being a safe space and stuff. So I asked, did you have a
But I'm
father?
speak yeah, yeah, and I'm
Okay, cool.
speaking in
So
the
we cool though. So
majority sense because you have majority in the question. So yeah,
cool.
I'm just addressing the question directly. Like, yeah. And then for that second one, what are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
Yeah.
So this is the same thing for anyone. A lot of people do get very, very defensive when they start to open up. It can be a very early sign that you are starting to, because what are you being defensive about, right? But when you start to feel backed into a corner, a lot of people come out swinging. And then you have to get past that. And then it results in all kinds of different stages. You could have breakdowns where, King Loaf mentioned, you start to cry because that's not something maybe you thought was going to come of that because you were feeling very angry and defensive at first. But defense is one of the most early signs that you have you are on the brink of something. You've hit a nerve, right? If somebody's defensive, you've hit a nerve. Obviously it's a soft spot, so that's an early sign. But also defense can very, very easily be mistaken for intimidation, manipulation, and things like that. So when
Ma'am.
people, no, hold on, I know I'm going a little left with this, but I'm bringing it back.
Yeah,
So
Ethan, you got to take a little minute too. You got somebody else that's ahead
Yeah,
of you. So,
oh,
I'm
yep.
waiting for it. Yep. Keep going.
yep,
So
we gonna do a open panel as soon as we get done with Deadpool.
I'm waiting. I'm letting this go.
so coming back to it, so like it might be misinterpreted by a woman that it's aggressive, but defense is one of the very early signs that you're hitting a nerve and you're getting close to something that might be important to talk about. Another thing is finding soft personal space to talk about something. Hey, I need to talk to you about something. Sitting you down, asking for your time.
Mm.
Those are things we take advantage of sometimes on both sides. So keeping an eye out for those things, those soft moments, and being like, okay, well, this is not something that happens typically. So maybe this is time to shut my phone down, pause the
No.
TV, and turn to my partner and hear them for a moment. Because this could just be like a brief moment of introspection, like they might just be having a minor breakthrough, or this might be really important. Regardless, it's time to unplug and plug in to my partner, right? And that goes on both ends. It's
Okay.
about, it's both environment, and it's also recognizing body signs and recognizing that opening up isn't easy to everyone, and it does sometimes result in some things like defense or upset. It's not always, hey, I really need to talk to you and open my feelings. Sometimes it comes out in a fit of rage and you break down crying. It can look different, but just knowing your partner and seeing them and paying attention to them is really the first of anything.
All right. Okay. We got that first too. All right.
Hey, what's
Deadpool, you're
good,
next, my
everybody?
brother. What's up, E Money? Welcome to the live, brother.
What's going on, everybody?
This is a good topic. Because I've had so many problems
Hold up,
with
brother.
my.
You gotta wait for a minute. After
Oh,
Deadpool, then you next after that. There we go.
okay.
Yep. Thanks. What you got, Deadpool?
No, I was about to say, I feel where she's coming from. But I was in a relationship like that where I mainly gave up everything about myself. And then the chick that I was dealing with, she tried to do reverse psychology on my behind and started trying to make me feel bad with certain situations. One day, it got to a point and she tried to get my own mother involved. So I told her, yo, chill, fall back, don't do that because that caused a whole big dispute. So after that incident happened, we ended up like taking a break from each other for a while because I felt like it was getting to a point where it wasn't working out no more. So one day she calls me up and asks me, can she see me? So I go to the crib. I go to her Q's crib or whatever to go see her. So before I get there, she's already telling me while we're in a relationship with each other about her aunt because she has an aunt that's from the LGBTQ community. So do I. but one of my aunts died. That was gay or whatever. Well, she was bisexual, but that's neither here nor there. But anyway, so I went over there, and before I got there, she's telling me all this stuff about this woman borrowed some money from a coworker and stuff like that. Her aunt. So I get over there. So the woman starts looking at me like trying to figure out who I was. So I'm looking at this woman like, yo, like, what are you looking at? But that wasn't coming from nowhere. Before I got there, my ex told me her aunt took her head, grabbed her hair, and took the door of her mother's bedroom and started slamming her head between the door. So I asked her, I said, yo, where's your mother? Oh, she went out for a minute. She'll be back. Now, mind you, my girlfriend was in her 20s at the time. Now she should probably be like 36. 36, yeah, like 36, going on 37. So I told her, I said, yo, why you ain't tell your moms? Oh, she went out, da, da, da. I said, yo, if you looking for me to do something about that, I can't do nothing to her. At the end of the day, that's your aunt, and that's a woman. Now I said, if that was a dude, like a male cousin of yours that did that, then that's different. That's a woman at the end of the day. I was not raised like that. So if you think I'm gonna come over there and beat that woman up, I am not doing that. So I told her, I said, you better go get either your mom's or one of your female cousins or something like that, or a friend, because I can't do nothing. Like, my hands are tied with that situation. So I was over there for a little while and left. But
Can
yeah,
I help you out with that?
When you get a second, can I speak on some of the comments that's down there? I just wanted to say, when you get a minute, you let me know, host, when I can talk.
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for it.
Okay, so I'm gonna let E Money go, and then we can go open floor. And then 'cause I know a lot of people got stuff to say. E Money, go ahead. What you got on the topic? Why can't
Um,
woman majority be a safe space for man majority?
I was just gonna talk of like a personal experience with the woman. Like, they always say you attract what you are. Like toxic people attract toxic people. Well, at this point in my life, I was pretty much in a low self-denial. I had low self-esteem, and I was dating this woman who lost her husband like a year prior. And I told her, I said, I don't think you're ready. I know I'm not. I said, for one, um, I don't want to be compared to him. I don't, it's not that I don't ever want to talk about him. I don't mind you talking about him, just not all the time. Well, every day we went out, it was like, he would have done this or he would have done that. And I still like bit my tongue and didn't say anything. And like a lot of what I try to change, I try to be more open to what, her needs and everything. And I didn't like who I was becoming. So I sort of shut myself off and built a wall and wasn't going to let it down. I didn't want to be there anymore. Instead of walking away, I just kept this facade going for a year. And then finally we had enough of each other and, that was it. But I can't, like, the whole change thing, that's what gets me. It's like what women want men to be it doesn't seem. Well, some people are cut up to do it than others. I'm not cut up for that.
All right, so open pat. I think Ethan wanted to go, and then it was MC, and then King wanted to say something.
Yeah, thank you.
So just to keep in mind, 'cause it was like, I guess it was like three long sessions in a row though. I don't want everybody falling asleep and stuff. So try to keep in mind that it's everybody got to talk. So
yeah,
try to
exactly.
as short as y'all can keep them though, because I already know everybody kind of bagged up and want to interject and all type of stuff. So go ahead,
Yeah,
Ethan.
yeah, and I appreciate everybody's introspective there. Um, it was little. You mentioned, the fact of feeling safe whenever you walk home or whatever it is, whatever. We're not going to talk about the fact that 90% of violent crimes are committed against men. Whether or not we feel safe or not doesn't change the fact that I'm more likely to be assaulted than you are walking home from the bar, whatever it is. Um, the question is whether or not we feel vulnerable or how we can be vulnerable around women. Unfortunately, most of us men, when we do open up, when we do make ourselves vulnerable to women, um, you guys are not receptive. You're not, and I'm not blaming you either. By the way, that's fair. It's not okay to blame women for not being receptive to men being vulnerable and breaking down. It's a biological thing that you guys are not responsible for uh, receiving us for. It's just that's the world we live in. That's as men we have to acknowledge that and accept it and move forward with it. That's the thing that men have to do that women don't. You don't. That's not a thing that you have to encounter and fight with that men do. What isn't appreciated is that that's the reality for men. What the different like we don't have to pretend like we're equal. We don't have to pretend like we're going through the same thing because we're not. You're not going through the same thing that I am. I wouldn't expect the same thing from you that you expect from me. That's ridiculous. The world that we live in, the atrocities that we encounter, and the conflicts that we encounter, I don't expect you to be able to encounter them in the same way that I do. And I don't expect you to be able to deal with it the way that I would. Just as much as men can't be vulnerable with women in the same way that women can be vulnerable with men. Once we start breaking down, once we start crying to you and all that, you lose interest. It's not the same as whenever men are dealing with women being vulnerable. I can be vulnerable at the opportune time, at the right time, in the most opportune window. I can't do it all the time with you. I can't break down in front of you and give myself and all my vulnerabilities to you at any given moment. No, it's not a thing that men get to do. And every man here knows that. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. It's just the reality. We don't get to do that for you. Otherwise, we're less desirable. We're less worthy. We're not the one that you want. And understandably so. But the question being, why can't women, the majority, be a safe space for men, the majority? Most of you don't want that, and that's not a terrible thing. It's not a bad thing that women don't want that. They don't want it because of biological reasons. That's not what created them to like. You don't want the man that's always being vulnerable. You don't want the man that's always breaking down. But the reason that women don't want that is because they want a strong man that can lead, that can, persevere and get through those awful trials and tribulations without breaking down all the time. Once in a while, once in a blue moon, I hope I can lay my head on your lap or your chest and you stroke my hair, and I'm able to just go to sleep on you. The vast majority of the time, you just want a man that's gonna fucking kill it. You just want a man that's gonna fucking get through it without crying to you, without whining, without crying. You want that dude.
Brother,
That's
you
the
gotta
dude
land
that you
it
want.
song.
What?
So you gotta land it song. Some people
You
up
gotta
here.
land soon. Yeah. Yeah. So nothing wrong with a man that can break down and be vulnerable and all that and shit. As fuck I am. But the vast majority of the time, you don't want that dude. You don't want him. The good women don't want it, and they're good. They're good women still, by the way. Just because they don't want that all the time, that doesn't mean they're not good women. That's a good woman that wants a strong man that can lead and persevere and fight through all that without breaking down, without being vulnerable, without crying on their shoulder, without sleeping on their chest. Yeah, no, we all want that, and men want that, and women want that.
True.
But why can't women be a safe space for men? Because no, y'all don't need to be a safe space for men. You don't want to be a safe space. You don't want that burden. You do not want the burden of what a man has to deal with. Again, Lito mentioned,
So either they think that they said
the
you
fact
repeating yourself,
that
man. We gotta go to the next person, man. I think we
go
get
right
it though.
ahead.
They
Yeah.
get it though for a little bit. Yeah, we gotta realize. Gotta put a little
Yep.
timer on. But yeah,
Go ahead.
appreciate you, man. You was preaching though.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. MC, and then my boy King Love next.
Hello again. So, all right, I'm gonna try and keep this quick because I had a couple of things that people were saying. So one thing I keep seeing, hearing people say is, they're not. If you really want to know why, at the end of the day, I'm a woman, so I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna assume what a man wants. There is a divide. There is a division, and conversations like this is gonna have that. You either gonna you really want to know and you want to move it forward. You have to bridge the gap. We are not the same. Okay, equality and equal rights and all that stuff like that does not mean that we're the same. It's our differences that make us come together well, right? So we need to bridge the gap. There needs to be explanation of what your love, like what works for you is not going to work for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like what works for one person is not going to work for everybody. And people need to be able to be open enough to speak their truth and to say if something makes them feel uncomfortable. For me to say, oh man, like I could sit here and say, like when we say safe space, I've had my nose broken, my jaw dislocated, my ribs cracked, and choked till I passed out. And this is 4 different occasions, not to mention the time that I was almost snatched off the street outside of a bar. When we say we don't feel safe, we are not safe. And I understand that men are not safe too. But if your partner expresses that they need a safe space, you need to provide that for them in order for them to be able to be their feminine self. We cannot be in our feminine energy if we do not feel safe. If we do not feel safe, we will not be in our feminine energy. My partner expressed to me when he checked me, he said, we can't enjoy right now if you live in your past and you treat me like I'm everyone else. And I said, I know you're not everyone else. Oh, and he said, give me one example of how you know. And I had to show him, explain to him, because it was something he didn't grasp. I said, I don't flinch when you move your hands near me, puppy. I don't jump when you raise your voice because I know. And he looked at me and confused. He was genuinely confused. Why the fuck would you flinch around me? Because he didn't understand my experience of having to flinch and having to jump because I didn't know if I was going to have to duck because you got to catch me to hit me. So that's one part. You have to be able to bridge that gap. And the other thing is, we do not expect men to act like that. Men were expected to act like that. This is not traditionally how we was taught. This is not traditionally how we behaved. We were conditioned why? So that we could fight people's wars. Y'all men was conditioned to be manly men so that you would willingly go forward and just unalive yourselves for somebody else's political gain. That's at the end of the day the truth of the matter. We didn't make this man mentality. We didn't create this machista
What?
environment. Hold on. We didn't create this machista environment. Other men put these expectations on you, and now women have adapted that because we were expected to sit home and have babies and do X, Y, and Z. Now we trying to heal from that. You trying to heal from it. If you want to heal from it, then you have to heal from it. There's most
Thanks.
women do not.
Men
Most
ain't doing
women.
anything for men. Men are doing it all for
Hold on a
women.
second.
There's
Most.
nothing. There is
Hold,
no expectation that
hold
men
on a
put on
minute.
men
Hold on a minute.
that makes
You
them
had your
unalive
time, baby.
themselves.
You had your
Hold
time.
up, Ethan.
Gotta let her speak,
Oh
bro.
You had your
golly,
time, baby.
yeah, you
I,
did.
I'm not going to pretend to know what a man wants, okay? I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know what a man needs to feel safe. I'm here because I like to hear what men expect to have a safe space. What is it you need? That is my community. I communicate with my partner. I ask him, baby, what you need, okay? These are communications. So if you want to learn, if you really want to know what a woman wants, if a woman is going, now, I'm not saying all women. If you get those red flags that a woman is a ratchet, taking person, that's a taking person. And toxic does not attract toxic. I'm going to say that. Healers attract toxic because you don't go, if you're a healing person and you have a healing light and a healing nature, people don't go to the hospital when they're not sick. So toxic does not attract toxic. You have to communicate. You have to bridge that divide and hear what your partner is asking. We trying to learn. We're trying to hear you and understand what is it that you need to feel like you can be safe around your woman.
Okay, King Loaf, Warlock. What's up, my brother, man? Don't be too nice today.
No, I'm not being nice at all because I'm already pissed. But I'm gonna let them finish
Cool.
this shit.
That's what I like to hear, man.
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Do your thing.
go
I'm
ahead, King Loaf.
just speaking on what she has said about women. They have to feel safe in society around men in order for them to feel safe and be safe for the man that they're with. Me personally, that's crazy, bro. That's man. Look, put it like this, right? That's like saying, right?
I'm
Oh,
sorry,
a
I said that?
woman.
No, probably
No,
little.
no.
You talking about Little
You
Bean?
ain't say that. You ain't say that.
Let them talk. Let them talk.
Women or girls, when they go outside, that's like saying they're safe around all girls. And we know that's not true. We know it's
Mm.
very evil women out here that do horrible things to other women. So if you saying you can't be a safe space for your man because you don't feel safe around men outside, then you can say the same thing about you not catering or hearing out your best friends or your sisters or your mother's her problems because women outside do horrible shit
King,
to women
King.
outside.
When's the last time you walked outside and decided however you dress, whatever you're doing, is because men
Never.
decided how you're going to dress, and you decided what you were going to do was because of men.
Nah, I don't let anybody.
Not a single time in your life.
Not a single time in
Not
my
a
life
single time in your life
ever.
did that ever happen.
I'm for myself.
Which
I
is
don't
exactly
dress
what
for
she
people.
said. Like we go about how we conduct ourselves because of men. No, no, ma'am. That's how women do it. Women are judged, and you go out and dress, do whatever you did because of how women judge you. It's not what men are doing.
Right, exactly. I'm glad you said that because I agree. Jump in this
Yeah,
shit, go buck wild.
women are much harder on you than any man has ever been on you for your appearance, for your dress and style, whatever you do. The fact that somebody would claim that men are doing what they do because of men is abhorrent. It's ridiculous. How could you make that claim? It was
That,
hilarious when you
hey,
said it.
Ethan,
I
I got a
shut my
question
mouth.
So,
for you.
I didn't even. I kept my mouth shut. But
I got a
wow.
question for you, Ethan.
did my boy King even
Yeah.
finish though?
Go right
Oh
ahead.
yeah, go ahead. My bad, Kev. Shit, fuck.
No,
Go for it.
somebody Ethan
No,
had.
you're right.
Did you
I just
finish,
had
King?
a comment. My fault. Uh
King, go ahead.
I know
oh
you was
no,
just cooking.
it was really more like a question for Little Bean because
Little Bean. I do want her to respond though, cause she the one that had said all that. So.
yeah,
What?
because that was crazy. That's like saying since I've dealt with some tricky people in my past, both both boys and girls. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna allow my sister or my brother or my girl,
What the
be
fuck?
sleeping
Why
around.
not?
That's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It just speaks more about yourself.
So okay, so go ahead. You got a chance, little being. I know you had a. I want to ask, is like, is you because I was hearing on your talking points though, right? Dang, what the heck is that? I was hearing on your talking points. You like you like pro woman or feminist or something? Little. You there? You like you muted or something? Or you got a mic mute on mute?
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay, for
There
sure.
she is.
What did you ask me?
I said, were you? Because I was listening to your talking points. I was trying to see was you like pro woman or you like a feminist? Because I
I'm
try
a
to see why you were saying what you were saying.
I'm a feminist.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I try to. Okay.
So just a little background. I work in behavioral therapies. I specialize in moderate to severe behavioral
Well, you don't have
and
to do all that.
Uh,
I think
no.
King
yeah, I'm
just
gonna
wants you to do a
say for
response real
everybody,
quick.
So
That's
you
no
all.
no
sound
the
gorgeous, by the way. I don't care what anybody like. You just sound
Ethan, man, you could have
fucking
put that in the
beautiful.
comments, man.
Ethan.
That's cool. Inboxing, you
She's
be all right.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Go ahead.
Um so the background is important because I dedicate a lot of
Mm.
my time to fighting for young men.
Mm.
I've worked in TCRP homes with young men on parole 18 to 21. I have lots of young clients who are victims of abuse. I'm a feminist for a reason because everyone's voice needs to be heard, and feminism is for everyone, not just women. And that's a huge misconception about feminism.
You're teaching these young men that they have value, right?
Of
So that
course,
okay, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna take what you just said. Everybody's voice need to be heard. But then, soon as I mentioned about a man, you said a woman got to be. So it's like you disregarded the
no,
fact that a lot of men do want to be heard. But
I'm
you said no. In
saying
order for that to happen, a woman have to
Yeah.
feel safe first. So
As a
it's
feminist,
like you
you're
contradicted
teaching
what
these
you
young
said
men.
earlier because you said everybody's voice need
I'm
to be
not
heard.
saying I'm I'm saying that, and I'm agreeing with what MCH said, right? There has to be a space for us to also feel vulnerable, to let you be vulnerable. Because of those experiences that we've had with men, we're already on the defense, right? In a
So until
No,
then,
different
you will
your
way.
never.
experience. You're
Wait,
You
hold
teaching
never.
these
up.
men that
Hold
are in
on. Can
difficult
I
positions
All right,
finish
how
hold
my
to have
on real quick.
value,
I
sentence?
right?
Can
can't
I
do it, bro.
finish my
I can't
sentence?
do it. Hold up. Go ahead. Look.
Sorry, host.
Go ahead.
So, I mean it in both directions, right? It is equal. It has to be coming from both sides. See, the same way that men have a reason to feel defensive and not want to open up, you have to remember women also have a reason. You're upset, but it might be a different battle. She's fighting similar demons. And
I guess I get you a little bit right. I
yeah,
can let that slide because
so
the way I asked the question is why. I did ask why, so I guess that you said that's one of the reasons though. So I guess that makes sense.
yeah, so I'm not saying, like one's better than the other. There has to be mutual understanding, the bridging the gap. That's what MCH was talking about. There has to be mutual
Yeah,
understanding. We have to stand in each other's shoes.
yeah. But did you hear anything like King Loaf was saying though? Because he had a valid points to what he was saying
And
also.
that's what I'm saying. Like, so I get it. Trust me, it's not easy growing up in a catty world of women, and I have had my trouble connecting with women in my life. Don't get me
Mhm.
wrong. But my strongest community has been in those same women. As quickly as they will bite me, they will catch me in a net. I cannot trust the same thing from men. in the majority sense, personally, as a woman who has experienced extreme trauma for men. It
You
is
have a
not.
boyfriend now.
I do have a boyfriend, and
Right.
he's helping me unlearn a lot of that trauma. Like I said, I was
Okay,
not
I got
seeing
you.
I was
Okay.
not
Okay.
seeing men before him.
Okay. I got you. That makes sense.
And
So what made
we're
him feel like that you can be? I guess we can switch a little. Cause it seemed like you needed to be vulnerable because it sounded like you went through a lot. So what made you feel like that guy? You can be you can up to him and be vulnerable with him.
it's a loaded question, but he
Kind of the
listens.
reverse version of this.
Yeah. He listens, right? He offers me the same space that I offer him. Things are mutual. It's never like this is your job as my girlfriend, right? Those like weird strict lines of a male female relationship, right? It's those lines don't exist. We are two human being adult individuals trying to live our lives together. And we have to communicate to make that happen. And so, does it take a lot of work learning the right ways to communicate? Absolutely. Like, love is a choice. You have to show up for it, right? So, communication is key. And he's someone that taught me that it's worth continuing to work for the right ways to communicate in ways that might have resulted in me getting hurt in the past. You know, he really opens himself up and makes a safe space for me in order for me to create a mutual space for him to do the same. It's mutual communication, it's mutual safety. And I've never really had that before.
Mm. So hold on real quick. I think it look like King Lo like about to say something.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, sorry.
Me personally,
So after you go, yeah, I got a couple
don't.
more new people I gotta throw on here though.
Yeah, I think me personally, I don't understand her answer to my question. Um, you said you do. Maybe you can help me out because
What?
I don't get it. Me
What's the...
personally, I don't get it.
So you were asking, you were saying women are just as awful, right?
No, I'm asking you. Okay,
That I would say
if
don't
you
talk to
say
your mothers, your sisters, your friends because women are dangerous.
no, not that. I'm saying if you say you can't allow your man to talk to you so you can be his safe space because of the fact that
So
there's bad men out here. How is it any different from the bad women out here?
the the thing is, look, this is what I was paying attention to, King. Is that she coming from so I can understand why she's saying what she's saying because she coming from more of a traumatic experience or something like that. So she's saying basically it seems like it's more of she ain't gonna really understand, I guess, the general because it's like a lot of stuff coming from the personal. So whatever she went through, it's like it's gonna be kind of hard for her to because she probably sees every other woman the same way with whatever she went through. So all her talking points gonna come from what her experience is. You know what I'm saying? So it's obvious. It's kind of like she gonna have to. She need a safe space herself for and I don't want to I would just say some professional safe space because I don't know what your I don't know if your boyfriend can be the only one for you. You can open up too though. You might need a little bit more than just your boyfriend. But I think that's the angle she coming from. So she ain't gonna understand like even the thing you talking about right now. She ain't gonna really understand it because it's gonna be coming from
No,
her
so
personal view.
you're pulling that and making the entirety of it. I'm giving you a personal experience to give you depth to a
I just
larger
said that. You just
conversation.
repeated what I said.
Yeah,
You literally just
Right?
repeated what I said.
I'm not, that's not how I think. Like I told you, I dedicate my time to youth, to protecting our kids. That includes young men, I'm also giving those young men the benefit of the doubt. That does not mean that I offer that same trust in my partners, the people I share my bed with, right? I am not going to get in to family right now because there's a lot of things that go into family relationships that go beyond paternal, brotherly things.
I think I think because for me personally, it's more of an answering the question. You said women majority. That doesn't include me. I know how to treat my partner, and I know
Right.
we have it good. We was just me personally. I think also maybe perhaps little too. We was answering the question for majority. The majority of women I'm hearing from other women. That was my response, not my personal response.
Right. Yeah, but she ain't going right at the moment. Like you, if you just pay attention every time it goes, it's going back to her personal thing though. But I mean, it is what it is though. So I got to get some more people in though, because I know.
It's just crazy how you feel comfortable enough to open your legs for your man, but not comfortable enough to let that man talk to you.
Hey,
That's crazy. You
that's
can't
not.
open up your heart and your ears for your man, but you'll open your legs for him.
I don't know I don't know that how that's what you gathered from that.
That's what you said. It's not to be
That's not what
aggressive
I
towards you,
said.
but that's kind of
I
crazy,
mean,
yo.
you can clip it if you
That's
want
kind of
because
crazy.
that's not at all what came out of my mouth.
No, he ain't saying. I guess he ain't saying that though. But I mean, he not saying it in that way though. That's just funny. I mean, I
Then
get
what
him
it
though, but
then
he just saying.
no
You here
no
for your
then what
boys,
does he
your girls, you here
mean?
for your kids,
Because
you here for
that's
your
not
sisters, your brothers. You here for everybody else but your man. That's crazy to me.
what's wild is that you gathered that.
Isn't
I'm
that what
here
you
for
said?
Well,
him.
it
I'm
do
here
sound
for
like a lot
him.
of stuff. Like even your, I guess your talk, but
I'm here
but
for him,
I
life
feel
or
you though.
death. No, I'm here with MCH. I know how to treat my partner.
That's cool though. That's why you should have had started it off. But it sounded like you still going through some things. You started off the opposite. I guess you came from a mm, like it sounded like it
I'm
was more of a
sorry if that
traumatic type thing. 'Cause you were saying all your stories of what you've been through and all this stuff. Then you said this what other women been through. I don't think other women been through everything like you've been through. So I
it's
think you kind of put that in a general thing. But
it was to offer depth to a larger conversation, and it
but
wasn't
that's
just
her.
like
I
that's
mean,
not
but with
necessarily
King.
something I'm still working through.
Yeah, and
But
I'm saying
like, and
I
I don't
really want you
understand
to
That's her
why
way.
sell.
She
it.
have to express her. I guess. I mean, 'cause some people don't even really know what. I mean,
Right.
that's her vulnerability. I
But
guess she could. That's the first thing she would be vulnerable with. I guess.
she don't
So that's
see the effects that it's taking on her dude for him to not be able to open up because she's still fighting her demons. You shouldn't get into a relationship
I never
and think,
said that I'm
okay,
still
I could put
fighting
my
my
trauma onto
demons,
this other person.
sir.
That's not fair.
I've been with my
well. I
partner
mean,
for a
you could.
very long
Well, is
time.
I mean, the little bit
This
you was
was a
talking about, we could
conversation
kind of.
about the majority,
Yeah, I
and
feel you though, but we
I
can.
Live your personal experience. That's not the majority.
Can I
okay,
add something?
take
Yeah.
No, you can't have shit right now.
take what you want.
But yeah, I'm gonna leave it in a situation. We can be talking about that all day though. I got three people I gotta get up in here. I think, was it Declare? And then my boy Warlock after that. Declare, you there? I just run. Declare?
Yeah.
I declare war. Is that what his name is?
There you, there you go. Um, all right, so with the question, why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority?
Yeah, because there's no benefit to opening up to your woman. Women are hypergamous by nature, so men should be looking towards their brotherhood or their mother for a safe space to open up. Their woman's not the ain't the spot for it.
Mm, okay. And what are the signs that? Because I'm pretty sure it's different ways, but what are signs that a man is opened up to their woman from your observation,
Oh, you gonna go to the
or
center?
the signs that, or what you do to open up to one of your brothers or your mother?
Sorry. So you said what are the signs that a man has opened up to his woman?
That too. You can say that too. Yeah.
Yes, signs that he has opened up to his woman. The relationship probably ended. Um, Signs that he should open up to like his brothers and or his brotherhood or his mom.
So I'm not
Uh,
asking that. Yeah, I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, like, what do a vulnerable man look like? I'm gonna put it that way.
Depressed, overweight, no ambition, no confidence, uh, lacking in money.
What the?
Man,
Oh.
get this nigga out of here.
Nah, nah. I guess that's his angle. I don't know. He just make me laugh. So we gonna rock with that then. I guess we could rock with that then. All right. So let me get my boy Warlock in here. That was oh my, that's funny.
All right, so first and foremost, let me say this to start off. Right? How's every motherfucking body doing this morning?
I'm blessed.
Good morning.
I'm not talking to you, Kev. You know I ain't got no words for you. Right? Anyway, listen. Let me say this. And this is to Little Bean. Dear Heart, don't think that we are trying to dismiss your individual experiences, right? The problem is that we usually use general conversation here. So when you start talking about your personal experiences, it's kind of hard to have a conversation, right? Because it's a dead end. We don't know what you are going through personally, don't know what you've been through personally. The only thing that we can do is have a general conversation of what's most likely to happen or what most likely has happened. All right. So don't take it as nobody trying to dismiss your personal experience because that's yours alone. Nobody can walk in your shoes. Nobody can experience what you experienced. So I wanted to say that off the break. Now, in reference to why can't women, majority, be a safe space for men, majority? Because of the simple fact, like I think it was Declare said, women look to a man for protection and provision and this, that, and the other. When we try to use them as a safe space, it's like a freaking dome. It's like a crystal dome. And I always use this example. It's like a crystal dome. That dome is our protection of them. When we start opening up to them and revealing all of our feelings and start getting all emotional and crying, it's like little acid raindrops that start hitting that dome and they don't feel as safe no more. They may not say it, but they're going to be thinking it because when they got with you, that was one of the main reasons that them motherfuckers got with you. They may not say that shit either, but that's one of the main reasons they got with you for protection purposes. And when you start to show that vulnerability a lot or often or whatever, that dome starts to get those little acid raindrops in it, and eventually you're gonna have it where it's pouring down, and that dome is gonna freaking flood, and she's gonna be gone. So that's one reason why women don't make it a safe space. And when we don't talk to them about our shit, that's a problem too. So that's almost a no-win situation. Now, don't get me wrong. You have women out there that's cool with that. But I don't usually see those relationships lasting long. I really don't, because then she's gonna see somebody else that she thinks is more masculine than you, and this, that, and the other, and go to him, and he'll probably fuck her over. But that's neither here nor there. But that's the one reason. Your first question is, what are signs that a man is opening up to a woman? She doesn't want to be around your ass as much because she's starting to lose respect for you. Eventually, that relationship may either end or it may turn into something abusive. And when I say abusive, I don't mean physically, although it could be,
So
but it will
let
become
me explain how I asked that. What I was basically getting to with that question. It ain't the reactions that happen with it, right? I'm just saying
I'm going to
what.
get to what it looks like. It looks like, look, all right, I'm going to skip that part. I'm going to go right
Oh,
to
you threw me
what it
off. I thought
looks
you were doing the same thing my man's did. Like, you're going to not be in a relationship and all that. I'm like, damn, I ain't talking about that part.
Yeah,
No,
Warlock.
no. What
You
I'm
might
saying,
just have
it's
to
going to
answer
look
that
like
question,
what it's
bro.
going to look like is
End of the
dude ain't
story.
going to be happy because there's going to be a bunch of disrespect. there's gonna be a whole lot of when shit starts to happen, she gonna look down on you because now she doesn't look at you in the same light as this invulnerable guy. She looks at you as just some other guy that she turned down before because he showed us too much damn emotion. So she's not going to have that respect for you. She's not going to show you that respect. And like I said, most of the time they won't even say it because, fellas, we all know women will emotionally check the fuck out way before they fucking leave your ass. So by the time she leaves you, she done been lost respect for your ass a long time ago. This shit is just materializing in front of your face as far as her leaving. Now, like I said, there are women that will accept that shit. I really haven't found too many, you know. So that's what it looks like. It looks like disrespect. It looks like you're 8 times out of 10 gonna become subservient to her because now she knows that you're depending on her for your emotional support. That's never a good thing. So that's where we at. What can?
Let's see. So basically, okay, this is what I'm gonna get to. What I'm really trying to get to with that, because a lot of women they would ask a man, "I just need you to open up to me. I need you to show you or express yourself, right?" And I think that a lot of women can't tell when a man is really opening it up to them. So that's why I was saying I'm trying to see if a woman would they know if a man is opening up to them, you know, if it was in front of their face type situation. That's what I was coming
You
through
know
with
what?
that.
Most of the time they don't. Because you can come in the house and your way of opening up to her and saying, damn, baby, I had a fucked up day at work. And go on about your fucking business. Then they say, oh, you don't talk to me. You don't just that.
That's a sign. You just said one right there.
This is me opening up.
Yeah, you just said that right there. That's what I was meaning by that right there. You said the
Right?
sign
This
right
is
there.
me opening up. Now, if you can't accept this, do you expect me to go any fucking further? No, I'm going to clamp down on my shit even more. And you won't even get a, babe, I had a fucked up day at work. You'll probably get, why are you fucking talking to me right now? I don't feel like hearing that shit when you walk in the house now. That's what it's going to look like to y'all, to the women. Oh, he don't never had nothing to say. He don't never show his emotion. I tried that shit. And you said some real wild fucked up shit. So you get something now. That's what it's going to look like.
That's exactly what I was saying. I'm sorry. I just said that's literally that's exactly what I was trying to say. Women don't understand that men express themselves differently.
Yeah.
Conversations because you don't understand. He is showing you. He just not showing you the way you showing him.
There you go. Right. This what the whole project is about right here. We
That's
getting
I misunderstood your
we getting
question.
somewhere.
That's the biggest thing. Women expect us to act and react like them, and we don't. Right. I say, you really want to understand your man? Look the total opposite of what the fuck you are. That'll give you a good understanding. You still got some shit to work on, but just think of everything that you think the man should be or should act or whatever, and 180 that shit.
So the question I have to ask real quick is: so is that something for the women that's on the panel? Is that something that you women have to work on as far as understanding certain signs that your man is, either not wanting to express himself in that manner, or B, something where you can make it a safe space for him to feel comfortable enough to open up to you with certain topics that might be, because as a man it's hard enough, like when you have to deal with everyday life, right, and also have to deal with having kids and also a household and all these things, and to make sure that you make time for your kids and all these things. It's a job. So how do you women in that space will give that man that opportunity to express himself without it being something what I feel like or what I think you should? When do you guys? How do you guys?
I'm gonna add on to that real quick to you. Most of the time, it's not gonna end well, and here's the reason why. And I'm gonna make this real quick, Kev. Because even if they decide to give us that space and we decide to fucking take it, the first time we get into a major argument, she's gonna bring all that shit up.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that.
So you answered the question exactly how I was expecting you to answer it. So that's why I was asking.
I'm gonna answer the question for you, baby. I got you. I got you. So me personally, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm about to be 48 years old. So this is decades of fucking up, by the way. I'm by no means. I done fucked up a lot and I done getting a lot of issues, okay? And I'm gonna say this first and foremost. Men are physically intimidating. Women, I am reckless as hell with this mouth. This mouth right here is dangerous. I will sit there and make you feel 2 feet tall. If I love you hard, but I will tear you down even harder. And that's not
You're a
like women
word
don't want to
bender.
admit that. I'm gonna sit here and admit it. I know what I'm capable of with this mouth. I know what I'm capable of.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen so many women sit there and take some stuff that they man done told them on that pillow. And I told my daughter, because I have a daughter who's now married with 2 kids. What you and your man talk about in your bed is for you and your man, not your friends, not your group chat, not your nothing.
Right.
It's not even to be
So
thrown back in his face.
Right, no,
so
not
so
just
so
throw back
so
in your
my
face.
point.
I first of all, I try. This is what I tell my daughter. Right, I tell my daughter. I tell her. I literally, she's 24. I tell her, your husband tell you something that ain't nobody else's business. You come talk to me about it because I'm your best friend. I ain't gonna tell nobody. I'll give you sound advice because I've been there, right? But not everybody got a mother like me. But I would tell you right now, for me. Oh, wait a second. Let me back up now, because for me personally, women don't want to acknowledge the fact that they will be reckless with their mouth. For me personally, what I do personally, I will ask my communicate. I straight up just ask him, what can I do, baby? You had a bad day at work. What you need, baby? Can I do anything to make your day better? That's what I'll say. Can I do anything to make your day better? 9 times out of 10 with my one ex, I already knew what the answer was about to be. But
Right. So can I say something to that real quick? Not to cut you off, sorry, but
good.
so sometimes it's not even about what could you do, right? Sometimes it's just let us be. You get what I'm saying? Like sometimes it's not always, because what that leads into is when you ask those questions of what can I do, then we get into a kind of frustration mode. Like, let me just get a couple minutes for myself. Like, let me just
Then
figure
that should
some.
be your answer,
You get
baby.
what I'm saying?
And that's okay though. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. Like I've literally had, and the only reason I know these things is because I had a man who would tell me that. He would say to me, baby, I just need a minute. I'm gonna go down in the basement and do this, this, and this.
I
I'm
have
gonna
a
go out
question
to
for
the
you
garage.
first and foremost. How do you pronounce your damn name? Because I've been sitting up here trying to make
Much
sense of that shit.
too
Much
crazy.
too
You can just
crazy,
call me
bro.
Much too
crazy.
crazy. All right, I
Yes.
didn't see the you. Goddamn it! Stop playing with me.
All right. No,
Have,
because
all right. So here's the thing. Much too crazy. This with that when you said, "Babe, what's wrong? Can I do something?" This, that, and the other, yada, yada, yada. Even those, and I get where you're coming from. The whatever the heck that symbol is, I get where you're coming from. Even asking that can be frustrating, right? So I tell women that if you got a man and you live with him, a husband, a boyfriend, or whatever the fuck, and you know that motherfucker get off at 5 o'clock, that bitch is usually outside by 5:20, but you don't see that motherfucker walk in the house till 6:30. Something ain't right in the house. Because that's where we take our time to decompress. If everything's copacetic, if we know we can walk in the door and our baby can look at our face and say, "Oh, he done had a fucked up day," and just leave it at that and let us do what we do, we'll come in the house right away. But if we're gonna walk into a question when we cross that threshold, we're gonna sit in that car and listen to some shit, some sports talk radio, whatever, talk to our homeboys or whatever, and we won't come in the house till 6:30.
see, now that's as I
That's a
said
fact.
earlier. When somebody had told me that it wasn't a man being vulnerable, I had said earlier that my partner came in the door and he gave me this hug, and when he hugged me so tight. And I looked at him, and I see the look on his face. So he lay down in the bed, and I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "Just come here." And he wrapped me up, and he held me, and that was it. That was what he needed me to do, and I just shut the hell
And
up.
that was him being vulnerable.
You're
And
right.
That's what I said. That's exactly
that
what
was
I
it.
said earlier. So I'm over here trying to teach these younger women, like sometimes, or not younger women, but other women too, and also still continue to learn myself because you can always learn something new.
There you
Sometimes
go.
you have to understand where that we are not the same. It's what because we're not the same is the reason we're able to fit together. You understand? We can't be the same puzzle piece, same shape. Puzzle pieces don't fit together, right? Reason we fit together is because we're not the same, right? So he's sitting there understanding, letting you run your mouth about how your friend over here can't stand and you hate this coworker and this and that, and he letting you run your mouth because he knows that that's what you need to do, or he done brought you home some ice cream because he knows that that's gonna make you happy. And so what you need to figure out what's making your man happy, and if you're not figuring out what's making your man happy, why the fuck is you with him?
Man, say that again, please. That
Here
shit
come
crazy.
Malika with her shit.
Hey, look, Warlock, don't play with me because you know my button on. So, I do have something I would like to say about that, right? What I realized is that nobody else can bring you happiness. And if that's what you're looking for, you will never be happy. That's something you got to find within yourself.
Right.
Malika, that's
Another
all
person
facts.
cannot make you happy.
Right.
Another person cannot fix your flaw. All of those things is a you thing. It's not
Yep.
another person thing. I've been married and I've been with my husband for 13 years. You know what I realized and what he
What's
had
that?
to
14
realize
years of hell.
is I am not a therapist. I didn't go to school to learn how to do that type of thing. So we had to come to a conclusion and a realization that there are some things that I can help you with. Other things I am not equipped to. That means you have to go find somebody who is.
It,
See,
it's not happiness we're
that
looking
is,
for, it's peace.
so yeah. So the
Right.
problem with that
That's
Okay,
is
that's
this.
the
well,
thing.
peace. That's perfectly fine. Also, too, peace is something that you can only find within yourself.
So,
That's
yeah.
not
Can't
true.
I
nobody
don't
else
think you
bring you
understand
peace.
what you're
So
talking
we
about.
sitting over here, and I be listening to like a lot of people, and everybody be like, "This person, that person." That's where you wrong at. You looking at somebody else to bring you something you should have found for yourself a long time ago.
Yep.
If
Yep.
someone's causing me a headache, they're disturbing my peace.
True.
If someone is causing you a headache, anything could cause you a headache. So is anything that causes you a headache disturb peace? Because
Absolutely.
I'm
That's the
pretty sure that
definition of
I'm pretty
disturbing
sure
my
that your
peace.
idea of peace is not the same thing that you're trying to equate that what causes a headache. I'm pretty sure
Right.
that's not it.
That's the
So
same as
so
what I
so
said
can I say
before. Though.
something to
Why are
that
you
real
with
quick?
people
Like
who
I'm
don't match your
agreeing with
energy?
you.
You shouldn't even be with that person if you're not ready to be in a relationship. If you're not healed,
Right.
like
So
you should have
so
your own.
so
I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't come in to like I didn't come in like on that part, so I don't know. I didn't have a rebuttal for someone who does not want to be in a relationship. That wasn't my argument.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. You should be able to have that peace and healing within yourself. But I feel like what I was saying is more of like if you having to be supportive, being supportive to your partner in an appropriate way, in a way
right.
that can help them be
Right,
supportive.
but
That's what we're speaking on.
supportiveness ain't peace. I can't bring you peace. I'm
Right.
Right.
not the
So
peace
sometimes
bringer.
so sometimes so
Nobody
sometimes
is. It's
So
the
so
your
you.
partner
sometimes yes you
never
can.
your
So
partner never
sometimes
felt
can I say
down?
something real quick? Sometimes yes you could bring your man peace. You know how you could bring your man peace? It's just by sitting and just listening to what he has to say without a rebuttal or without something to say after what he says, right?
Yeah,
So
that's not.
again,
Our versions of that is different, sir. I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not even trying to cut you off. But what you're asking for, or what you're talking about right now, is not peace. That's communication. Like I
huh?
don't conflate words with how they make me feel. I use the actual word for what it is. So because you're listening to your partner, that's what you're doing. You're not creating peace. That's impossible.
Yes, it is a form of so just the same way how
I
you
didn't say a form. I'm
no
only
hold
talking
on.
about the
I
action,
know
sir.
I
I'm
know what
only
you said.
talking
What
about the actual action of listening.
I
That's
know,
it.
but
I'm not taking it nowhere else.
I know, but what I'm saying is when you say that you're not a therapist and you say that he should seek someone to do those things, what I'm saying to you is by your man coming to you to confide in you or to talk to you about something, that is a form of therapy for us men. So
Okay,
therefore,
and what I'm saying is it's only some things that I can help with, and what men need to understand and women is that your partner is not a place for your dumping ground, sir.
Facts.
huh?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? That's what
Hey
that means. You
Malika.
can't come in and continue to dump on your partner because you feel
Right.
bad. I'm not a
Right.
therapist.
No,
This is
so
what
so
I'm
it's not
Hey
telling you.
Malika,
oh,
I got one thing to
oh,
say to Malika before y'all finish, and I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. And
Well,
I and,
hold
and
on,
I just
Warlock. I'm almost done because I'm gonna cut my mic off. You know I don't even do this much
oh
stuff.
no, I just wanted to say
Yeah,
great series. That's all.
but
I just listened to part three. That's all.
oh, okay. Appreciate you, Warlock, all day. And what I mean by I'm not a therapist, like I say, I've been with my husband for 13 years, sir. We had to come to the conclusion together. I used to sit up and think he knew what I wanted, like he was a mind reader. He used to sit up and think the same thing. Well, guess what? We not. So that means that if it's a problem, we actually have to open our mouth. I can help you with certain things
Mm-hmm.
that you can come to me with. That I'm available for. Some things I can't help you with because the truth of the matter is everybody came into a relationship with trauma that the person that they with didn't give it to them. So
Mm.
whatever you dealing with before
Facts.
you got to me, I can only help you with what it comes to me. If it's anything past that, then you're asking for something I can't provide. That's
Mm-hmm.
why they have therapists who can come in, somebody who you can talk to, and who won't tell your secrets. By law, they get paid to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. That's all.
I think you're taking it to the extremes.
I'm not extreme. I'm only telling you about my life. If you think my life is extreme, then okay.
No, I'm saying like
I think it's pretty simple.
I completely agree with you, right? You can't look for happiness in your partner. But what we are speaking on isn't that. We speaking on like how you and your husband had a long relationship, right? It shouldn't be hard for you to talk to your partner
It
Oh,
was
you talking
hard.
about anything.
It was hard.
It
He's
shouldn't be
11
hard
years
for your
older than
partner
me.
to talk to you about anything.
Bro, he's 11 years older than me. Okay? See, this is dynamics I normally don't talk
That's
about.
what I was
My
trying to
husband is
say.
11 years
Thank you,
older
bro.
than me. Of course it was hard. You want to know why it was hard? Because I wasn't able to communicate yet. You want to know what he gave me? Grace to learn. Because you can't boost me up 11 years. It's impossible. I'm where I am. You are where you are. And when we turn around and want to force people to be where we at, that's why it don't work. He gave me grace so I can catch up.
So what if y'all
Now
was the
do you
same age?
understand?
Because I don't think age plays in it.
Yes, he has 11 years of more information, more lifetime, and more things that I did not know. I'm 11 years behind. Age definitely does play a part.
Right.
maturity is the main thing,
There you
though.
go. Right.
So
And I had to catch up because he's 11 years here before me.
so
When we discovered how to do that, turns out partnership is way, way better than a lot of the other stuff that we hear out here that people try to pass as a relationship.
See, I think here's the biggest thing, right? You can have that big ass age gap. However, they could have been on the same page in reference to where they want to go, how they want to achieve it, or what have you. But
It's
as far as
still
communicating,
childish
yes, that
people out
age
here.
gap makes a difference.
Thank you.
That's why I say age doesn't matter because it's still
We
childish
just
people
explained
out
to
here.
you how the age gap matters. We just told you how the age gap matters.
I'm
Wait,
saying in
how?
reference
You saying
to
how do age gap
age
matter?
is just a number,
He's 11
right?
years older than me, so things that he knew, like how to communicate, I didn't.
I
Just
know
That
how
don't
because
to
he
mean that.
want
That
me,
just mean that
just
was
because
where
he
you
want
was.
me to be there, that does
Yeah,
not
but
mean that I've learned
yeah,
what you've learned for the 11 years that you was here first.
Did anybody
yeah,
just hear what I
I
said
feel you on that
allegedly?
though. But
Right,
that,
that's all I'm saying.
but
Did anybody
that
hear
you
what
could
I
say
just said
vice versa. Some
allegedly?
stuff that he don't know that you know too. So,
No,
but
they didn't hear me.
that had nothing to do with age though. That just got to deal with you had to mature. That's all
That's an
that
age
was.
thing, sir. You don't come out you don't
Yeah,
come out the
but
womb mature.
it's
You have to
mature
grow.
people that's younger than you. You know what I'm saying? So that had nothing to do with age. That's what I'm saying.
it's a
What
bunch of
what were you
It's
saying,
older
just
Warlock,
people
real quick?
who still
What
appear.
basically what I said is this. When I'm speaking on yours or anybody that has that age gap, right? If it's an age gap of 10 or more years or what have you, the issue is not the age gap per se. The thing is, the reason why we can date people younger than us, because they have a similar vision. They understand the game plan and they're on board with that game plan. So from that aspect, we can grow together,
There you
right?
go.
However, maturity does not mean that you know how to communicate,
right.
right? The maturity does not mean that this person that is 10 or more years older than you know what the fuck they know. Maturity has nothing to do with that. A lot of that shit comes from experiencing that shit as you grow.
Yeah,
Yes.
time
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So
In time.
that's where she was coming from. She didn't have that level of the ability to communicate on the level that he was. That's something
Yeah.
that she had to grow into. Something that he probably taught her how to do as time went on. And when she
exactly
caught up, that shit was on point.
Can I
Mm.
on
can
point.
I
Or
just say that
communicate with
I
him, right? Because every person communicate
Right.
differently, though.
That's what I
So
said. He
Right.
Yeah,
taught
yeah.
her how
That's
to do certain
fair
things
is
or how to
yeah,
communicate.
that comes with
his would
understanding your
never
partner,
talk to
though.
you
So
about
It
yeah,
all
marriage.
I
come
He
can
with
would
get that
time.
though.
never.
It all comes with time. You
Yeah,
can't
that
do
do
none of
come with
that and
time, but that's where everything. You could be the same age and still gotta learn how to communicate with your partner within time.
But it's a bigger gap
you
because
could
of the
do that.
age and
What?
experience and the things that
No,
they've
what
been
I'm
through.
saying,
thank you.
I'm not talking about that part. What I'm saying, if she was trying to build herself to be connected to her partner, um, you can be the same age and still not understand your partner. And in due time, experiencing with your partner, you
So
start understanding more about them.
You could be
that's what I was gonna
85.
say,
You could be
Malika.
85 years old
But if
and
you
still.
talking about maturity, right? You talking about if you talking about that, yeah, I can understand. You know, some people, but sometimes it's older people that might have to mature with a younger. I mean, it's like that's why I say I don't think age come with the maturity part though. But if you talking about understanding your partner, that's a whole nother thing.
I
'Cause
was just
everybody
giving
got it.
you.
You
I
could
was
be
just giving you part of a nuance of understanding
Now,
my
Uh,
so
Ma-
partner and
Malika?
why.
the
Yes,
You
sir.
can
thing, the
be
thing about,
old and immature as fuck.
that's what I'm saying.
However,
the thing
you
about
still
the
have that
whole app
experience.
Right.
You could be
is
85
Yes,
and
ma'am. Much
70
to
and still
say.
Experience
gas
of being
mileage.
ignorant.
right. So Malika,
I
have
like
have your husband ever came to you like with a problem or he has a bad day or whatever?
Yes,
That's what we talking about. How did you
and I'm
respond to that?
and I'm saying that sometime I can help him. In other places, I can't. And when I can't, we both understand that I can't, and he probably should go talk to somebody else who can understand and help him in that aspect. It's not even an argument, nor do he look at me and be like, you couldn't understand me. Blah.
That's why I
You know
don't
what I'm
tell you
saying?
shit.
All right,
But
but
we
so
ain't. I don't
this
think
is
it's even
this is
You
about
know what I'm
base
that.
saying?
It's
level
just
right
about.
there.
It's just about being vulnerable. It ain't got nothing to do with being.
He has his way of being
Yeah,
that. And when he is, he is.
right.
Yeah, I
Can
And
I
as
think.
say
far as I'm
can I say
concerned,
something real
those
quick,
are
please?
human things. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like I
mean, he
get
give you a hug every day,
those are
don't you?
human things, but some of those things I cannot help you with. I just can't. And for that reason, then they have people who can help you. Now, I guess
Sometimes
what I'm saying is if you choose to keep talking to somebody who you know can't help you, then how crazy that make you look?
Yeah. I, I'm
sometimes
a,
sometimes so I'm glad you said that, but I just want to say something real quick. Sometimes all it takes for us men that's having a rough day, just a good, you know, loving and all these things. Sometimes it's not as difficult as you guys think it is,
Well, no,
right?
I guess
No,
my
hold on.
question to you would
Can
be
I?
this. What if you do that to somebody who is incapable?
so
Then what?
so
Then
this what I want to say real quick though. Like being vulnerable has nothing dealing with being a problem being solved. That's two different things. You don't. You can be vulnerable and still not have your problem solved.
so even coming and saying I
But
have
can
this
can I add
problem to give
something
you
to
the
that,
opportunity to
Kev?
say
Go ahead, 24. I know you've been trying to say something for a minute too.
Oh, he back?
I think you like I want to say blessings to everybody on the panel, and I think it always works divinely. You said exactly what needed to be said. Men are looked at as visionaries. Vulnerability is the opposite of that. So if you're a man who expresses vulnerability, that means you don't have the solution. So that's how you look now. You
Right.
look weak. If you reveal an issue, but behind the issue you give the solution that you're pursuing or the solution that you found, that's different. But just to say I'm having a problem, that looks bad as the head of the household because
but
you're looked to solve all the problems.
Can
that
I?
should be how the rest of the world handles you. That shouldn't be how you have to feel in your own home.
No, 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 no. See, what we
Like,
got to understand is you're a man whether you're in the world or you're at
But you're
home. It
not.
doesn't
Facts.
change.
but you should be
Facts.
able to be
Facts.
vulnerable at home. You should be able to be,
You guys are missing what I said.
Okay.
I
But
Yeah,
can I?
said
I get exactly.
vulnerability has to come with a solution. I can't say I'm having a problem, but I don't know how to fix it.
Can I say to what
That's
Malika said?
backwards.
What Malika said when she said that sometimes you don't know how to
Yo.
fix stuff. Sometimes
Oh,
just being available and being quiet and just being there is the support that a guy needs, isn't it?
okay. So here's the
You
thing.
don't
That's
have to
exactly what I was
solve
saying just now.
your woman's problems all the time.
And I'm just
Majority of
saying,
the
if you
time,
got a woman that's incapable of doing that, then what?
Then you got to work on yourself. That's
You
something
don't
you.
Exactly.
Hold
need
on,
the
Thank
hold
you.
on,
woman
hold
to
on,
do
please,
that.
Thank
That's
you.
Why
the
do
hold
problem.
on,
You
hold on.
looking for a woman to be that. You need to
No,
be that.
that's
No,
something.
we're
No,
not.
hold on. That's something you have to work on. So again, man, when we're not wired um difficult, right? We're very simple. We don't ask for much.
Actually,
That's
men are
it.
wired very difficult.
Yeah, we fucked
I
up.
can even give you the biology of how they're wired difficultly.
I
Malika.
disagree
Let
with
me
that,
ask
but okay.
questions to the men so you can understand this. Let me ask questions to the men. Hey, fellas, have you ever needed a woman to help you accomplish anything?
No,
nah.
Guess that didn't go as you planned,
My
huh?
mama at one
no,
point?
No, no,
no,
that was the right answer.
no. It's the right answer. The reason why I said no.
Men don't look to women to complete them or to help
Right,
them do
exactly.
anything.
We look for
Men do what they
support.
do. We just want a woman that's not gonna break down my house I built.
Facts. That's gonna stick by our
So
side regardless of whatever the situation is.
It's like
You
you
so
can't
guys.
break
It's
down
like
your
women
own
think
so
house.
that we're looking for you to help us to be men. No, that's not the case.
this
We
Hold
came
on.
in
Hey,
here a
wait. Hey,
man already.
Mr. 24K. I never said that. That
No,
wasn't my
but
argument.
the question you're asking is, what if we run into a woman that can't do that? And I'm telling you, it
It,
doesn't
it,
matter if she can or not.
no,
I'm
it
still
was
gonna
for
be
Mr.
me.
Goat. It was for the Goat.
But
Before you popped in, me and him was already talking about something. That's
Okay,
what my question
so
stemmed. It wasn't for
let
guys,
you
me
to
let me
say.
let me interject and answer your question real quick. When I was married, we used to talk about things, especially when I had to deal with the household.
That's fine.
She always had her say. Sometimes I took what she said and implemented it. Sometimes I didn't. There's been times that during our conversation, she made me see things in a different light that made it fucking easier. And was I actually looking for a solution from her? No. But the conversation needed to be had. So I understand that we are problem solvers. We look for solutions and all of that shit. Yes, we do. But if you have a woman that is capable of either thinking where you are or being able to contribute where you are, I really see no problems in having that conversation. I'm not going to make a decision that's going to affect the entire household without her knowledge of it. I'm not just going to go there and say, "Hey, look, this needs to be done. I'm doing this shit." Because then it's running the house like a tyrant, like a dictator, and I've never been that guy.
and I think that's an amazing. I think
So,
I like what you just said, but I think that's what the
Serendipity, what the
problem
yeah,
hell
is.
let
are
me
you
I think
doing
a lot
over
of
here?
people try to
yeah, let me
fix
say this
people who
real
are
quick
able
though,
to.
because I
Okay.
see the I don't believe that what you were saying about the vulnerable thing. It's so many forms of vulnerable. It seems like we going right to the negative stuff though, right?
Right?
I think even being vulnerable is like simply, and I ain't trying to be nasty.
Yeah, you are.
Whipping your Peter out and she getting on it, right? That's still a sign of vulnerability though, because she can do anything with that thing, bite it off or whatever. But that's still some type of form of vulnerability of you opening yourself opening yourself up to to your woman in some type of way. So I think it's many ways of vulnerability. We only just turn it into one thing. I think that's a problem. I see,
No, you're
and I'm
right.
glad that we doing this project because I see people look at vulnerability in one way. I think it's many ways of vulnerability.
Hey,
You're right.
Kev,
And in that
And
moment,
I
like
don't view
women
it as a
can fall
weakness
for it
Kev.
either.
too. Like
I
We
don't view
always gotta
vulnerability as
have
being weak.
we always gotta have the exact definition that we trying to debate on, right? So we have to have
Hmm.
a specific definition for what vulnerability is. It's the quality or state of being exposed to the possibility of being attacked or harmed, either
Uh-huh.
physically or emotionally. That's the
Right.
Hmm.
definition. Vulnerability
I put
is
my Peter. I just
negative.
said that.
right, and
You
I mean,
see what
I
I'm
could. She
saying?
could bite my Peter off if I. That's all I'm saying.
Okay
That's
then.
vulnerable.
So what
Hey,
we're
look,
saying
look.
is men spend their lives trying not to be vulnerable. The only vulnerable space we're in is with a woman. So we can't allow her to control that for us.
All
but if
right,
it,
look.
okay,
I'm
so
gonna step left real quick.
oh, I
I'm gonna
really
step
want to
left
say
real
something.
quick because I have a question for Serendipity.
I
Real
really
quick.
think that people go into a relationship thinking that anyone should control anyone, and I think that's a horrible fucking concept. And I think that like people, a lot of times the mistake people make nowadays is thinking you fall in love with people's potential, right? You see who they could be or who you want them to be, and you try to fix people. We can't fix anybody. Look, when I go into a relationship, I want to inspire that person to want to like grow and heal and be a better person, and I want them to inspire me. But I'm not trying to fix anybody. Look, I'm in my 40s. I'm done trying to fix people. You can't fix people who don't want to be fixed.
Serendipity, I have a question for you, man.
Yes, dear.
Um, well, you had a taste of me. What the hell you doing over here?
Well, to be fair, well, I saw you in here and I liked what you said before, so I followed you in here.
Oh, okay. I had to leave. I had to leave. I just couldn't do it no
Oh,
more. I
there were
tried.
people in there who were not listening. They were hung up on the wrong thing, and
Right, I know. I was just wondering why you was over here. I was
Right.
like, look, she's stalking me now.
So can
well,
I
I'm not
so
stalking
can
you,
I
but
say
it was a
can
good
I say
conversation.
something?
And I saw the
So,
questions on this one, and
so,
I thought, well, I like good conversation with different
Yeah,
so can I
people, and
say
that's
something
how
to
you learn and
Malika?
grow as a
Can I
person,
say
right?
something to Malika real
we
quick,
good,
please?
man.
Malika, can I say something? Can I say
Yeah,
something?
yeah,
Quick?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm
Bro,
always willing to learn if you got something to teach me. Let's go. I'm ready.
We had to pause for a moment of silence for what you just said,
Like,
Malika.
what the heck just happened?
That was beautiful.
You might even be muted. You gotta
I
mute and unmute. The goat. Like your stuff might be tripping. Now. That was weird.
thank you 24K, but I'm
can you hear me?
very
There you
open-minded.
go. There
So
you
Right.
go. We hear you.
So again, when you say things like I can't do this and I can't do, go find somebody else to help you with whatever issues you're dealing with. these are things that we're trying to understand, right? We're trying to figure out, okay, well, if you could come to us with certain topics that we don't give two shits about or to care about, to listen to you, right? Why you can't listen to us when it comes to certain topics, right? I'm not saying that you guys you do it, but I'm just saying in general, right? So when you say things like I'm not a therapist and you say, oh, go find somebody else to do it, then when we go find somebody else to do it, it's like, oh well, you spending more time with this person talking about your problems than with your wife, and then it becomes an issue. So when
Oh, I gotta answer.
Yeah, no, but
so hold on,
Go ahead, Malika. He
real
asked
quick,
Malika the question. Go ahead, baby.
real quick. So at what point? I'm 29 years old. I'm a baby. I still got my mother's milk on my face. You could say whatever. Yeah, whatever. But I'm very wise and I'm very strategic with words that I use. Right. So I just try to understand, and I try to understand how we could how how are we going to be more how do you put it? How are we gonna be more masculine or more whatever in your eyes if we can't come to you and we can have certain dialects with you guys pertaining to something as simple as being a man and having to deal with the outside world and also uh being the house the provider for the house and making time for the kids. So all these things that we're dealing with. So who do we have to turn to
You
when
Okay.
it,
I really
do you
Okay.
want
want
to
me
say
to answer
something.
that first, Malika, or do you want to go?
Let me
I'm finna
talk
go. I
about
got you.
Okay, go ahead.
So I understood what you asked, right? So let me make very clear. I never said that listening was a problem to the person. I'm talking about the actual solution. Now, there are some things that I can actually for my life and my personal just for this conversation. There are some things personally that I can't help my husband with, right? Listening, I will always do that. That's not an issue. But when somebody comes to you with a problem, they are looking for a solution. Sometimes I can give you that solution. At the times that I cannot give you that solution, there are trained people that will help you get that solution.
Can I ask you a
Now,
question,
what I
Malika?
mean by that is, like I was saying earlier, a lot of the issues that we have as adults, those issues stem from your childhood. Before you got to me, whatever insecurities is going on, you already had those. I can
Malika.
only help you some way with that. Other
Mm.
than that, you have to go backwards. You have to talk to somebody who can pull you through that in a way that I can't.
Can I ask you
That
a
don't
question?
mean
What
that
you
I'm
just
not
said?
available. That don't mean that I'm not listening to you.
I
And
think she made the
two,
so can
best
I say
point.
so can I say something real quick? Just
wait, I'm almost done, big brother.
okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go
Real
ahead.
quick, and then two. One thing for sure, and two things for certain. I am a woman. I'm not delusional to think that we the same. I understand that we different. I can't help you with men problems. How do I function as a man in the world? I don't know. I function as a woman. I could tell you how to function as a woman, but you don't want to hear that. So I can, like I said, listening will never be a problem. It's the actual solution that's the thing. And when you come asking a woman about a male dominated idea in a life that we don't live in, you will never get the answer you want from a woman because we're women.
Mm.
But that's what
So
can
Okay.
I
that
ask you
means that
So
something?
you
helpmates
can
can't
go
So
help,
and
huh?
find what? Another man to talk
I
to,
would,
right?
yeah. So I hear what you're saying 100%. Don't get me wrong. And I say the same thing. I have two kids of my own, right? I have a 2 year old and I have a 1 year old. I have a 2 year old daughter, 1 year old son, right? And I always preach the same thing. I can't teach my daughter how to be a woman, but what I could teach her is how to be um how to have integrity, right? And how to be how if push comes to shove and she needs to take her on to survive on her own, she could go out there and she could do it on her own. I could teach her these things, but I can't
Teach her how to be
teach
a
her
human.
certain things, right? Like my son, my wife can't teach my son how to be a man. It's impossible, right? So we get that aspect of things. But what I'm asking you is, so when you say things like you can't talk to your man, so you say it could be from, I'm reading the comments, right? They say it could be from like childhood traumas and all these
Leave
things.
them comments alone and respond to what she said.
I,
Yeah, I
I
said
am.
I said most people
Uh-huh.
have issues from their childhood, yes.
Right. So if that's the case, right? You women also have the same or probably worse problems that men have from their childhood
Yes, sir.
childhood as
That's
well.
why I said people. I didn't
Right.
separate it. I said
But
people have the same problem.
but when we talking about just life on the day-to-day basis outside of those things, right? When we're talking about just having a regular dialect with your man, this is something totally different that we're referring to compared to childhood traumas in life. Because
No, no,
I
no. Oh,
think
well, wait. To go. Let me just real quick. I understand what you're saying. So let me give you a real quick example. I told you I don't never get on here and tell my life, but I think you need to hear this. I grew up with child abandonment issues. My mother passed when I was 12, and I met my father once. You know how many arguments me and this man got into that had nothing to do with actually what he did, but me feeling abandoned, which is a feeling that he didn't cause.
He can't help you with that.
He
so.
can't help.
That's a you thing.
Wait. To go. Listen.
Mhm.
He can't help me with that. So, but you know what? But you know what used to happen? What used to happen is we used to have arguments. And them arguments all stem from how I was feeling from when I was a child. None of that shit had anything actually to do with what actually was going on, even if it was a catalyst to a problem that made me speak. So what I mean by that is that's something I had to figure out. When I figured that out, guess what? We don't have them issues no more. He still talks to me. We still had that connection, but just that aspect of my life, he couldn't help me with. But guess what it was doing? It was bleeding into our relationship.
Right.
So
So
that means I
here's the
had to
thing that
go
I
to
was gonna
And I
somebody
say.
else.
understand.
I had to talk to somebody else who could help
Right.
me because he just could not help me with that problem as much as I wanted him to,
Right.
as bad as I wanted him to.
Yeah. And and
So
and, and
the
again,
goat. Here it is
hold up.
from a
Can I
Now
man's
I'm
respond
side
to
of
that?
done.
view, right?
Now
Can I
I'm done.
respond
I'm
to that
done. I'm
real
done.
quick, please?
Here it is from a man's side of view, the goat. Listen, here's the reason. You said, how come we can't go to them and they can come to us, right? It's very plain and simple. We as men are fixers, right? We are men as fixers. That's why we listen, because we're listening to find out if there's any way we can fix what the fucking problem is. Just like Malika said, sometimes we realize we can't do shit. And trust me, that hurts us when we can't fix the fucking problem. Now, as far as us going to them, when we go to them, we're looking for a freaking solution. If they can't give us the freaking solution, we'll get to the point where we're like, why the fuck did I even go to her?
You looking for a fix, right?
Right. So we're
Exactly.
trying to figure out, okay, I just wasted the last 20 minutes explaining this shit to her and she can't even fucking help me. Why do I need to go to her? But see, that's a part of learning your fucking partner too. Because the longer you go, the more you'll realize there are certain things that there's no need for me to go to her about because she can't fucking help.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I understand that 100%. Right.
So what is your argument? Because
No, it
I
wasn't an
just told
argument.
you
It
from the
wasn't.
man's side, she told you from the woman's side.
I'm gonna help him
No, it
out. I'm
wasn't
gonna
an
help him out real
argument.
quick.
So
His,
argument. I wasn't arguing. I was just asking a question. That's all it was. It wasn't an argument. It was a
right.
question.
Isn't that where we all have like a circle of people, whether it's your family or best friends,
Right.
or that's because we have to
Ex-
balance. I mean, like, you're not one person in your life is ever going to be the one person for everything. I'm going to have one
Not
person I go to for
everybody
these
has.
kind of issues, and my
exactly.
partner is somebody I go to, and like I might vent to them about something, but I don't expect them to offer me a solution. I just want their support and to know they're there and they love me. But I'm going to go to
That's
this
the point.
person to ask for more advice because they know better where I'm coming from or whatever the fuck I'm talking about, right? Whatever the issue is, right? So
Oh,
that's where you need a circle of support. You cannot live your life centered around just one person. I mean, you can, but it's not healthy, right? You need other people in your life.
That's what
girl,
I'm
you talk
saying.
fast as shit.
I
So I
do. I
say
So
promise.
I'm
venting is
I'm
a
gonna just
sign, is
say
a
I
form
do.
of
I
I'm
talk
gonna
fast
just
as hell. I
say
know.
right. If you in a relationship, you should be able to go talk to your person about anything. No matter if it's a man or a woman, you should be able to talk to your person about anything. I get
right.
what everybody's
I
saying
agree,
up
but I
here.
don't think you should always
Right.
expect that one person to have the answer. They might just be.
Why is
I get what
that's
you're
what
saying.
I'm
I get what
saying
you're
though?
saying.
Like, why is
What I'm
everybody
saying,
doing that? I don't get it. Why the
what
whole
I'm
point of
saying,
vulnerability is just to talk to somebody. You don't have to have an answer every time. I don't get why
Exactly.
everybody got to
Yeah.
add the answer at the
But see,
end.
Exactly.
I
here,
don't think that.
No,
here,
I
that's
don't
not
though,
even
why
think
you
that's
get
what the topic
vulnerable.
is about. It's
Kev,
about, do they have
here,
an answer to your vulnerability? I don't think I asked that.
they
It's
Kev, you
just
didn't
being
looking
ask
at
that.
open.
it as
You
you
didn't ask
going
that
through
question.
y'all issues,
However, that's a
y'all
part
got
of it.
issues, and y'all want
You get what I'm
understanding.
saying?
But at the
For
end of the
most
day, you
guys,
don't want
because
that.
we deal with generalities here, right? Most guys think like that is that when they go to somebody about an issue or a problem, we're looking for a fucking solution to it because evidently at that particular moment, we don't have it.
But wait, I've been saying that for the last 15 minutes. It's not about what you could respond to help the situation. It's just about you dialing and just listening to what
Right.
the topic
Right.
is.
What
That's
I'm
what I've been
saying
saying.
to you,
Listen, you
this
just
is
gotta.
you're
I've been
missing what
saying
I'm
this for the
saying.
last 15 minutes.
Maybe you're that type of guy, King Goat. I mean,
No,
the
no.
goat. You
So
maybe you're that
again,
guy, but
so
most guys don't talk just to fucking talk.
right.
So
So
yeah,
the
Some
reason
guys
and the
do.
reason and
And
hold
not to
on and
mention,
hold on and hold on
everybody
hold
is
on.
not
talk
The
equipped.
though,
reason
dog,
why
just to get it off my chest.
the reason why most guys don't talk is because of the fear that that topic that you have with your spouse is going to eventually come back up in your face. Now,
Exactly.
if
That's
you
where that's
so
where like
if you so
I
hold on
sorry, go
real
ahead.
quick,
I'm
please.
sorry.
So if you have that relationship with your spouse where you feel like you can say any and everything to her without it coming back to you, to haunt you in the future, then that's what I was getting at. Sometimes you guys say, well, a woman doesn't have the answers. Sometimes we don't need the answers. We just need someone to fucking hear where we're coming from. You get what I'm
That
saying?
Right.
Like
And
listen,
that's
man.
where I wanted to say, and
That's
really
what I
short, can
be
I just say it?
talking about too,
Like
bruh. Like
I have learned, like in
a
my
lot
life,
of
like the
women.
worst things, what's worse than being alone is being with somebody who makes you feel alone. If you can't go to your partner and say anything to them, even if they can't give you an answer, but hey, they're there and they're gonna hug you.
Right.
You know, sometimes I just need someone to tell me it's gonna be okay, even if it's not gonna be okay. I just need to hear somebody fucking tell me it's gonna be okay.
right.
You know,
Well, and
I
this is
think
the point that I was trying to get at last.
I just think if you can't be vulnerable with your partner, there's a problem. Like there's
So Malika, just to give you a little heads up on my life as well. I
Yes,
dealt
sir.
with the same I dealt with the same issues growing up as well. I had abandonment issues with my pops. Also I haven't my mom, so the first 7 years of my life I have my mom's never raised me, and these are all things that I needed answers to as well. As of today, we have a great relationship because I made amends to build that relationship with her. As far as my pops, there's certain things that he said to me, right? And I refused to have that dialect with him and try to get these things to understand certain things where he's coming from because he's not transparent. And as a man, you're supposed to be as transparent as you can so people could understand you, respect you, and have a different outlook on you on life, right? So I'm not up here trying to argue with anyone. I don't want to give anyone that impression. I'm just trying to figure out, right? When you guys say certain things like, "Oh, a man shouldn't look to his wife, for comfort." I'm trying to figure out where this is
Don't
coming
give him a
from.
hug then.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
That's what I was saying because
That's not what we were
Don't
saying.
kiss her.
those words that you're using is words
Right.
that never used and they mean something. See, when we say stuff, they mean what we say. Well, most
Mm-hmm.
people. So I didn't say comfort. I didn't even argue none of that. I
Get him,
believe that you
girl.
should be able to be with anybody who gives you comfort. That's not an argument of mine. What I'm saying is there are in this perfect world that we all want. Yes, that's how we would want it. But we know we don't live in a perfect world. We know that that majority of the people on this planet it's they have emotional problems. There have been things that happened that people haven't figured out how to deal with. So we have some people that are equipped to deal with those type of things when it comes to other people. There are people on this planet that is not equipped with those tools to even be able to listen or have a conversation.
that's true. You're right.
And I
All right,
think people is missing that aspect of it. Everybody think that everybody is just capable. If I ran into you, you can do it. No, you might have ran into somebody that's incapable of what you're capable of.
Never once did Malika say that he couldn't come to her. What she said, she never said he couldn't come to her. She never said he couldn't talk about it. So it depends on how deep. What she said was, sometimes when you come and talk to me about it, I'm not going to be able to. So basically, sometimes the solution you're looking for is going to therapy and talking to somebody else who can better handle it. She's not saying he can't come and talk to her about it. You feel me? What she's saying is sometimes she's not going to be able to do anything about what he says to her. And she never said, whatever once said, he can't come to her.
and
Let
really
me, let me say this, and
saying
I'm
not
gonna be
all the
quiet for a
time he's
minute.
looking for a
So
solution. Every time
Here's the thing that
he
I want
talks
y'all to
about it, he's
understand. For
not
those
looking for a
of
solution.
y'all, and I should have said this when she first came up here, but I was fucking. For those of y'all who know, And I'm sorry, Malika. This is a late goddamn warning. For those of y'all that don't know, if you should know now, she is very meticulous on her wording. All right. So if she says something, she means what she says. Don't try to interpret it. Don't try to twist it around. She means what she says. That's just a disclaimer. I'm sorry, I was late on that one.
Like that.
This shit, but yeah. But go ahead.
Yeah. So,
Anyways,
so
y'all,
at least
I'm
we got
gonna
that
head
one
it
part
out.
though. So that's what I was
I'll be
talking about, the
heading out.
vulnerable. What
I ain't gonna
happened?
lie.
I
This
wandered
is
in here.
this is
What question are we actually on?
this is a good topic.
The
I
one you
think
got answering
we started talking about solutions. I don't know how we got there, but I was talking. We were supposed to be talking about the why man can't why can a man
Yeah,
be
be
vulnerable with women
vulnerable.
and stuff.
Yeah, we was going
So
over.
far it sounded like I think I got another answer now because some of them it sounds like that. Some men is just scared to do it because they feel like they need a answer to. So I'm now heard the other end to it though.
I think more
Some men don't even try to come to their woman for to be vulnerable. I guess
Well,
so.
see, here's the
I
thing.
can
also
come to
believe
Even
that.
though
that
I
some
think
people.
they still do it unintentionally because when you got a girl, it's
Right.
automatically you'll be vulnerable in some type of way. So no
Yeah.
matter how we want to look at it,
I
you
We
ain't got
don't
to
can
shed a
go
tear
to
to
them
be
boo-hooing.
vulnerable. You don't have to be, huh?
We don't go to them boo-hooing and crying and all of
That's
that.
what I just said though. That's why everybody jumps straight to that only. I think
Right.
what they put a negative word on a negative
Hey,
stigma
I just
behind vulnerable or something.
Well,
Kev,
yes,
shut your mouth, man.
because
I just had that daggone conversation in the novel live about grooming, so I got you. Anyway.
well,
I don't know
I
how
would
old
say
everyone in this
yes.
group is, but like I think everyone by our age has had some trauma, some baggage, some whatever. People have mistreated us, right? I think some guys have experienced like the girls who will take their worst shit and throw it at them in an argument and use it against them, and that makes
That's
them
a big
afraid to be
reason why we
vulnerable.
don't do it.
Because there are women that
Mm,
will. Like I've heard horror stories of like either the like secret stuff that you can fight in them, and then it becomes a weapon later, right? That's horrifying, but
mm,
people do it, and it also women do the same. It's harder for us, but we are more likely to be vulnerable. Where you have an easier time. I think men are taught not to be as a children and whatever. Like society teaches you not to be, so it's harder. It's even harder for you. I think,
Mm-hmm.
Which is
especially if a woman
also
has done that to you.
which Miss Serendipity, which also goes back to what I said about past trauma.
Yes,
See,
yes,
you could have ran into a female that have done that to you, but then you come to me and I got the baggage from what
oh
this
shit.
other person
right.
did.
And
Guess
you're
what?
going to do it to him, but he doesn't know that.
Even though I've never showed you any type of character as such,
Right.
I would still be judged under that mat.
Right, and that's a learning thing
And
and growing
and
as a
I
person,
can't help
right?
you with that, right? I can't.
And you have to learn to trust your partner to that extent. But if
Exactly.
you can't,
But
like
that's
then
not
there's a
something I can
problem.
necessarily help you with. I can do my part, right? But even if you're still controlled by your fear,
Right.
fear
Right.
is more powerful than love.
Yes,
That's
Lord.
why I
You
said
know,
like I don't want to
it
fix
doesn't
people. I
last as
want
long.
like
Scientifically, it doesn't last as long.
all of
But
us.
fear is more powerful than love. If you're so afraid, then what can you need to go
No, and
talk to somebody
I
who
do
can
think
help you
you're
with that.
absolutely right, but I think that that's where like learning and growing and becoming a better person comes in. Like we have to be willing to work on our problems, all of us.
And I
We
just want
all
to
have
say for a
problems,
disclaimer, I'm
right?
a therapist, baby.
Are
So
you?
that's why, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So that's why I am such a big component of going to speak to somebody other than my friend, my husband, my cousin.
I'm a big
You
fan
know,
of therapy. I think it's awesome, and I actually
yeah,
just started seeing a therapist last year, and it's been good for me.
yeah.
So, like,
She's
I
also
have.
an acting defense attorney.
I might no, I don't need one of those. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Malik. I do. I just think that like we have to be willing to work on the things. We have to realize where our stops are and why we're not working on them. We have to work on them.
But we put so much pressure on our mates though. And I
That's
guess that a lot of us don't
okay.
understand that, and it's understandable. But we do. You know, we expect them to fix it, clean it, make it, bring it, like all of those things. That's a stressful life when you compiling all that on one other person.
Right, but I
And it's
don't.
not meant to be. This is why we have family. This is why we have friends. This is why humans actually need
Right,
human
this is why we need
interaction.
other people in our life
Right.
besides just our
So
partner.
for you to sit there and try to dump everything on one person, I mean, hell, just imagine sitting outside and the whole neighborhood come dump their garbage on you. How you think that's gonna make you feel? But we don't think like that. We don't even think about the other person when we do come in the house after having a bad day. We don't even know how that other person feeling, which
No,
is
and you're
something
right,
that
but I
I
think
don't do.
that's
When I come
like,
in and I'm having a bad day, I don't come in with my bad day. I leave my bad day outside because my husband don't deserve that. When my husband come in, he actually leave his bad day outside. I don't deserve that. And if we do sit down and talk, that's because we both was like, hey, I do need to talk about this. Not an issue. But the way me and him work is like I don't know if a lot of people who've heard me speak heard me say this before, but there is no chief in this house.
yeah,
We
and I
not
think
chiefs. We all Indians in here. Everybody work to make it happen. If he got an idea, that's the idea we go with. If I got an idea, that's the idea we go with. We just work together. Teamwork make the dream work.
and that's a beautiful thing. I think that it's hard for people nowadays, especially I don't know, like some people like to play the victim. They don't want to work on their issues, and some people just want to carry that weight of that whatever and their trust issues, and they bring them in the relationship, and they never try to fix them, and that's where like a lot of problems come in. You know,
Can I say something to Malika real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say I love the fact that you said that he allowed you the grace to give you the grace to catch up. First of all, and then there was something else I was gonna say. Oh, the wording and the way things are said too. Sometimes I feel like that made it that made something. It made me something click with me. Like sometimes the way you're saying things. You had said something about bringing peace and not bringing somebody peace but comfort being different or talking and listening being different. I think that's sometimes one of those things I was saying. It's like bridging the gap and learning the differences. So I appreciate you for saying that, for bringing that up, because it kind of brought that to my attention. And sometimes the way you say something or how the words that you use, the specific words you use, for some people makes a big difference. The words that you use. So thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh, no problem. I just want to speak to
So
big 30, right? I did see you. I didn't I think I was very specific when I said it. I said fear is stronger than love, but it does not last as long. I can get people to do what I want if you fear me before you can love me. Now, with fear, it's a continuous thing. You have to keep doing it for it to stick. With love, that works different. It lasts longer. But the strength of it on set, fear is worse. You can actually look that up or Google it. And
mm,
as far as what you were saying, as far as the Chiefs, yeah, that's just how our house is ran, man. Nobody up in here is bigger than nobody, like at all. And yeah, there is no chief here. We all work. We all Indians. That's what I mean. Like how they be like, it's too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
right?
Yeah, we all Indians in here.
But I
So
think that
that's what I wanted to explain to you, sir. That's
when you
all.
get into a relationship, I know everybody talks about like love languages, but you also got to realize there's fight languages and communicate. We all have different ways, and we have to learn how each other communicates. And like when I fight, I try to get prove my point and over. Where some people need time to process, I have to walk away and let them process, and then we can talk. Like there's different languages for everything, and you have to learn your
yes.
partners.
I guess it's two things I wanted to now talk about. So is it? I thought fears. I'm not saying fear. I thought every emotion is like temporary though. Like I don't know. I thought you could be selective. I don't know if that's an absolute. You said fear lasts longer than love.
No, no, I said
No,
love lasts longer than
I
fear,
mean,
but the
I mean,
onset of
no, yeah,
fear
I meant
is
to say
longer.
that.
fear
Yeah.
Well, you
is
said
more
love lasts
control.
longer than fear.
Fear, you don't
Love
get
lasts
respect with
longer than
fear. You
fear.
get
Like the effects of love, it lasts way longer than your effects of fear. Your
right.
effects of fear has to be constantly redone for it to
Mm.
maintain
What's
itself.
an example like of a effect you was meaning? So what you mean by the effect?
Okay, well, you
Really
cannot
about
maintain
control.
fear just by yourself. You have to keep incorporating things of fear to maintain fear. Love, on the other hand, it works very different. Once someone loves you, you don't have to technically be there to maintain the love because love is exactly that.
Can I?
Like I
Mm.
have a best friend who I love her like she my sister. Me and her have not spoken the last 15 years. But if I call her today, we gonna get on the phone and it's still all the love it was when we met so long ago.
I think. Can
Fear,
I?
she would
Can
have
I say
had
something?
for her to be afraid of me, I would have had to be able to incorporate fear on her constantly. That mean I have to be there. That mean I have to
But
do things
but
to make
And
So
that
maybe
when
stuff.
somebody scared to
no
get
no,
a
but that
job, that ain't
means
fear.
you correct me if I'm wrong, but like fear is
no
more
no,
about
but
Okay,
that's
love
what I
is
was
fire.
about to
security.
say.
It's
Fear is
it's
about
What
repetition.
I
control.
was about to say is they're both equal. They're the only way to change people. Either you show them you're the best thing for them, or you show them that you can be the worst thing to them.
But
But
fear
once
is
you implement it, it stays with them. They have to decide that it's not real or it is real, whether
so
it's love or
but love.
whether it's
I think
fear.
Malika's
real
right.
quick.
Like love lasts longer because love comes with security and just knowing that it's real, right? You
Well,
just
well,
get
Right.
well, well
security of
then,
love.
then
But
Whereas
we
that
fear
can't
depend
really
on the
say that
person, though.
because
That's what I'm
right.
saying.
the
How
world
can
we
you?
live
Hold on,
in
y'all. I'm
today,
sorry. I think we got
the
confused,
world we
right?
live in
Malika,
today,
did I understand it right?
the
Because
world
Yeah.
we
Well,
live in today.
it
Go
was
ahead.
an experiment done. I need you to read it. 24K. It's called the Little Albert Experiment. They
No,
explain how
listen,
fear
listen, listen,
works.
listen, listen, listen. I'm not talking about the experiment. I'm talking about real life. The world we live
I'm
in was
explaining to
built
you.
on fear.
I'm explaining to you real life, but I understand. It's cool.
It
Don't worry
wasn't
about it.
built on love.
It was
but
just an idea,
This
man.
the
You don't
but
world
have
we
to.
fear
live in
is you
today.
have to
The modern
continually
world we live
produce
in today.
Let me interject with what I think is going on. All right. Here's the thing. I haven't. I still. My ex wife has been gone since 2014. Right. I still love her to death. Right. But if in fact I had feared her, now she's gone. I have no reason to fear her anymore.
I decide. Out of sight, out of mind. Right.
Right.
fear has to be constantly given. And my mom used fear. I was not loved unconditionally as a child, right? So my mom used fear for love, right? And it was a constant. It was a constant threat. There was no security. Whereas love gives you security. If it's real love, it lasts
Every
longer because you don't have to keep reinforcing that fear.
that's not true though.
Well,
That's
love
crazy.
even lasts beyond fear
Every
because
emotion
I got a
lasts as long
question
as
for
you want to
y'all. I got
make
a
it.
question for y'all.
Well, okay, but as a child, I couldn't just walk
Well,
away from my mom. So
my
I lived in
question
that
to you
fear.
Yeah,
guys
that was your
is
experience though. But
why
you
do
can't
we
make it an
why do we
absolute and say
I'm not
that
making an absolute,
because
but I
every
guess
person is
if you're
different though.
gonna
That's what I'm saying. That just
that's
don't
what
make
I'm
sense
if
to
you're
me.
using
saying.
fear to
That's
to
what I'm saying.
to
I
create
only
love.
speak
We
on
gotta
things that
understand
I've
that there's a
researched and
difference.
read, man. So, and
Listen,
yeah, you're
listen,
right.
listen,
Fear
listen,
is a
listen, listen. We have to
emotion,
understand
but they're
that
different
there's a difference
and they affect us
between
different.
I
perception. There's a difference between perception and perspective. Those are two different things. What
yes.
we fall victim to is we think that the things that we perceive in our life are reality for everybody, and it's not. Most of us get information from other people. It's secondhand information at best because there are only a rare group of people that actually look at things and say, what if I did it a different way? And then they go do it a different way. Everybody else looks at things and says, well, if the guy next to me is doing it, then I should do it too. So we have to understand that when we look at things, we have to see them from the outside looking in. It's got to be a bird's eye view because when we start talking in majority, we haven't even met the majority of people in the world to even know, right? But
Here's the thing.
because
I hear what you're saying, C4.
the people in power give us narratives that they want us to run with, that's the biggest issue. We're running with
Okay.
someone else's story.
So
Everything we
let
talk about is
And that's
somebody
where you
else's
need to learn
story.
critical
let me
thinking.
go here. Let me go here. I'm gonna go back to the example. I'm gonna go back to an example that I made. I don't know if anybody's ever been scared of or feared anyone. I don't know. I can't say. Some people say they never have. But I don't know if anybody here has had anybody that they truly love go away. I don't know. But I'm going to use that as an example. They don't even have to pass. They can move from one side of the country or another, and you love them. That's not going to change just because they're far away. It's not. Well, it shouldn't. However, if you had somebody that constantly whipped your ass on a regular basis and they moved across seas or to the other side of the country, that fear of them no longer exists because they are no longer there.
Healing.
They're not there to constantly put that fear or make you scared of them. They're not. So that fear or you being scared of them no longer exists. So that fear more or less goes away. It'll completely go away once they pass. But that's what we're talking about. Fear has to be something that is constantly instilled into you,
Yeah, I
right? You're
agree.
not scared of a roller
My
coaster
my
until
my
you go to
only
see
my
that motherfucker.
only
Somebody tell you get on that bitch. Then you like, oh fuck
Warlock,
that.
my only pushback is I think they both work the same.
We're
I
not.
can tell you I love you all day long, but if I never do anything to show you that I love you, is it really love?
Okay, no,
You can
see,
love your
now you're
kids
getting
and
into
fear
something
that
else
they
into
might
it.
not make it back home too. Like it's
Okay,
like it ties.
What I'm saying is now you done interjected
That's what I'm
another
saying. They're
element
both the
into it, whether
same.
you actually do or you don't.
And we
I
try
say
to make
that
it
you
seem like
actually do.
love is just more powerful or whatever, but it's the same. They're both two different tools used to manipulate people.
Love works on the brain and the heart very different than fear does, though. In
Fear,
fact,
Right,
no, no,
just
no,
like
no, 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 no,
jealousy
no.
and on any
If we
other
go, okay, if we're gonna get
emotion though.
into,
All emotions is
hey,
like
Kev, if we go get into the biology of it, then we got to talk the real, and then it's gonna be the same, because love and fear are emotions, and emotions release chemicals in the body. They
that's
both do
true.
the same
That's
exact thing.
absolutely true.
So
But what I'm saying is it affect the body differently. I'm not
of
arguing
course,
nothing about
They
anger,
that.
do
both
all that
affect
stuff,
the
do it,
body
do.
chemically.
That my only thing I'm saying is that it affects the body in different ways, and because it affects the
What I'm
body in
telling you
different
is
ways,
they
it has
both
different
they both
outcomes.
just release a
Love
different
lasts longer
chemical,
than
but they
fear.
affect you the same. They
so
both release a
But I
different
don't think the
chemical, but
effect
they
is the
affect you
same.
the
I would
same. You
The
can
They
get
effect can't
they
be the
addicted
hey
to
same
hey
though,
both of
because
them.
like
24K.
anger
They
will be different from what
they can't
happiness give
affect
you
you the
and stuff.
same,
So
but
that
they
was
different
those would be two
chemicals.
different effects though.
fear releases the fight,
They
No,
flight, or
no. What
fright
I'm
right.
saying
They
to
chemicals,
you
can't
not
is,
affect
as
you the
I'm
same
talking
if it's
about
different chemicals,
the
sir.
function of them.
No,
The
no, the
function
function
of
of
them
them are
is they
completely
both
different.
can
Are
you
you
can
saying?
be addicted to both the chemicals.
We
Both
not
of them
we
can
not
affect
talking
you
about
exactly the
addiction.
same. It's gonna
We're
give
not
you
talking
different
about addiction.
results, but they affect you the same.
they
We're
do
talking.
No,
not
They
no.
We're
What
affect you
I'm
the
don't.
saying
same
to
at
you
all.
They do not
is the
affect you the
chemical
same.
is the function of it. The chemical is
Oh,
the function of
yes.
it.
Any
They
chemical that
work
enters the body
exactly the same with different
has an
effects.
outcome, and it doesn't because it affects different things,
They
and the
both
different things
listen,
that it
listen,
affects
just
is
listen
different.
to
It's a
me.
different
Listen to
outcome.
me.
It will never be the same.
No,
Are you
no, no,
saying?
that's not what we're talking about.
Are
We're
you
not
saying
talking
it has?
about the outcome. What we're saying
Yeah,
is
but
the
wait, sir. When
results
you
of the
said
outcome can be
effects,
exactly the same.
but it's not though.
They work
It's literally
exactly
not.
the same. We can't separate them.
Okay, so what happens when you fall in love?
A chemical is released,
No, no,
and
no,
that
no, 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 no,
chemical is
no.
something that your body
Okay,
starts to
24K, let me
habituate
tell you.
to.
What happens when you fall
Absolutely.
in love is what it does to your body. It's like your body been on cocaine all night. That's
So
what it
what do you
does to.
think
Well,
happens
hold
when
on,
you
wait. Hold
What's
on.
good,
what do you
kid?
Hold
think
on,
happens when
What
24K.
up, man?
what do you think happens when you're fear when
Ain't not
fear
much.
happens?
Now, if I would have
When
had a
you
debate like this for last night, I'd have let it keep going.
when you're afraid, just
When
like
fear happens, what
when you're
happens?
afraid, just like
That
Miss
mess that was going
Serendipity
on last
said,
night,
Boy,
it helps
I
react
can't
the
do
fear
that mess
flight
no more.
mechanism. That's different than being
I was
high
trying to
off of
change
Okay,
the
cocaine.
subject, and they kept trying
so
to
what I'm
save my
telling
man. I'm
you
like, my
is
man don't want to be saved.
that's
Let's
just
move the
like saying there's a
conversation
difference
on.
between cocaine and heroin.
It's a
They're both
what did you say?
drugs.
What's
They're
the difference
both
between one
addictive,
of them is an upper and one of them is a downer? It's a one of them is an
but they're
amphetamine and
both
one of them is a
drugs.
barbiturate.
But they're both drugs.
Okay, 24K, you got
That's
it.
yeah,
what I'm
that's what I
trying
was
to
about to
tell you
say.
the
Y'all
difference
come
Yeah,
from
I,
two
between.
different
yeah, I'm
angles. It's
done.
like both
You
of them.
got
Both
it,
of
brother.
y'all kind of disagree on half on what y'all talking about though. Because one of them, I
No, no.
do
But
believe
what I'm
that
saying is
every
from the foundation of it. If we're saying that they're both drugs and they both can affect the body, what we're saying
in
is
some
how
type
much
of
you
way
get of
differently
either
though.
one is still going to be the result.
I was very
Okay, I have a
specific
question. I
about
have
what
a
I said,
question. I
but you
have
got
a
it.
question, and I will leave this. I will leave this shit alone after I ask this question, because the simple fact of the example that I gave, nobody ever addressed that. Nobody ever addressed it. That you just skipped right over and went into the biological effects of it. I said that if you actually, in 24K, it just added an aspect to whether you love them actually or not. I'm saying that you do love this person and they move the fuck away. You will still love that person, even though they are far away. If you had somebody that was
Okay.
beating your ass on a regular basis and they move the fuck away, you're not gonna have that fear of them because they are no longer in your
What do you
presence. They are
mean? Every time you think about it, you still gonna fear them.
But
What are
you
you
That's
can
talking
heal from
about?
that
You
fear.
never
no.
solved the
What
There
I'm
is
problem.
saying
healing
to
from it.
Their
oh,
safety, right?
oh,
Being safe is different. You still have that fear of them because if they
That's
come
what I
back,
was.
that
No, that's
fear
what
is
I was
still
getting
there,
to though.
right?
Because that's why I said
okay.
it.
So what happens when they both pass away? Then the
Then you
one
It's
that
have
still the
sadness.
same. That's
That's
why I said
another
it's still the
chemical.
same. You can say you love them and you can say
God
you fear them.
damn.
You got have memories of a person that sticks to you, you're gonna have that same feeling every time that memory pops up.
I see
Okay,
what you're
Every
saying. That's
single
so
called
if
time.
you have
trauma, though. That's not no longer fear at
It
that
ain't gonna
point.
be
That's
fear no more though.
trauma.
Yeah, it ain't gonna because
right,
they
but
Well,
gone
it's
that's
no
still
already.
longer
trauma that you
fear.
have to
You're
heal
dealing with
from
So
that.
if
trauma
you
and
don't fear,
triggers.
listen. If you
So
don't
what is
fear
the
a
argument
person,
really
those
about?
memories
What are
don't
we?
pop up.
I guess because Malika was saying that fear is I don't want to say it wrong. Go and say it
I
over
got
again,
you.
Malika.
What I
If somebody
said
whip
was
my ass, every time I saw them, I was gonna be scared they was gonna whip my ass.
what I
Oh,
said
that's what you
was
talking about in that way. Yeah, you wouldn't. I'll get you saying on that though, but
what I
I
said
guess
was
it depends on how you feel about that at the end of the day. Because some people got hatred instead of love.
Well, I mean, either way you look at it, whatever you felt for that person that whipped your ass, you're gonna have that same feeling every time you see them motherfuckers approaching you.
Yeah,
Now,
I
if they
feel
gonna
you.
win, you don't see them motherfuckers. You don't have to think about them. You don't have to see them. You don't have to deal with
Mm.
them. You don't have to do nothing with them. So that fear, that's
I'm
I was gonna
agreeing
say
with
I was
you,
gonna
but I'm
quit.
saying
I'm
that's the
done.
Just like I think
same
people
thing with
fear hell
love.
more
You making
than
it
loving
seem
God.
like love is a physical string that's between two people. It's not. It still has to be actions. I can say I love you from afar all day long, but I don't do nothing for you.
yeah.
Like
That's not
that's
even
the same
that's not
thing.
even what I said either. I didn't say that. That ain't
Nah,
even my argument.
we,
No,
we,
No, no,
I'm,
no,
he
no, no.
didn't say
leaving
Listen,
that, but
listen,
you
alone.
are
listen.
right.
What I'm
Like
saying
love
I'm
is
is,
leaving that
I'm
actions
man
saying
and
that
alone.
not,
they're both
you know.
exactly the same. You
Well,
guys are
What's
making it seem
going on,
like
my guy?
fear is some kind of a lesser version of
What's
what
good,
love
Warlock?
is. When they're actually they're just the
Either.
opposite of each other, but they
Yeah, no,
both can
I didn't
affect
say that.
humans exactly the same.
Yeah, I didn't say none of that you just said. I didn't even make it sound like that.
yeah.
I
So
didn't
I
even say
guess
that.
I don't know, but I had a second question though, because like I got backed up a little bit on that
Fear is a
question.
Because
So I had
mental
two
fear
questions though.
fear fear
I'm
Um,
going to bed
fear
at
has
7
to come
o'clock. I ain't
fear
fucking
has
with
to
you.
have an attachment of some kind of mental and
uh,
emotional state.
yeah, hold on real quick.
Hey,
Uh,
Steve, how you
Fear
doing?
is an emotion.
No, but you
What
know
are we
what
bro, what
talking
the
but it
about?
goes
y'all
Fear
y'all
hand
can't hear me or
but
is
it
something?
goes
Question,
hand
Kev.
in hand. Listen, it
What'd
goes
you say,
hand in hand.
Kev?
Hey,
It goes hand in hand
y'all,
with mental and it goes
everybody
hand
mute
in
up. Hold
hand with
up, hold up, hold
emotional.
up, hold up.
Bro, that's crazy. I bring up the people that's trying to. Who was I trying to ask the question? Bring the world up. Mary, you can get back. I don't want to request your spot. Get your spot.
I'm going to say this shit before everybody else get up here. You drop my ass again, we going to have major fucking
I
problems.
dropped the whole thing, man,
I
because
know
people
you
be acting
dropped
like they
everything.
can't hear me no more or something. I don't know what's
Again,
going
you
on.
going to have fucking problems. I'm going to beat your ass right through this damn screen. I'm going to reach through this
Oh
motherfucker
man.
like Freddy Krueger on your ass.
Let me
It's
see.
prime time, bitch.
Who was that? Malika. I don't need Malika to come back. That's who I was talking to though, because I start letting the rest of the people up.
What's going on, Mary?
Hey,
How
you
you
gotta
doing,
teach
my
me.
guy?
What's good, bro? What's good? Hey, Kev, you gotta teach
Man,
me how to do that one. That's what I needed
It's
last
a
night.
button. Yeah, it's a little. Right when you do it, it's gonna be like a big old X button for everybody. Jump on. Where
Little Miss
Malika
Badass,
go?
I know why you fear me. Because I won't give you
Okay.
that last string for the guitar. I'll get you.
Yeah, that junk
Yeah.
annoying trying to talk over three people at one time. That junk is annoying. Then
Yeah, cause that's what I needed last night. Instead of just shutting the live down, I could have did that. Cause I was like, man, and then I
Yeah,
would
you
have
got
got
to teach me
everybody
how to
back up
drop
in the
everybody,
band.
Kev. How you do that shit?
everybody like, I
Yeah.
need it. Oh, let me let you. Yeah, that's why I'm about to say. I just want to ask you this question though. Then I start letting
Oh,
everybody
okay.
back up again.
All right, go ahead. I'm muting up.
Oh no, you good. So the other question was, I wanted to know because you were saying about the dude gave you grace to catch up or something like that. Um, your current, right?
Yeah,
Because you
my
said y'all
husband.
11-year gap or something like that.
Yeah, and
So
we've been
would
together
like catch
13
up to
years.
like in what way?
Well, when we got together, I was 22.
Yeah.
So, I had a pretty hard young life growing up. I was extremely defensive. Um, I was unmalleable. It was my way or the highway. Um, Communication, maturity, all of those things I had to grow into because I was 22. Um, One of the things he had to learn was he cannot force me to be on his level because, like I say, it's an 11-year gap. So, us being together, he gave me grace to catch up, meaning a lot of the mistakes that I made, a lot of the stupid shit that I did,
Mm-hmm.
those things were worked on. Versus me being penalized or nailed to the cross for it.
Mm.
With that type of grace, people learn, especially if they want to. And I want to. And that's why we have an awesome, amazing, strong 13-year going on 14 years on his birthday, which is also our anniversary.
Oh, he double dipping. Shit. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm supposed to be on me.
So okay, that's the back question though. So then it right, the fact that you said he gave you grace, what was the reason why he chose you though?
We
Because there
fit.
was something that it had to match where he was at. Because it's like, why choose somebody that's immature or choose somebody that's
We fit. To be honest with you, he a
oh
business
before
owner.
that.
He a business owner. I'm a business owner. I've been owning my
Oh,
own
that's how y'all
businesses.
connected.
I've been owning
Okay,
my
that
own
makes sense.
businesses since I was 17. I'm a licensed barber. Went to school to be a pharmacy tech. Went to school to be a mechanic. And I right now I make my own candles and sell them.
Mm,
So I've always been that type of person, and I've always wanted that type of person in my life. He was somebody who was very knowledgeable. I love that. Um, he was what you would consider a nerd or a geek. He's a martial artist. He's been whooping ass for like 23 years. So we had a lot of things in common. So
mm-hmm,
that's and like I say, we fit.
Remember when I said at the beginning when I said the reason I didn't even know that about her. So I learned something new on your live tonight, Kat. Well, this morning. Remember I said that there was something that they had an end goal. They had a vision
mm-hmm,
that they could work towards.
mm-hmm,
That was it. That was it. See, a lot of people don't understand. Sometimes that age gap don't really the maturity level and all of that stuff really don't matter if both of you can look down the road and say, hey, this is the vision that we have, this is where we want to get to. I
mm-hmm,
understand
Hey,
that maybe you don't have all of these things that I have right now, but we have that same vision. We can work towards that. And you
mm-hmm,
being the type of person that wants to learn and wants to get better and move forward, that helps.
mm-hmm.
hey, I wanna say this. That's probably I could tell you also definitely though. This was a really big thing for me. He was very kind. That was the biggest thing for me. He's a very kind soul in general.
So I'm looking
You know,
somebody
he's not an
else.
asshole. He's not aggressive. He's not walking around here beating his chest. He ain't got nothing to prove to nobody. Right now, he's a pharmacy. I mean, right now he's a pharmacy technician.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he does. But
Push
the
it.
biggest thing was is he was extremely kind, man, and that's what matters. How I seen him treat other people, how I seen him treat his family, his friends, people he don't know. That's what really caught my attention. It
So
wasn't
let
the
me
beating
ask
of
you
the
a question
chest. It
real
was
quick.
the kindness of his heart and the fact that he's
Jabri.
willing to, you know what I'm saying, give his shirt off to somebody who don't got it. Like literally.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you something, Malika. And I know I'm probably going to regret asking you this question. Do you think I'm a kind person?
Do I think you're a kind person?
Yeah.
From
Do
my
you think I'm a nice person?
from my observation of what I know from you on this TikTok, I would assume I would surmise that you're a
Uh,
kind person.
okay, I can tell now you're in a semi serious mood because you would have been like, hell no, your ass ain't you, motherfucker.
Yeah. Wait. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. And he's a phlebotomist. I see that at the bottom. My bad. He's a phlebotomist also.
Okay.
So our careers are very different at the moment. But yeah, it's more so the kindness that he showed to other people is what made me really fall in love with him, and then the kindness he showed to me. I was a single parent. I'm like the epitome of what a lot of people get on here and say and be like, that's impossible and a woman would never have some. Yeah, I'm absolutely that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no complaints. So I hope I was able to answer or make it a little bit more understandable, Kev. And
Yeah,
thank you
yeah,
for asking that question, and thank you for giving
yeah.
me the
Cause I did just
opportunity to
wanted to know
answer.
like what was So I heard Joe in though about what you seen about him. I just wanted to know besides the business stuff, it had to be something that he seen within you that he wanted. And I don't want to put it that way, like he put up with you for a minute and to see you caught up, right?
Oh no,
So it had
and
to be
no, he
something that
did
was,
though.
huh?
No, Kev, he did though. Come on now, listen, I ain't finna get on here and play with y'all. I don't have
He
no
says, "I'm
reason
gonna just
to.
say it."
I don't have no reason to. But mind you, it's some things I put up with also. But
Yeah,
has he put up with me? Hell yeah, I was 22. Could you
right.
imagine what he put up with?
Yeah, I can say that.
So, but you know what I will do if you go live? You can ask him yourself.
Okay. Okay. Because
Yep.
I was wondering, it had to be something that made him like made it worth him for him.
Bro, I'm awesome. What do you mean?
But I definitely,
What are you talking about?
I can tell you everything. I can
I
tell
could
her
have
you
just
knew
said that.
exactly what she wanted, and
I'm
she was willing
awesome,
to grow
sir.
and
What do you
change into a
mean?
better
I
person.
think that
And
was that. I think that question was
fucking
pretty
awesome.
highly, evident. There was something about her that no one else could obviously tap or reach because he's seen it in her.
She has high vibes. You can just
Hmm.
tell she's not down low. She's even if you weren't
It's
educated,
crazy
if you
because
had a lot of
sometimes
growing to do, you were on your way there.
I feel like sometimes certain individuals when they spot something that's very special or they see a gem, um, and they know that's the prize, they're not gonna let go too easily, and
No, we can take that motherfucker,
they
polish that
very
bitch up,
well
and keep it
so gonna
moving.
keep it. They're gonna try to keep it a secret and keep it going until they can, master the foundation and make it secure. So I feel like that's something that's a discernment shit within the person.
I think he wanted to inspire you, and you inspired him, and it just worked.
Most definitely. Sometimes we don't even realize it though, but the way the reason why marriages don't last so long, there's a lot of factors of why marriages don't last. But I will say this: as long as people continue to think that there's a back door, you're gonna have the divorce rate to go as skyrocket as it is already is.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna be honest. I think what make my relationship work for real, is that we realize that we don't need each other. Hey, y'all, that
That's
man
right.
Don't
don't
tell
need
him
me.
that.
That man
That's
do not
right.
need me, bro. He don't. You understand? He want me. I don't need him,
You're
but I
right.
want him. And you know what we do? We choose each other every day. It's a choice. I love him and he love me. But it's not just that. It's the fact that I choose every day to be with that man and that man be with me. It's a choice. And I think that's what makes it so
So,
much more
so
powerful.
does that mean that since it's universal, because you guys are both choosing each other, does that mean that you guys have with unspoken words come to an understanding that there is no back door basically? I
Yeah,
kind of
we
feel
already know that.
you guys kind of already feel like I mean, I think some people get in a relationship and they feel like after being together after 5 years they feel like what's the point of me going backwards when I'm already five in, you know but when it really comes down to it, if you really can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, because you have to understand, so a lot of people go through a lot of dysfunctionalities and ups and downs, so basically what I'm trying to say, I really don't want to sound like I'm encouraging people to stay in a relationship that's not for them, you know what I mean, as far as the negativity or domestic. But I will say this: you definitely have to have discernmentship, and you definitely have to know what healthy love is, because some
Well,
people, healthy love, is the right kind of love. When you have some people think of love, and it can, love can be a description of a lot of things.
well, it's a job. And I think people don't understand that aspect of relationships. Relationship is a real job. That's like a 24/7 job. It's a job that never ends. The same thing I did to get him. I have to be creative after 13 years. I have to put my brain to work. He has to get creative and put his brain to work. That's not easy.
No, but
So I
it's worth
think
it.
it's the idea of people not wanting to do that job. You know, they think because I'm with you now you're here. Because I'm with you, you're supposed to do this or you're supposed to do that, and that's not the case.
I think
Yeah, you
nowadays people
definitely,
fall into
you
ruts and they
definitely,
just give
you
up.
definitely want to fall. You definitely want to stay away from being codependent, and you don't want to give each other that feeling like you're codependent on each other, because then it becomes a boredom, and it becomes a burden. So
Absolutely not.
when you entice each other and keep each other intriguing, when you keep the relationship
Thanks, Molly.
intriguing, when you keep the relationship intriguing, then it
Warlock, you got
lasts.
mute. Don't
It
talk. Well,
lasts
let him
for a
move.
whole long time. It really does go far.
No, we depended
No,
on each other to an
no, I
extent. That's
think
not
that
that's not something that's not a thing. Um,
But I love that you said that you know that you don't need each other, you want each other. It's a choice daily. It's not I need you to pay my bills or I need you to do this. It's I want you to be here.
we work
That's
we work as a team. We're a unit,
but I love that you said it's a choice every day. That I think that's a great
and
move.
that's all.
I think at
Well,
the
we
end of
even
the
getting
day,
that deep into the questions for real. We done got so shifted, but it'd be like that sometimes. At least it's some information.
So what's the next question?
mhm, Hey, I think sometimes, man, what's happening is we've let society make us so fearful and pushed us so far away from love that we scared to love each other. I think of
Makes
that
sense.
song by Lenny Williams when he talks about how he felt about his woman and he told his friend, well, maybe you ain't never been in love like I've been in love before. I understand what Warlock was saying when he was talking about how somebody don't have to be in your presence and for you to still be able to feel that love for them. It's a
Mm-hmm.
choice. Like you said,
Yep.
I don't know sure which lady said it, but she said it was a choice. And that's what it is. I don't love you because I feel this. I don't love you because this is some emotion. I love you because this is the choice that I'm choosing to make each and every day. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to let society dictate how I love you. And that's what the problem is. We're allowing society to dictate how we love each other because we don't want to look like a fool to society.
Mm.
But in love, you turn out to look like a fool a lot of times in love. That's how you learn to love is through the foolishness of love. That's how you learn to love who loves you and who doesn't love you. That people can say they love you all day, but their actions show different. You can have
Mm.
people who tell you that they hate you, but then still show you love in the way that they move and carry themselves every day. So you learn not to go by the words, but by the actions and by what the person does, the way that they carry themselves. The husband or the wife that chooses to be faithful to their spouse every day, the person that chooses to be morally to be a moral to stand by their morals, the person who chooses to have an integrity. And not only do they love themselves enough that they're able to give that love unto you. And see what the problem is, we got so many folks out here that don't have enough love for themselves to give themselves the very things that they're asking for. So they're out seeking things that they can't give. And then when they're not getting what they want, they're coming back hurt and they're blaming love. There's nothing wrong with love, just us and the way
Mm-hmm.
we do it.
I think you're right. Like a lot of people are looking
Go
for others
next.
to make
Can
them
I go
happy
next?
instead of ever trying to make themselves better. As
Yeah, right.
you have to
Ran.
heal, and you don't have to be 100%, but like you have to heal and be happy and find that peace in yourself. You
Go ahead,
know,
24.
I
Oh.
I'm trying to tie it back into the topics about majority and things like that, and I
Mm-hmm.
think y'all are proving my point. The fact that when we speak about love, we speak about it in a rare verbiage, like everybody doesn't experience it, everybody doesn't have access to it. It's special. That just shows you that fear is the majority. They both are emotions. You can have a person who fears going outside, and that's just
True.
because they had a bad experience of going outside. It might never happen again, but they just don't want to go out there and put themselves in that position. Just like you
Mm-hmm.
can have a person that loves somebody so much that even after they pass away, they'll never let anybody replace this person, right? So there are extremes to both,
Right.
but the majority of us live off of fear because we don't control our own societies and our own systems. The reason why the guy who you cut off in traffic won't do anything violent to you is because he fears the law and the repercussions of his actions,
True.
right? This is how the worlds revolve. This is how power works. So if we're not having a conversation about power and we're just having a conversation about love, everything is a choice. Everything you do is a choice. Everything's a learned behavior, right? So it's based on your environment and how you grew up. That's how you're going to respond to things, right? So that's why people are so different, because everybody doesn't grow up the same, right? But in all, you base your decisions later on in life on what you went through and what you experienced. But sometimes that'll pigeonhole you to where you can't see that other people, or there are alternative ways of life and things that are going on around you. And I think that's what we got to understand, that there are way more ways to get to these solutions nowadays than there were back then, and
isn't
we
that
have to be open to those options.
isn't that just part of the human experience where we're supposed to continually learn and grow as ourselves, right? Not everyone does. Some people come to a standstill, and they don't ever try, or I don't know, to heal or grow. But like if we do, you have to be open minded and open to the ideas that there is more out there, and you have to be looking for. You have to be perceptive and try to see it. And it is hard to be like see it from an outside perspective when you're that close to the situation sometimes. But like you have to be willing to at least try and heal and grow as a person, right? Instead of being trapped by a fear that society pushes on us.
Well, healthy. Well, I feel like this. Like he just said, like the gentleman just said. Basically, everybody has a different kind of interpretation or definition or understanding of love. But it all has to come down to your upbringing, your surroundings, and what you have been exposed to. Because
Right.
as far as what when somebody tells me fear, there's going to be one or two things that I'm going to be able to relate to that word. For me, I may be very, very high tolerance on physical. So,
Mm-hmm.
I may not be physically, fear does not relate to me as being physical. Fear to me can be like more like, somebody getting real, real close to me emotionally and then disappearing. And to me, that could be a fear that triggers fear for me. So it's
Right.
basically, fear is actually basically a universal kind of understanding on a basis on every individual basically. So it really depends, because again, you got people that are deaf, blind, you know and whatever mental state that they're in, but when you tell them fear, they may give you a different interpretation of what they feel like fear is. So again, it could be a very, very deep repercussion for one, or it could be very something like oh well type of thing.
I agree. I think you're absolutely right, and that's why I love conversations like this where we all get in the chat and talk because all of us come from very different places, right? And hearing where you come from or where this person comes from or whatever, that's how we learn and grow and get the ability to see things from different perspectives that we would not normally be able to see because I only have my
Right.
understanding. My life has been mine, right?
Hmm.
But I love hearing other people's experiences and seeing your point of view because it opens my mind to other possibilities.
Hmm.
It's all about the
That's why I
tolerance.
said it is case by case. Like it's people that's out here living YOLO type life, and some of them just going
you know
uh
Fear of
oh,
catching the
some people
germ.
doing YOLO, some people very, very protective, like they scared to go outside type
Hmm.
situation. So it's just every person
Hmm.
kind of really like different though, you
Hmm.
know.
That
That's what we
tolerance,
Oh
said.
shoot.
the
If we were
gauge
all
of
the same, it'd be
tolerance.
boring.
Hmm?
Said if we were all the
So
same, life would be boring.
Yeah, right,
yeah,
right.
but it's also based off of how we was raised, the effects that things around us had, the relationships we had with other people. For me, I was always
Hmm.
seeking love because I didn't feel it at home, and it wasn't until I found it in myself that now I still seek it. But the difference is I'm not chasing after it. I'm just waiting to match up with somebody who's in the same space and place that I am.
Most definitely.
Yep.
Hmm. And
But it's
again, that's
also
that.
recognizing love too in the way that we were raised and stuff. Some of us felt that because our parents whooped us, they didn't love us, or because they did this, and it's like, no, they did love you because they didn't want you to be a messed up person out here in society, and they felt that the discipline that they gave you was with love because especially as a black man, I know that the society out here is not, when it comes time to discipline me, they're not gonna show me no love. We see it every day. I could make the news for the way that this society will discipline me, and there will be absolutely positively no love in it. When you can sit there and have a man kneel on the back of another man for 11 minutes until he has no life left in him, there's no love in that.
Yeah.
So sometimes our parents did what they had to do to keep us, to discipline us, to help us to recognize that there are people out there that are going to straighten you out without love if you don't straighten yourself out. So
Right.
I'm going to do
You
this to
know, I,
get you in line,
and as
you know.
and fear does also come with taking accountability too. You have to understand too. A lot of people don't understand that love is actually, we have a cheat sheet for it, and it's basically, love is patient, love is kind, love is compassionate. There's so many traits to love, but when you don't have a real understanding of healthy love, of love that is actually amazing. Some people don't understand. Like when they say love, you think of affectionate, sexual intimacy, this and that. You do this for me. No, but the real love is something that's really, it's some people don't understand, but it's actually something that we have to do within ourselves to understand how we want to be loved.
It's hard to do that when you have a society that pollutes everything.
Yeah, but we
There
in
should
the
only be one type of love, but we got over so many different types of love, and every day we come up with a new one.
and
Just
that's
like
and the
every
reason
day.
for and the reason for that is because we no longer teach our children, or no longer do we spread the word of being as an individual. Everybody is so, wants to be, or wants to take on somebody else's experience, or wants to stereotype and assume this and assume that, instead of actually, the only way you can master something is actually learning it for yourself, and making sure that you identify with it.
I think love comes sometimes, like I said, my home life was not healthy growing up at all. It was bad, and not comparing anybody. I'm just saying, and so it was a lot of unlearning. I had to learn what love wasn't. What was taught to me as a child was not what love was. So I mean, it's a lot of just growth and learning learning your traumas and
Just
figuring it
like I
out.
heard somebody say, recently, basically, like, we learn as we go. And, no one, that's why experiences are actually, mistakes are actually the best thing that can ever happen to us, because, we actually can learn from that and move forward and keep on, and go to the next. Like, again, we're not given a manual, a book, or, a handbook on how to live life. So, sometimes we have wise people and elders around us and so on and so forth. But those of us that have absolutely nobody, we have to fend, that they have to fend for themselves.
Right.
I still feel like there's no excuse not to find love, because, you know, I don't want to get biblical, but love is actually, it comes from us. We are made of love. And I mean, if you go down to the core, we were made because of love. We are made, to give love. Like, it's in us. We spread love. We do,
Yeah,
so.
I agree, like 100%. But I think a lot of people are too afraid to show like vulnerabilities, or they're too focused on the fears of what they're not or what they're missing or whatever. And I don't think we're ever done growing. I think we are constantly in a state of growing if we're trying. Like,
Exactly.
not everyone does, but we want to be. We want to see everyone grow, right? See
Right.
people heal and do better and be better and give that love. And a lot of people get
Hmm.
like jaded and cynical when they get older because life beats the crap out of us. It really does. But like, you can't ever let it beat you so far
Yeah.
down that
Yeah.
you can't be love anymore,
All right. All right, but we're gonna hold on for 1 minute. There's 44 people and 43 people in this room. Let me stop tapping while my mic's unmuted. There's 43 people in the room, and we need to get these likes up. So we need to tap that screen. We need to tap that screen. We also need to put some hashtag FYPs in the comments for him. Hashtag FYPs in the comments. That helps get the live in the For You page. Could you share the live with at least 10, 15 friends? If you push Kevin's picture over there for about 2 seconds, another screen will pop up. Go down the right side of that screen and just hit send to all of those followers of yours. Um, we can gift the people in the panel, and the host has a live goal up there. He's looking for some friendship hearts, necklaces. So let's help him out with those friendship necklaces and reach that live goal. As you see, we got plenty of boxes open. You're more than welcome to come on up, and even if the boxes are full, you can come and wait in the queue. We just ask that you keep the conversation respectful. That's the only thing that'll get you dropped or muted is disrespect. We don't care if you have a difference of opinion. We actually invite your difference of opinion because we want to have a good conversation, maybe even some debate. But with that being said, again, let's just keep it respectful. And with that, let's return back to our conversation.
Yeah, so let's see if we can slide back on to the topic. You feel me? Um.
So why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority?
Mm-hmm.
Um, Basically from learning so much different stuff now, and then seeing things, learning from my own experiences and from the guys around me and their similar experiences. It is We're taught to suck it up no matter what. We're taught that we're not supposed to be emotional, and women are taught the same thing, that men are supposed to suck it up, that they're not supposed to be emotional, and that women can be as emotional as they want to be, and that's just fine. Basically in this society, a woman can be whatever she wants to be, and it's okay. Right or wrong, indifferent, it doesn't matter. Which is why I'm trying to understand the rights they're fighting for. Whereas a man, I'm fighting just to be a man. Everything about me, I mean, to the point now where the sassy list, you're sassy if you pay bills. It's like it doesn't even matter. It's like a constant attack on our manhood. and then not realizing that this is the attack I've been under my entire life, and then on top of that, being a black man. So it's like constantly fighting struggles and battles that, you know, it caused me to be in a space that I don't trust anybody with my feelings or emotion. And I've learned to just buck up and deal with it. You fall and break your arm, you cry, you might shed a tear, you get up and you wrap that boy up and you get to the hospital, get a cast on, and keep moving. While everybody else can shed their tears and cry because it's painful and it hurts. But I can't even shed tear when it's painful. My wife died or passes away, or my mother or somebody. I'm allowed to shed a tear, but if I'm crying after that the next year or something like that, whereas my ex-wife doesn't go to church every Mother's Day because of her mother passing away over 10, 15 years ago. But yet, if I'm removed like that, I'm sorry, it's weak. So it has gotten to a stage, this point in this day and age, where it's become even worse for a man to open up because everything is perceived as weak on him. And so for him to show any emotion other than anger, which is the only way we're allowed to cry, and then everybody complains about us responding the way that we do, when you tell us to let our emotions go, and then you turn around and use those same emotions against us. So I'm not going to give you something to weaponize against me. And I land there.
Okay. Uh, I think this is a whole new panel now. I don't think nobody answered this. Uh,
I know I kind of touched on what Mir said a little while ago, but like,
okay.
you should not ever, you should have somebody, a woman, you should be able to find, I mean, not all women are like that. And I know a lot of women are, don't get me wrong, but like, not every woman is going to like use your words against you and make everything a weapon. I
Yeah.
mean,
Wait,
but I
before you do that though, real
like,
quick,
I have
because I want to
trust
get
issues.
everybody in. Yeah, before you do that, we're gonna do an open panel about that afterwards. I just want to make sure everybody get in. 24. Did you answer the first two?
No, no, I never answered them. We was talking about something else.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought we shifted all the way. Go ahead. Then after you, it's gonna be honestly. I think Serene already said she answered them, and then
I
little
didn't
Miss
answer the
Ben. Then
first
we
one.
do
I think I
open
jumped
floor
in
again.
on the second.
Huh?
I
Oh, you
said I
didn't
don't
do the
think I
second.
answered the first, but
Okay,
I'll
I got you. So you can do
as
the
a few
second
more.
one when I get to after honestly. All right. Go ahead, 24.
Why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority? I don't think women are supposed to be a safe space for men.
Mm,
I think men create their own space.
mm,
I just think that we just need to not allow a woman to deter us from what we got going on.
Hey,
mm.
24, you got a rooster back there?
And man, it's roosters, pigs, cows, it's everything, man.
Yeah, I live in the city, man. I can't stand it. I'm like, can't these people do something with this rooster? And they don't be crowing just in the morning. That mud be crowing all day, every day.
Oh
That's all
yeah,
right,
all
though,
day.
because
They don't wake up when the sun come up. They wake up at 2, 3 in the morning.
yeah, and then they let them wander all over the place. I'm like, that's all right. Let them keep wandering. One of them wander over my yard. Don't say nothing when it don't come back. You better keep up with your pets.
Can I answer the first one, or is 24 still going?
What up, Tansy? Uh, did you do the second one?
Morning,
24.
Tansy. Oh, let me
Second
do
one
this.
is what
I'll let him come
what
back.
are the signs that a man is opening up to a woman?
Yep.
Um I mean I think anytime he vents something that she's not involved in, he's opening up to her.
Okay.
I think it could be, the smallest actions.
Okay. Honestly, and then Serene on the second one. Go
As
ahead.
far as number one, I think I'm gonna have to follow what this gentleman said right before me. I feel like men definitely have, as far as being a safe place with a woman. I feel like I don't think men were. I feel like I don't want to stereotype this, but I will because this is how I brought up. My father was my protector, he was my provider, and he also made sure that you know, he unconditionally, we came first. So I definitely give a man that kind of I definitely have that understanding in a man that they kind of have enough space, they're able to carry a lot of weight. But as far as, I also feel like a man and a woman, we both are supposed to have discernmentship and the ability to understand, if that person is even qualified or even, justified to be able to handle what, what I have on my, what's burdening me or what's on my mind or how I feel or, the deep essentials of being who I am. I feel like once you share that, once you feel like, you want to share that with somebody, I feel like you are definitely going to be, open to whatever comes your way. So basically, I feel like, you definitely, I mean, I know that's not very common, but as for me, I feel like I'm mentally and physically and emotionally ready to where if I do have a, when I do get in a relationship, I don't have really pretty much a package or baggage. What I have is, an actual new slate. And I feel like I'll be able to help my partner, and be able to help him maneuver whatever position or whatever foundation he wants to lay. So definitely follow his lead, but at the same time, be as gentle enough for him to understand that I'm definitely here to listen and to help. And for number two, I feel like, well, what was number two? Number two was talking about men not having. No, that was the first one.
The first one is what are the signs of a man opening up?
Oh, okay. I feel
You did
like,
that one already?
yeah, I did that one. I feel like in
Okay, so
all,
you good. We already caught
yeah,
up then.
I feel like in
Uh,
reality,
s-
you just have that discernmentship.
yep. Okay. Serene. Oh, you on number one, I guess, because you
Yeah.
didn't do that one.
Yeah, why can't the majority of women be a safe space
No,
for
the
men?
other one, number one. That's just the
Oh,
topic. Yeah.
oh, why? Oh, okay. I think I think when I like, I don't know. It's like a friendship. You can just tell like when they come to you and like just want to sit in silence because they just need someone to be there with them, or maybe they start to just throw things out there and see how you react. Like it's I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but you just know that you're on the same level. But that trust is like a huge thing, and I think it's really hard for people nowadays. I think a lot of women project like high expectations, and it's hard to be vulnerable. I think for men.
Okay. Sadari. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So, the first one, why can't women majority be a safe space for men majority? I mean, we can, but it's not the safe space you guys are thinking. Like, um, because you have your homies, like, a man is not going to talk to his woman like how he talked to his homies. But when it comes to like loving and just understanding and being there, the woman as his woman, because he might have had a bad day, but he don't want you to fix it. He just want to vent. Um, I think I wouldn't call that a safe space. I would call that him just wanting to talk to you because he need some kind of level, like he need to level himself. Um, I don't think that it's fair that men carry everything, but I would prefer for you to come talk to me. I'm not, and I'm very aware that men don't want women to fix things. They just want to listen and hear. But we can't be combative or asking questions that know would trigger him, or maybe make him shut down. Not trigger him, but have him shut down to where he don't want to say anything. What are signs that man is open? A man is opening up to a woman when he let his guard down.
Mhm.
I mean, you know, I understand why men have their guard up, but when he let his guard down and what we call pillow talking, you know, um, maybe things that nobody else know because he feel comfortable now, comfortable enough to just talk to you. Um, I think that comes with a woman and how soft she is with him, and you know how she creates that. What the men hate that word vulnerability. How she, help him create to be no, help him create that space to be vulnerable with him. I don't think it's nothing wrong with it. I land.
Okay. Little Miss Bad. We on
Sorry,
you now.
I was changing a diaper. I think was it what are signs that a man's opening up to a woman? Signs that they're just talking to you about things that they aren't telling other people, pretty much, but they're expecting you
Okay.
to tell nobody. You're their little secret holder. That's
Mm-hmm.
what takes a lot of trust, and that takes a lot of time to build, though. Like this, to the second question, being vulnerable too early, nobody
Oh
should
no, we
do.
ain't on there yet. Not yet.
Oh,
Not
my
yet.
bad.
You was
Just
on the top. Do the topic too, though. You do the topic. Why can't women majority be a safe space for men? That's the one we
why can't women majority be a safe space? I don't think it's our. I feel like it's. She worded it so perfectly before me. We have a different way of being their safe space. Like, we can't be the same safe space another guy would be to them. They talk around their guys differently the way they're going to talk around their wives or their girlfriends, because they can't always be honest. Let's be, does this dress make me look fat? He's gonna lie to you, because he doesn't want to hurt your feelings. So I think men put in their mind that they don't want to hurt someone they love and care about. They're very compassionate. I think men are very compassionate because they give us the slack to be nice, to they sugarcoat things for us all the time. As for women, we have the luxury of being bluntly honest when we're upset or we're emotional. We call things out. We keep tabs. We keep tabs years back, and so when we get in an argument, we bring those tabs back. And I don't know why we do it. We just do it. But as for like growing up, I think the guy before was speaking on how boys are raised differently. But from a female's perspective, we're raised, it's okay to have emotions. It's okay to let your emotions out. But at the same time, you got to keep going. It's not okay to just shut down. You got to keep going no matter what. No matter if you're sick, no matter if you're emotional, no matter if you have a loss in your family, as a mother, you don't stop. You're not allowed to. And we're raised as little girls, you don't stop. As for boys, they tend to be raised to hold it in, which I don't think is healthy, but it sucks. I don't.
All right, let me get that's my point of view on this since we all caught up on what I was coming at with it. And then we can do an open panel if you want to, and then we go to the next one. So why can't women majority be a safe space for me? So what I was coming with this one is that for the most part, I think it's the weaponizing situation, and then also I don't think a lot of women um um it's not, and even that ties into that first. I don't think even some of them wouldn't even recognize if a man is being vulnerable with them because they wanted to be the way that they uh express it themselves or whatever. Um, because it's like, and then I think even it's unintentional to. I mean, not even unintentional, but it's just not being what was I getting to about that? Dang, that brain fart. But basically, yeah, it's a lot that asks for it, and probably don't even
Hey, Ken,
realize it and stuff. Huh?
while you trying, I was just saying while you trying to figure it out, I had one more thought, and the other thought is they think we think like them, and don't understand that we're raised and taught to think completely different, and because of our gender, probably more than likely, and biology, we don't think the same. We think differently, but they think that we think like them. So that's another reason why we can't share.
Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah. So, but yeah, yep. So yeah, just with that one, that's what it's like. It just seemed like, and then also we just can't say anything without them. You know, a lot of the time,
Looking deeper into it than what we actually saying, trying to read between the lines when there's nothing in between the lines but the words that I actually gave, trying to hear stuff that I didn't say and not actually hear what I said, transform the words that I said into something other than what I said. Is that what you're trying to say, Kev?
that too, that too, that too. And also, I want to say one of the main ones is like, as soon as you do express or be vulnerable with them, they or depend on what you're talking about. A lot of times, and that's what I was thinking about earlier. I said, I wonder if a lot of women think their feelings is more greater than everybody else's too. Because even like it's portrayed on TV like that. It's some real stuff behind that too. I mean, if we want to say it, and then even we see it within our own families, like especially if a man, right? A man get mad at a woman still find a way to get back mad at the man for him being mad at her. You know what I'm saying? That just be weird. It be like that all the time. Like, why didn't you tell me that? Or, um, it was you, or it was always got to be something. Or, why are you mad at me? You know what I'm saying? She get mad at you for you get mad at her, and I think a lot of them do it. I'm probably them triggering some of them because they realize they do it. That's just me. Mind your business. That's probably gonna hit me with that.
Pretty
But
sure that's gaslighting.
huh?
I'm pretty sure that's gaslighting. When you turn around and you attack the other person for, having a problem with you, twisting around on them, that's gaslighting.
Yeah,
It's manipulation and it's fucking awful.
yeah.
I'm
A lot of
guilty
them
of
do that.
doing what do you mean? And he's like, and then it's back and forth. What do you mean? What do I mean?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Just turning into that guilt thing. So, what are signs? And what I was coming with that one. What are the signs? Because, like I said, I don't think women, uh, which I kind of mentioned, I don't think if you they don't they can't really. Some of them do, but it's like I wanted this really for the woman to like give the signs that they know and be able to recognize that a man is opening up to them. So like stuff like I think even simply him telling you talking to you about how he feel about certain things or whatever, or tell you how his day went, or saying some stuff about the family that's going on, even though he might not be looking for answer or nothing, but sometimes venting, right? Um, I don't recommend,
They
depending
start
on
telling you like
the topic, I don't recommend a dude uh venting to his woman all the time. Sometimes you gotta get it to the boy. You
kind of
still
go after
gotta
them,
keep
start
that
like
image up.
start telling
Huh?
you stories about their childhood or how they grew up, kind of testing the waters, kind of just start, letting you know stuff that not everyone knows about them and see how far they can go, how far they can trust you.
Right. Yeah, right. Yeah. Um, dang, I be trying to do it. Y'all be giving me brain first. I ain't got that young mind no more. So I'll be trying to hurry finish up. I guess I got to the part though. I forgot what I was gonna say. But go ahead, everybody. It's an open panel now. Y'all can do it now. And please have something to say now, cause y'all done told me up with the interruption. So go ahead.
I don't know what
Open
you're talking
panel
about.
now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Y'all know I got an old brain. When I ain't old, but boy, I
Yeah,
got
but
once my brain just gets shifted, it be over.
yeah, no man, it's you would like to be able to open up to a woman, but it's like especially these days, it's like they so caught up in everything but themselves. It's like literally they caught up in everything but themselves. I mean, like when I sit here and listen to this TikTok, remember we had a whole woman come up in here and say that, and that's what I'm saying. They so caught up in stuff that ain't even got nothing to do with them. She comes up here and say that men are dangerous. Had a whole husband, her father in her life, got all these good men in her life. So she's out screaming that men are dangerous, and it ain't even got nothing to do with her. It's not even affecting her. So it's a lot of the issue is it's just people are too all over the place right now. And it's like,
Mm,
yes, I do see the women that they talking about, but most of them seem to be tied up right now. The women that are my age and single, they that way for a reason.
mm,
And it's like I hate to believe it that, and that's not all of them. I'm not talking about the ones that had the, that the man did wrong in divorce. I'm not talking about the ones where he passed away, but I'm talking about the ones that got kids or ain't never been married. It's like I understand it now. Man,
Your point
it's
still was valid. It's still a reason.
yeah, and it's like I understand it now. And it's like, man, for a man to try to give you his heart and open up to you, it's like if you got a man that's there doing everything he can do, I just don't understand the foolishness. I just don't understand it.
But I actually
Where
agree
you
with
can
you. Uh,
where you can take a moment, where you can allow a moment of a moment of passion or whatever you feeling in that moment, and you make a decision, an instant decision that destroys a lifetime. And I think that's another reason why, to some extent, maybe men have been taught to be more in check of their emotions because of something like that. You know, it's almost like, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like to be stable in your emotions. Because when situations happen, I deal with the situation and I panic later. I can't panic when the situation is going on. You know, when I had my kids and they would get hurt and stuff, their moms running around, they're bleeding, this, that, I got to take care of them. I can't run around in panic or they're going to bleed to death. Unlive. Oh, I hate TikTok. F1. Got to get one in a day. But at the end of the day, it's like you trying to do what's best for you. You know, I was taught my emotions didn't matter. How I felt didn't matter. So I put all my energy and everything into caring about other people's feelings, especially women. That's what we were taught. So I don't know. I got to mute up for a minute.
He just says 100%. I'm the freak out. He's sick, I'm freaking out. He's hurt, I'm freaking out. Dad, he's chill as can be. He's like, I got this, don't worry. Relax. It's like in that moment, and the situation's going down.
Hmm. All right,
I
so I
don't like
guess
this ideology that, I mean, like I told y'all yesterday, me, I had to go through a couple of lessons for me to actually
you
learn
sound
myself.
you sound muffled.
You can hear me better now?
Yeah, I hear you a little bit. Just hearing a lot of wind or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's windy in New York.
Okay.
What's going on? I don't like the fact, like, you know what it is?
Hey,
As a
Sadari.
hi, Mirror, how are you?
Hey, another beautiful day to be alive. Another beautiful day to be alive.
I know that's right. I don't like this idea. Okay, so for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but it took for me to make a few mistakes for me to understand that I need to learn myself. A lot of the times, individuals, I'm not going to only say women, but men too, don't even know who they are,
Nope.
right? So if I'm putting my happiness into a man because I'm thinking that he's supposed to make me happy, not understanding that I'm supposed to make myself happy so I can make any and everybody else around me happy. I also, with that, with learning myself, that every disagreement is not something to just walk away from. Small disagreements don't have to be big, especially if it's something that can be talked about. I don't know if I told y'all before, I wasn't a communicator. I felt like I was complacent in my last relationship where I didn't have to communicate because I thought that, he understood. And it was so many times he tried to sit me down and I would be not, I wouldn't want to listen because, I never seen my mother show emotion, not show emotion, but it's just something complicated. So I had to actually do the work myself to find out who Sadari is. Like, so I may have, fucked up the last relationship that I was in, but I own that shit. I'm not gonna keep saying, oh, he did it, he did it, he did it, because I played the part too.
I think you're right, and I think a lot of people patterns and making the same mistakes. have to stop blaming the other person in the relationship because obviously you're a part of it. You have to change your behavior to get different results. You have to grow and learn and heal and whatever it is. You can't always blame the other
Mhm.
person. We all mess up. Like that, no matter how bad the other person was, I guarantee you, none of us were perfect in every relationship. We all made mistakes. And you have to own that and recognize your behavior.
I was perfect
Perfectly imperfect.
You can't expect your partner to change if you're not willing to change yourself. Like you can't expect them to self reflect and find a problem if you're not willing to do it yourself on your end.
Right. And I,
It
I
takes two
don't
to make a problem.
I think the idea
David.
that people go into a relationship thinking they can fix anybody is just a problem. You don't go into a relationship to change
I
somebody or
think a
fix
lot
somebody.
of people that was young did that. I think all of us did that,
Well,
and to
yeah,
a certain
when you're
extent, I ain't
young.
gonna even lie.
Like I don't know what the
Did
age group
what?
is in here, but like by the time you're,
Go in a relationship thinking we could change somebody.
but you should
No.
learn that that's not possible.
Yeah, we
You
learned
really
that
felt
later
like that,
down the
Kev?
line, though. But I think at the beginning, like a first relationship, I think we always thought that junk.
Well,
Or
yeah,
I
maybe I
didn't.
can get
I
that
didn't.
toxicness out of them, or maybe if I give her some Peter, she'll shut up. Something like that. It's
right.
something
Or
silly. But
No, I could agree with you on that, Kev.
my kid's dad.
But I
Like I
never.
remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna just say real quick. I can remember like that, but I never thought that about trying to change her. I just hoped that she would change. What I
I think I
was
forgot
more
I
or
was
less,
perfect. My bad.
Right.
yeah,
That goes.
more or less what I wanted was, for certain things about her to stay the same in the beginning that did change once we started getting really deep into the relationship. The way that she acted in the beginning and the way that she was all about me in the beginning, once the child came, that changed. And it wasn't that where people would say, "Oh, it's supposed to change because the child." No, it was like I became irrelevant. I became expendable once the child became in the picture. It was like, okay, I don't need you for nothing. I got something I can love. You can go.
I know for me, like it was more about. It's not that I kept trying to change him. It's just that I kept thinking, if I change this about myself, it'll fix this. If I change this, it'll fix this. Right. And that's not how it should be. We should want to be better. We should inspire each other, not try to change or fix each other. And I know I said that before with the other panel, but I'm not looking to change or fix anybody. I want somebody who wants.
Anymore.
No, well, I'm in my 40s now. No.
But I think that that's what the issue was, that she constantly kept trying to fix me, and she was, I mean, I had my brokenness, but I could operate through. I was functional in my brokenness.
Right.
Her brokenness, didn't. And what I mean by functional, I was still able to function in the relationship. Her brokenness wouldn't allow her to function in the relationship because she was always trying to basically solve and fix her brokenness through me.
Yeah. And you can't do that. I mean, you have to heal yourself.
So what I think is that what I've learned is that apologizing without the changed behavior was just me just wasting breath, and I think he understood that. So when it came to the point where he, you know, cheated, and I think he went too far because he had a baby on me, but um, I then had to say to myself, okay, girl, you don't even communicate with him. And from what my therapist said, she said I checked out the relationship a long time ago. I was just being the physical. She told me I mentally checked out.
We met in our early, we were good. Child came, and then the relationship went downhill real fast, and we ended up co-parenting really well. And it took us a whole year to realize, why are we even co-parenting? We get along, we want this, and it took us both wanting something. We both wanted a family, we both wanted a two-parent household, we both wanted these things, and it took him wanting it, and it took both of us working things out. We both had to put in the work. We both screwed up, we both had to own it. And we're together today and with a family, and it's the hard work and the struggle that we were both willing to put in the work, both admitting we were wrong and listening to each other to get to that point. The blame game had to stop,
Birds outside.
and it was a blame game for the longest time.
Yeah, you hear them crows crowing
Or I hear that. Oh,
or them ravens raving.
Yeah, they're eating.
Big mother.
I feed the birds.
Mother. Oh my. All right. So what happened? Dippity left. Skibbity dippity. Um. Let's see. Yeah, feed them, please feed them. They going
Sorry,
crazy
I hear
back
weird echo going on in here. Sorry.
there. They trying to join the conversation and stuff. Um. So okay, here we go. Uh. Start with Mirroring. What is being never? No, I want to say you for last. Never mind. I forgot about that. No, I want nobody biting off you. I'm not talking about. So little Miss Bad. What is being too vulnerable? What is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable look like?
I think being vulnerable too early is dangerous. I don't think it's smart because you don't know who you're talking to. You don't know who they know. You don't know if your secrets are going to get exposed. You don't know. So I think being
Mm-hmm.
vulnerable early for anybody is just not.
What it look like?
Just telling your business out. Like even if
Mm,
you're at work, telling your business out. It's just something you shouldn't do. You don't know who people know. Keep yourself
mm-hmm.
safe and not
Okay, and
being
then what
vulnerable at all.
does not being vulnerable look like?
Not being able to not have that friend, not being able to open up to anybody. You have to hold everything in all the time and you feel like you're always under attack even when you're not. You got to
Mm-hmm.
protect yourself. You're in like a survival mode in a
Okay.
way because of previous events or whatever it be. you know
Uh-huh.
Not being able to trust people, not having anybody to
Mm.
trust, which is it's sad not to have somebody you can trust. I just can't imagine living in a world alone by yourself and not being able to trust nobody or talk to anybody about anything and holding it in. That's just too much. At least for me, I got ADHD, so my brain's like a squirrel on a treadmill. I can't hold things in. So I don't know how people do it. And you're seeing a lot of it these days where people just stay indoors. They don't talk to people like they used to. They don't go out. They don't. Everybody's so enclosed in themselves, and it's hurting themselves at the same time. Not being able to. That leads into because of the fear and all that. And yeah, I just lost my train of thought, but yeah.
Mm-mm. Okay. Sadar, you next.
Wait, I
What
gotta order
is
my
being?
breakfast. I gotta order
Huh?
my breakfast. I'm in the store.
All right. And grab us some too, man. Hungry. Uh, Serene. What is being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable look like?
I think being vulnerable too early. I mean, I agree with what little Miss Badass said. You got to be careful. But if somebody is vulnerable, if a guy is vulnerable, we're talking about a guy, right? Vulnerable too early. It's just, I think it really depends on the connection with that person. It's kind of subjective that way. So I mean, I don't think it's smart. I think she's right. It's not smart to do it, but sometimes, you'll find yourself saying the damnedest things to people, right? And it just felt right. It might happen, but it really depends on the connection. And I think not being vulnerable at all is when you keep your walls up and keep people at their distance. You can tell. You can tell when people are keeping you at arm's length and, not letting you in.
Mm, okay. Uh, Mirror.
All right. Which question we on now?
What is number two? What is
Okay.
being vulnerable too early and not being vulnerable look like?
Um, being vulnerable too early looks like basically you just come in the door and you exposing how you feel and what's going on in your life. You just opening up and just letting it be known that you know that you care about this person or
Mm,
how you feel. And doing that, if the person is not really into you or stable, they can either take advantage of it or just flat out, just not feel the same because they don't feel like it's a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't know where we done caught into this society where everything has to be a challenge all of a sudden. Everything has to be a contest. I don't understand it, but that's where we are now. So, and then the other one was, what is not looking vulnerable look like?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much like you just don't trust them enough to share anything with them. You don't tell them how they feel about nothing. Every time they ask you how you feel or anything, everything's okay. Even though you are crying or you got a mug face and you mad, but you just say that everything's okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. I guess I'll do it then. I think too early is like it's like what a lot of people do on this app. You trauma dumping. Don't and we really don't know nothing about them, and they just probably the main ones that look for safe space on here. I think. Yeah, putting out stuff. Uh, putting out stuff in areas that you really can't trust the situation. Um, or something that you was hiding and then get mad about it later. Say no, but that's still the same thing. But I'm just saying they do that on this app so much. Vulnerable extra early. It's funny he can be vulnerable on this app, but can't be vulnerable with it. I don't know. It's crazy. That even get weaponized too. So I don't know. That's weird.
I can
I
relate
Um,
though,
agree with that.
because I have become more open on
I
this
knew I was
app.
gonna get some people with that one.
No, I can relate though because I've become more
Mm-hmm.
open on this app than I have been in person. But it's
mm-hmm.
only because the I keep getting the same results, so I can keep doing the same thing over and over again, or I'm gonna change. And what's happened now is, now the women I come across, I'm just not as quick to be as open anymore because every time I open up, it, okay, I'll be trying. Like yesterday that I was on fire, and it's like I'll be trying to be transparent, but it's hard sometimes. Man, it's something wrong with our sisters, and we don't want to accept it because I can open up and be vulnerable with any and other woman, and I don't have the issues that I have with my sisters. And right now, it's like I'm trying so hard to connect with my sisters while they're looking for this perfect man. So while they're looking for this perfect man, they'll be all into you. They like the way you look. They like what you're talking about, and then all of a sudden they just looking for this. They'll find one little thing to unvibe about, and like, oh, I can't vibe with you. So now it's made it where I don't want to tell you nothing. Find out. Because it's like every time I try to open up and expose myself, then the next thing I know, it's like, oh, nah, this ain't gonna work, or you can't handle me. And I'm like, do you understand? The only thing I handle is tools. So if I'm gonna handle you, I'm gonna treat you like a tool. You're an adult. I shouldn't have to handle you. You need to handle yourself. And I'm like, a lot of this stuff is really issues of just being an adult. So that's the way I'm treating the situation. I'm running across so many immature women who think they're so grown. And in their actions, they're showing just how very childish they are. So again, your questioning, I want to change my answers to, I think a woman I can be vulnerable with. I think a woman I can open up to. But a childish woman is just that, a child. And I don't share my feelings or emotions with children because children don't know what to do with them. And I land.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
All right, y'all.
I be liking the woke version of with the extra.
Um, what does what is being vulnerable too early? I think it's just telling your business. You know, like I like what you said, Kev. But you know what? With the being vulnerable on the app, it's because you're talking to different people, and like when you talk to different people, you get different outcomes. So then you know which way to go,
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got to step away.
All right.
and you know what you're looking for in a person. So if just say I tell you something and the feedback you give me is like and then I talk to Mirror and his is like but then I talk to another dude and it's like this is where it goes. Not
Mm-hmm.
being vulnerable is to me somebody who's antisocial. Um, that's how I look at it because if you're not vulnerable to anybody, then what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, that's a form of antisocial. You don't want to open up to nobody. I don't think it'd be like they don't want to open up to nobody. I think people are scared to open up to people because of how they may be perceived after they look, open up, or is this person going to look at me different? And especially in a relationship, like if I say this, would it make him look at me different? So I'm still going with the whole, listen, vet properly.
Hmm. So I think what I meaning about the app one though, everybody do it. I think it's like I look at it like not reading the room and then just opening up in here. Like I see a few people that just do that. Like we don't even be talking about it. They just want to. They come here. Well, I just had a bet. I'm like, bro, you don't even know what the room about. You don't know what type of people we are or anything. So I think that kind of like that's like a way of being too vulnerable too early. You know what I'm saying? I can see if it was like this thing where they be having where people chatting about certain things. I can get it though. But also, you don't want to, open up about things that you're just gonna be scared that somebody's gonna use against you too. You got to be. Well, that's what being vulnerable. I can't say that. That's what being vulnerable is. So
I,
I guess for the most part.
I
But
think
it's
it's
just about being too early. Will be like I said, just basically going in a room, not reading it, and then just speaking on what you got on your mind, and not knowing what type of people you go around. For the most part. I think the other one, not being vulnerable at all. Yeah, it's basically just saying I'm be all right, and you can, or the people that be lying on here talking about that they not, they let go of their past or something like that. But I can't say that. No, I can't say that though because they still express themselves in a different way by anger and all that stuff. But I would say not being vulnerable at all would be when you're trying to get something out of them and they're kind of scared to, and that's why you know the person, right? And they still kind of scared to open up to you because they can't really, I don't like saying the word trust, but I guess they don't have faith. Whatever I gotta say, trust, I guess. Yeah. I'd rather say they have faith that you will be able to hold, that you'll be able to be available to take in the information that you give them. Or they might not take they might be able to handle the response you will give them either. I think that's what not being vulnerable is. All right.
And the
Oh, huh?
vulnerability people play too. People play the vulnerability game where they pretend to give you their vulnerabilities in order to get yours. And I think people need to beware of that because it's a slippery
That
slope
too.
with snakes on it.
Nice, nice. That's a good one. Like
it's true, very true.
use your vulnerable. Okay.
I also think that people be self sabotaging, and that's why they nobody will open up to them because self sabotaging is a mother effer, and people
Uh
don't even
huh.
realize that they do it because you know what they call it, a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
So I see that a lot. So I can't be vulnerable to you if you if you're if you're self sabotaging yourself. Like how does that work? It
Well,
won't work.
Mm.
no, I think you're right though. I think it's to protect themselves. Like I'm afraid you're gonna hurt me, so I'm gonna run first or do something to fuck it up first.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it happens quite a lot.
But I also think that some people have never been loved, so they don't even know what love look like.
Right.
Um, I always just say, and women get mad at me when I say it because I always let them know like there's a see I was raised with a dad, so the love of having two parents is different from somebody who was just raised with a single mom. And they, oh, what do you mean? And my mother did the best she can, and blah blah blah. My father decided to walk away, and then I just say, look how you defending yourself. I never said anything to harm you or hurt you or disrespect you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, okay, this is the one I wanted to get to right here. Let's start off with you, little Miss Bad. Man, I'm getting tired too. I might not be as up as long as I usually do. Give me some rest so I can start this another lie tomorrow. I got a couple questions. I was thinking about doing a Kevin Samuels, but I'll probably do that this weekend. I got a couple more questions I want to. Yeah, 'cause I'll get up early tomorrow. I want to talk about later. I want to talk about why people look for applause is so bad. Why people want applause, but we gonna see what that is though. So this next one, this the one I couldn't wait to get to. Um, Lil Miss. Hopefully, Mary be back by the time I get to it. So, why are women? And then the man, I'm asking, why do you think women? But a man, why are women a lot so fascinated about a man crying with or for them?
I think it's they want acknowledgement for what they're going through. So, for example, after I had my child, obviously I wanted him to cry, but I think it's wanting to acknowledge that wanting our emotions acknowledged because we're so used to having to just keep going and keep going no matter what we're feeling, and we're raised like that since we were girls. Got to keep going, and I think it's we want somebody to notice what we're doing and all the hard work we've putting in. We want somebody to know when we're in pain. We want to be acknowledged because we are emotional, you know and it's just that feeling of it brings security at the same time when someone is willing to do that for you and willing to be by your side during those hard times, willing to give you a shoulder to cry on or whatever, or letting them in. If you're going through a hard time, it's showing that trust. So I think that's why.
Mm-hmm.
So do I want them to cry? No. But I just think it's wanting to feel others' emotions is what we naturally do. We're naturally nurturing creatures, naturally that way. So I think that's what it is. It's wanting to be acknowledged in a way.
Mm.
So you think
So,
that being acknowledged is crying?
Like being, you know what I mean? Like not like I wouldn't want a man just to full out cry in front of me. I would never want nobody to sit and cry in front of me. But being comfortable enough to trust me to be there for that when the time comes and you need somebody to cry. Like when my mom's mother passed, my dad cried. When my dad's mother passed, my dad cried in front of my mother. The only two times I've ever seen that man cry in his life. And it was having the family and the comfort around that he was comfortable enough to do it in front of us. He didn't have to go hide it. Trusted my mother that much, to let his guard down just for that time being.
mm,
Honestly, I don't know how to answer that question, guys. And I'm gonna just be honest because I don't know how to answer that. I would have to hear what everybody else have to say. That's one question that I cannot answer on nobody's panel.
uh-huh. Man, shoot. I can't wait till I get done with these. I'm about to call it right after this. Uh,
Should I?
what you got, Serene?
I was gonna say, I think especially with how most guys are raised to like not show their emotions or whatever, so it's kind of like an acknowledgement that, oh, you would cry for me, right? That kind of thing. And I think it just makes us feel like you do love us that much, kind of thing, maybe. But I also think there are women who use it as a power trip, and that's completely wrong. But there are women that do, and then it's manipulation. But I
Mm-hmm.
think the biggest part is probably just that we get to see that side that we don't get to see too often, right? Most guys don't cry about a whole lot of stuff, especially you know I don't know with women because it's hard. It's hard to be that vulnerable if you're genuinely feeling it. But I do think that gets abused. So
Okay. Mary, you back? Okay. So, all right. So I would say,
Yeah, I'm here.
oh, there you go. He made it.
What's up?
Oh, why are women a lot so fascinated about man crying with or for them?
Because they're seeking a deeper connection with us, but at the same time, it's a connection that they want us to be like them, but then they don't. So
Mm,
they're seeking something that they really want but don't want. And then too, I'm coming to the realization, and it has to just be 100. People always want what they can't have.
mm,
We really got that real bad, and I think the more immature we get, the more, yeah, and that's just it. An adult gets to a space and place where they will understand that they don't need to have everything, and children always want what they can't have. So even if it's not good for them, they want to eat cake all day long. So wanting to be connected to a man's emotions like that, even if it's not healthy for the relationship, they still want it. So the ones that know, either they have made it a space where that man can be vulnerable, or they have an understanding that that's just not something that's best for the conducive, what's best for the relationship. And I ain't.
okay, okay, okay.
Until like
So
after
I would
a child.
say,
Oh.
uh,
Oh, I just wanted to add on, like after having a child, for example, when a woman goes through postpartum, like we wish our partner could feel that so they could understand it, because guys typically don't understand it. They just see us as we're off. You're just acting weird, you're just off, and it's like, no, I can't control it, and I wish you could understand that in a way. You know what I mean? Like we want men to understand us, but it's hard because we're two different brains. Going through two different aspects. He's going through fatherhood, and I'm going through motherhood, which are two different trails. So
okay.
Well, I
So,
would say,
oh, good.
did you hear the last part of what I said?
What did you say?
I said that sometimes we want things so bad, or sometimes we do understand more than they give us credit for, because if we didn't understand, we wouldn't put up with it. We'd be like, oh, this she crazy, I can't do this, and walk away. But the fact that we still put up with them, that we're still there, shows that we have some understanding, and that we try to help them through it and try to ease and comfort them through things. I think sometimes they're seeking for us to connect with them so bad sometimes that they don't see how much we really are connected to them. A lot of
Mm,
times we miss things looking for them when we're looking for them so deep that we don't see that we actually have what we're seeking.
I think you're right. I think sometimes it's right in front of your face, but you're looking for some other way for it to be communicated, and you totally miss it. When I say you, I mean me, women.
so I would say, I think I froze. What? You froze still, little miss?
no, I'm not froze. I just didn't hear
Okay.
him. Well, that's all. But he repeated it, so I got it.
So I would say, mm, I would say, I think I just thought about this one too. I think for the most part, it's an insecurity. Because I heard a few women had answered before when I did this question before, like an insecurity within them, to be feeling like they're important, right? More important because that man has did something that they, um, I guess, see as man not really opening up like that, and she feel like that she was that important that made him cry or in front of him or feel more, I think like validated as a woman or something like that, or you know what I'm saying, something that it's like she that key that unlocked the thing that's been hidden all that time, so she feels special or something like that when he shed a tear for her or around her. Like, yeah, I got him to do that or something like that. I'm only me. So it's like, you know, make her, I guess, in a way, that's how she feel more important. I guess that's how I looked at it from so few answers I had heard from even I don't wasn't today really, but um, it was heard it when I first did this topic, and then just my observation too. All right, all right. The last one, man. I'm gonna call it after this. Uh, how do you know if a man is compressing his emotions? What's about? Oh yeah, remember this one. How do you know if a man is compressing his emotions? What's bad about compressing, and can it be safe? Start off with you, little miss.
100%, I think it could be safe. Like when they're compressing emotions, they're typically in the garage working on something or fixing something. So, I mean, when they're compressing, they're typically, well, I noticed every person's different, obviously, but like in our situation, he's always has to go do something physically to compress or decompress, or it's always physically having to go do something. And usually he chooses something that needs to be done, or he just wants to do it or wants to build something. You know, it keeps him busy. But that's the way he does it, and I understand, and I just let him go do his
Mm-hmm.
thing. You know? I don't need to be in his ear annoying him while he's trying to have his own time. You know, so I don't know. Just what everyone decompresses and compresses differently, and it's just understanding, especially if you're in a relationship, how they do it, and giving them those boundaries to go do what they got to do.
Mm-hmm. You don't use Seren.
I think that you can tell if a man's compressing his emotions because maybe he doesn't want to talk and you keep trying to talk, because we tend to do that to you, sorry. And you kind of just have to let them have that space, and sometimes it's just processing, you're not ready to deal with it, or you're just, you just need time or whatever, right? So we got to give them that space, and it can be hard. And I don't think I think it can be safe as long as there is an outlet, even if you are not the person they talk to, as long as they have somebody, if they're going to their guy friends, if they're going to, that's what our support system is about. It doesn't have to be that my guy comes to me, but he has to go to somebody, right? And then I think it's safe. He does, he can be compressed around me as long as I know he's got an outlet somewhere, and I think it's okay, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mirrors on you. Last but not least, you there? Give it some time.
Yeah, it takes me a second, but yeah. Kind of like what they were saying, you don't want to be bothered. Kind of like leave me alone. Yeah, I tend to go off and do stuff by myself. Tend to need time to myself, music. Lock myself in the car and listen to the clock. Go chop some wood. Something to give me some time and space alone. Sometimes I can spend time with my kids. That can help me decompress. What was the other rest of the question? I can't see it.
uh, so the other one is what is bad about compressing, and can it be safe?
The only thing I think would be bad about compressing
What's
is
up,
you
Miss
compressing.
Thang?
The only thing I can think would be bad about compressing is if you constantly compress and you don't ever have a decompress. Because pressure busts pipes. So if you're steady building up pressure, steady building up pressure, steady building up pressure, and you don't ever let any of that pressure out, it's going to come out in a bad, adverse way. If he doesn't have a healthy way of dealing with the stress or the whatever the emotions that he's building up, then yeah, it could be dangerous in that way. because it just can come out bad. It can come out all at once in an argument or in a fit of anger. So that's where it can be bad or dangerous. But outside of that, I don't see. If you have a healthy outlet, I don't see anything wrong with it. I think that's how most of us kind of deal with things. I
Right.
noticed that, especially
Glad
on
you
this
said that
TikTok.
part because I was about to get to.
Yeah, especially on this TikTok, it's like I have to do it all the time.
Exactly. I was just about to
Stuff
say.
will happen. Yeah, stuff will happen, and I'll have to mute up and take a minute to gather myself before I respond to it because it just caused something that may have caused a pressure buildup. So then I can go back into the conversation without that coming out as an explosion and find a healthy way to vent it and maybe my questioning or the way I can talk to a person. But it could also be, and I have to be mindful that it could be a buildup from something else. And another bad part of decompressing could be that you may be compressing stuff that had nothing to do with the person that you release it on. And I'll land there. I'll save you some. I'll save you a few. A couple. I'll save you some stuff to cook up here and kick it off.
I got some crumbs left on the plate. No, fucking.
I left you a couple ambers.
Mm-hmm. So I would say for the last one, right? So we can call it a day. I got a good little topic when I get up, so I'm gonna be able to get up early enough this time to get the next topic started. Well, what's early? It's gonna be the afternoon though, but yeah, I'm just tired. How do you know if a man is compressing his emotions?
Hey, don't
Basically, I
forget that
would say, huh?
yeah, I said don't forget that I'm gonna be doing the scams one later on, probably about 5 or 6 this afternoon.
I would say, okay, all right, okay,
Yeah. All right.
yep, all right. Um, so I would say, so compressing. I would just say, basically holding his tongue though. I think that we look at compressing as a bad thing all the time. We automatically think that, and I think every human do it. You know what I'm saying? Unless you just impulsive. I think every last human. That's why I don't know why they be making it like a bad stigma. I don't know if I'm using the right word, but everybody do that. Especially when somebody come on, like you said, we do this on the app though. When somebody come here talking stupid, sometimes you gotta hold your tongue. You don't have to
Absolutely.
let it out every last time. You just gotta hold your tongue. I think actually compressing is a way of like controlling your emotions. You know what I'm saying? But I know me and well, I think we came to an agreement though. Me and cousins, we was something like, well, he was calling it regulate. What do you say? The word.
Restraint, maybe?
Mm-mm.
No.
Even restraint, I think that's like a form of compress. Oh, it was another word though. But basically, what I'll get to is that I think we do. Um, I think that's a form though, um, of a you holding your tongue or whatever, and you know because it don't go nowhere. It's not like that you. So it's like you could you take. So I think we find many ways, or it could be a healthy way of releasing it. It's just about really just changing the point of view. Um, so it can be safe. Yeah, it's just all about because it can be unsafe expressing it too. Expressing at the wrong times. Uh, uh, so it just really depends though. But compressing it too long to where you ain't find an outlet of where to. That's what become the problem. That you just still holding on to this anger or something like that. Like stuff like that you don't want to hold on to. Should hold on to happiness or joy or something like that. I mean, it's different ways to compress some of that. um, but stuff like that brings stress and freaking uh what's the main thing? Stress. It brings stress to your body and stuff, which damage you
Absolutely.
slowly. So I would say it's still part of life. If anybody that got triggers, we do to a certain extent we compress things sometimes, but we let it go or release it a different way, depends. Even if I always say even if you expressing it, still don't mean you're not compressing something. You still be expressing all you want to about how mad you is and still hold on to what you how, after you done cuss this person out and still holding on to it. So you still compressing it even if you expressed it. So that's why I be meaning about that. So like until you fix the internal issue you got by just I look at it like changing your point of view about things and realizing that some stuff is just not worth holding on to, and that was something that you probably had to get out of it or work on. That's how I look at it. That's the way you kind of, and then you find a better way to release it or relieve it. Just something like that, right? Just like, all right, cool. I ain't got to worry about it because it ain't really. It's like a breakthrough or something like that, or a chain, a chain or something like that. That you got, you broke a chain, whatever. I'm good like that. But yeah, I don't. I think it can be safe. I think it's actually part of like emotional regulation and emotional intelligence, however you want to call it, though. But I ain't gonna get that deep. But I say regulation is just another way you can control it by holding it in sometimes instead of expressing all the time, and then find another way to release it or the right timing to release it. Uh, but yeah, that's what I got for y'all. So whenever y'all want to add to or take or add to, rebut whatever, we
I
can
think
do that right now, and then otherwise I'm out.
I was gonna say I think you're right, and I think absolutely like sometimes you don't want to give your first reaction to something, like you want to sit on that feeling for a minute. You got to process it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right. You just do have to find an outlet before things do go bad. Some way to express it, and sometimes you just got to learn to let shit go, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Simply, I think relationships are evolving and changing. I think that today we've allowed so much outside interference into our lives and relationships that we don't even know how to have relationships anymore. Um, we're terrified of love, yet we want it. We seek a lot of things and we want a lot of things, but we're not willing to give the very things that we're asking for from another person. We want them to be vulnerable with us. We want them to be open. We want them to be trustworthy. We want them to be loyal. We want them to be faithful. We want them to be the perfect partner for us and then just accept us the way that we are.
right. I
We
put
have
that in the
gotten,
phrase earlier. I think we're all looking for the right person, but are we trying to be the right person?
yeah,
Because a lot of
it's
people
like
don't.
we all got our hands out for what we want. And then some of us have become so bitter and scarred that we say we don't want what we actually do want.
Yep.
Um, we've, we've, we've basically are acting like a bunch of grown children at the end of the day. Running around throwing tantrum, having hissy fits because we can't get what we want and not doing what we need to get what we need. And it's like we're more willing to sacrifice for a want than we are for needs.
Right. I think a lot of
And
people have. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done.
yeah, no, you're all right. I'll land there.
I was just gonna say, I think a lot of people have unrealistic expectations they project on others, but they're not trying to meet in any way those expectations for themselves. It's like, how can you expect someone to be that when you can't even fix this?
Well, you should never. I think that's the problem. We put unhealthy expectations on ourselves and on other people. But when you don't meet your unhealthy expectations, it's okay. You just keep going. But when other people don't, then you're disappointed. Where's your disappointment for yourself?
Well, that's what I mean. Is that we're all trying to, expect these things from other people, but we don't fix ourselves.
But I'm gonna land there because my brother. I know he done been up all night, and I
Yep.
appreciate your support too. Get you some rest, brother. I'll see you later on.
For sure, for sure. Yep. All right, y'all. People chat. Appreciate y'all. And what the heck? I was right at the nose of 25, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I got you
That's
for
cool.
25.
You got it up there? I don't
Yeah.
even on my screen. It say 24. But hey, it's cool. But I'll catch y'all. I'll see y'all later though.
All right.